Good morning, everybody. It is Sunday again. It is Sunday again. So let's start. Somebody's host for today. So we are discussing about thoughts, how it is an illusion that feels real. So we'll dive deeper into that today as well. Just a thought actually know anything. We often speak as though thoughts possesses knowledge, like it knows everything. My thoughts know, my thoughts understand, my thoughts tell me the truth. But today, let us investigate something very carefully. Can a thought actually know anything? Or is a thought itself something that is known? This is the subtle difference. When a thought appears, who says it is true? Does the thought know itself, or is the thought simply appearing within awareness and disappearing? Just like a sound, a sensation, a vision, a smell, taste, like a cloud passing across the sky. Perhaps we have given thoughts a role that they never possessed. So let's observe something quietly. Close your eyes for a moment. Now observe a thought appears. Perhaps about your family, perhaps about yesterday, perhaps about tomorrow. Notice something. Now we know the thought has appeared. If you know it, then the thought itself is not the knower. It is known. Just as eyes face colors, there is this thought, awareness knows thought. The thought cannot observe itself, but it appears like that. The thought it simply appears and disappears. Not that it can stay as it wants. It is like tiny spark appearing and disappearing. spark and go vanished. Yet, do we feel like that? Do we feel like that is something tiny, something temporary? No. For us, thoughts feel like something huge, a big deal. It affects a lot. There is this confidence. It feels like this is the truth. This is the reality itself. So what reality says, it might be mistaken. Instead, it declares, this is how it is. This is the truth. This person is like this, exactly like this. My future will be exactly like this. And it's projecting. We believe in them. I know. So confident, so feels real, so strongly feel real. And notice how certain thoughts sound. Yet only moments later, another thought appears, saying this completely opposite. Let's take an example. Let's say yesterday one thought declared, I can do this, and we believed it. You strongly felt, but today another says, I cannot do that. It's the same thing. It is not, we cannot do it. So now, which one is the right one? Which one is the wrong one? Neither. Because thoughts are simply appearances and disappearances, not the truth, not the reality. Like we said, thought itself is alive. Thought is a creation, like a tool of the mind. It's not the reality. Thought doesn't have anything that belongs to reality. It only has the fragments of sense content that feels, that make the thought convincing, that makes the thought vivid and stronger. Except those sense fragments, nothing else is real about thought. So, yet, when a thought appears, we blindly believe it. We blindly travel with them, thought after another, not simply, but we suffer, we feel sad, we feel anger, we feel hatred, all for thought that not even real. not even existing, just simply appearing and disappearing. A momentary presence, simple temporary appearance, yet for a thought is the most powerful and the realistic one possible. It is the reality, it is the truth, it is the ultimate truth and reality for people. But this thought, no matter how strong, how real, how independent, it fails its inner side. It can't even appear on its own. It needs a trigger. It depends upon conditions. Without conditions, thought can't even arise, appear, no matter how convincing real the thought seems. Feels like this temporary movement, thought cannot even appear without any conditions. To that level, thoughts are dependent on everything, every condition, every sense. Yet it convinces us the reality itself. Let's observe something. Can a thought appear without language, without another thought, previous thought, without previous experience, without sense contact? It needs something to appear. It cannot appear on its own. Every thought depends upon something. It could be another sense of contact, a sound, a sight, a feeling, a touch, a smell, a taste, anything, or another thought itself. Recognitions, conditions have. When these conditions happen, and the thought appear, no matter how strong, how real, how independent it appears, it is not real. What depends upon conditions cannot stand independent. It is always followed, supported, and temporary. This is the true nature of thoughts. This is the true reality of thought. Yet, thoughts are the most realistic thing we ever know, we have experienced, we ever could. That's why we suffer over thoughts. That's why we get anxious. That's why we get sad. That's why we get hatred, overwhelmed, happy, everything over thought. But this is the true nature of those thoughts. No matter how strong it appears, this is the temporary nature of thoughts. No matter how independently it seems like, it always depends upon conditions, so it cannot stand independent. Yet it gives us a fake feeling of an independence. Have you noticed that certainty has changes? One day you are so certain about a thing, and the next day you laugh at what you once believed, once you were certain about. It can change because each and every thought, no matter how certain, how clear it feels, they all conditions depend on condition. Whatever it is, if it's a thought, it is not real. No matter how strong, how real it feels like, if it's a thought, it's not real. The nature of the thought is not real. No matter how independent it seems like, it's not real. The nature of the thought itself is not real. So how can what it convinces us be something real? Thought itself is something greater. So how can what it show, what it sign is something real? What happens is thought always follows reality and gives us a feeling it's independent. It always puts us certainty and it presents itself as absolute truth. This is the absolute truth. This is the reality. We stand alone. We stand independent, strong, continuing, solid, yet none of those things are real. The true nature of thought is that it is completely alive, a mirage. So this is why mindfulness is so important, not because thoughts are enemies, but because it's not certainty. Thoughts are not wasted. They are just like clouds, passing moments, yet represent as this is the ultimate truth. But thoughts always change, like those passing clouds. Yet it convinces us like this is the complete, ultimate truth, reality. It never changes. It is solid. It, it can change always. Even after a while, it can change. No matter how real, how solid it convinces us, thoughts are always not real. But they convince us that interpretation gives us that also not. No matter how strong feels like this is the illusion of the thought. It is fake in its nature, yet it conveys us as this is the reality. This is the illusion to the point that we see the true nature of the thought, but we cannot. It's hard for us to escape from them. Still we stuck in it because to that point, that fake illusion, even though it's fake, it has gotten stronger. The body has used to see the thoughts as the reality. So now it happens effortlessly, automatically, easily. So it's hard for people to get away from this fake reality, this illusion of thoughts. This stops her from, they don't even say this is reality. When we see object as a whatever thing is thought, we don't think this is real. Do we do that when we see a dog? Do we think this is real? Hmm. We see a dog and it feels real. It already feels real. That's the reality. So to that point, to that level, this illusion, these thoughts has become strongly carved into our mind as the reality. That's why it's hard for us to escape from it. But like the same way, it has gotten stronger. That feels like reality. The same way, the same time, we'll take to realize it. You see, it has not something. That's why we have to do efforts in order to understand. is truth, is truth of thoughts, is true nature of the mind and thoughts. And the thing is, we don't see thoughts as thoughts. We see them as things, objects, matter, power, soul, tail, cupboard, bed, phone, walls, trees. We see them as things, objects that exist, not as, not as mere concepts that appear and disappear at the current moment. We, we feel them as disease, the reality we store the feeling as reality. The disease they emotion of thought, they hide the truth and present them as the reality. But none of those thoughts are real. The matter itself is a creation of the mind. The thought itself is a creation of the mind. The chair itself is a creation of the mind. There's no thought, there's no matter, there's no chair. Did our eyes see? Did our ears see? Was smell, taste, touch? Did any of those sense of contact? Sit, this is mother, this is heart, this is the dog. It's the thought built up in our mind. Like we said, not any three-dimensional object thing can come through a sense of contact. Sense of contact is always simple, like light. It cannot carry complicated object. An object can never enter the mind. So any of the sense of contact, sense of contact. So the only way is it gets created in our mind, but not with something really existing because mind cannot experience the world. So it borrows on the real experience to create the thought. So that's how the dog got created. Not that the dog from out of him to this mind. It cannot come because sense of contact can only create sense of it. So the whole dog is mind creation. This is how thought gets created. Thought itself is the creation in the mind, not that really existing dog. These dogs get created, molded in the mind itself. Yet we feel that it is really existing out there, is strongly existing out there. It's a feel, strongly feel this existence, this illusion is the reality. Not just those thoughts, those animals, those parents, but also at the same time, the self is also created in the same system, but also feels real, like the same way the dog or the sun, tree, house has become stronger, like it feels real, really existing. The self has also created in the same and feels like really existing. But as we know, self is a thought. The self is a momentary moment. This self is not something existing. It's depending on conditions. It appeared when some conditions were met, and then it stayed, and then it disappeared. Self itself is a thought that is completely alive, a thought that got created in the mind, not that something really existing came to mind, but the mind created it, mind molded it, and created the self. Self convinced us the real and gives us a feeling of an feels of is existing. Not that the real existing self came to mind. There is not the self. The thought itself is alive. It got created. So now it got created. And now what happens is it appears. And when this appearance happens, it feels like it's a reality, like it's really existing. This thought convinces us self as something real, something existing. But to begin with, the thought itself is not real. Whatever it conveys doesn't matter. The thought itself is not the reality. It's a creation of the mind. To know for us to be the wounded later, we strongly feel as a self, we strongly feel the self is left, we strongly feel we are living through this life, experience each and everything. Whatever thing happens, we immediately think this is happening to me. Oh, I am doing this. I am affected by this. Oh, I need this. I need to achieve this, this thought in different forms. Yet it convinces us as this is the complete ultimate truth. The reality. When a thought they are not investigated, no one approves this now. Is this direct message or is it recognition? Repeat. Sometimes we say, I know this person, but every meeting is different. Every moment is different. So how can there be unknown when a person I have seen no others about the person more than the living person standing before us? Because we always use the thought, the mind. We always see the world through the lens of thought. That's why the thought is always strong, solid, and real. Gives us a feeling it's solid continuous ground. That's why it is completely living person is different. Yet the dog says this is the same person. The vision is completely different. The real experience is completely different. Place, shape of that person. Everything is completely different. Yet we can't say, can't notice it. We think this is the same person because we are using thoughts to see the one. We are looking through the thoughts, through the lenses of thoughts. So we see the person as the same person, unchanged. Whatever moment is new, it's changed, not real at all, not solid at all. It is being the thought because we don't think that it is movement. We always see the version of that person in our minds. We see that version. What's in our head, what's in our mind, we don't. That's why we see unchanged things out there. But when it comes to direct experience, it's something completely different. Not a single bit of it is same, similar, continuous or solid. So this is the illusion of thoughts, showing us something that is completely different as something unchanged, something same, something real, something solid, something continuous. This don't know, it is this difference. The thought appears, and instead of following it, believing it, simply know, another appears, again thinking, another thought, not the reality, thought appears. So gradually, instead we taking the master reality, we start to see through them as its true nature, as its true form. So gradually, not at once, the light way his thoughts has become convincing and real and solid for us, the same way it came to take it, go back, to reverse it. It happens gradually. Gradually something beautiful becomes clear. Thought comes normal, and the awareness remember the true nature as a passing thought. Thought changes, awareness knows the change. Thought disappears, awareness knows the disappearance. Thought never became the norm. It remained as the norm. And with that, there is no form of the thought. There is no self, just passing moments. Life just exactly like the clouds in the sky, expand and just passing. And the days are ending, feels staying behind those passing clouds as the cloud unchanged, observing it. When you understand this clearly, the true nature of these thoughts, then with that you'll realize there's no need to fight thoughts. Are we going to fight with cloud? No, there's no need to fight thoughts. They don't they, they don't They fight fear. They just appear and disappear. Passing. We don't fight. We don't fight because thought itself is not the truth and solid and permanent in its nature. So where is there something to fight? The thought appears and at the same time it disappears. It's not even continuous, solid. So how can we fight when it cannot even stay? It's always passing. So but we have when the thought appears, it is in its true nature. It is, it passes, and another came, another came. It is true. It is to see, observe the thought, not thinking. If it's thinking, then it is become another thought. But this is different. It is observing the thought, not thinking thoughts, observing them appear and disappear. When we see the true nature of thought, the thought itself is not even real. It even can't stay, but what it shows us is real and solid. But that's also unhealthy. And also, once we see through this true nature of thoughts, what happens is thoughts are not going to stop. They still appear, but now we know the truth. We can't stop thoughts, just the way eyes and ears and nose and mind can't. The mind can't stop feeling thoughts. It's a natural feeling. Like eyes create sound, like eyes create vision, like ears create sound, mind creates thoughts. It cannot be stopped. Those sound natural feeling in us. But now we see the true nature of thoughts, not as the reality, not as something something that could create something that convinces us it has the reality, but that is not something that is not convinced, something that is not solid, continuous, existing. It has something that is appearance and disappearance. And that appearance, it creates a mirage. And when it disappears, the mirage is also gone. It is a mirage, not a solid thing. And what remains is nothingness underneath that. It's going back to nothingness. The thoughts appear. We cannot stop them. But now we know the true nature of that. So we don't even have to fight it. Let it like that. Pause. Let it appear. Let it disappear. Let it be on its own. We don't have to follow them, even by them. Suffer because of them. Because in the first place, there's no self to suffer the pain that attached. The self itself is the thought. It is just nothing there. Simply appearances and disappearances. We don't have to fight anything or reject anything. We just have to see the rising and passing and see it depend upon conditions. Not that independent happen. For many years, we have treated thought as they were the reality, as they were the truth. But when we investigate, we see this true nature of thoughts, that this fake reality, that fake sound in continuous failure. We see the true nature of thoughts. So when this is seen deeply, the great work that comes when we take thoughts as the reality, take the world as the reality starts to fall away. Every thought no longer needs to be defended. Every opinion no longer needs to become an identity. Every story no longer needs to become real. Thought returns to its proper place, a useful tool, but a passing appearance, a conditioned event, not an independent truth. And this understanding deepens, the mind becomes quiet, calm, relaxed, not because the thoughts have stopped, but because they are no longer mistaken for the unchanging reality that they could never be. In that quiet understanding, wisdom naturally grows, and attachment naturally fades. Rest them gently, feeling the unwilling stomach is comfortable, feeling some of the body.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Hansi at his feet. There was Aryan Hansa, and we are always grateful to you for the guidance you are providing as our spiritual leader. And may your guidance be there all along for all of us. There was Saranai. May our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is yet another session of our Buddothpado PeoTV English Zoom series, which is running from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. in the night. uh, and uh, we have a separate discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, which is open to anybody who has been listening to these Buddothpado English Zoom or even Sinhala Zoom discussions. Uh, if anybody has any queries, you can always join us and get them cleared. Some of us who are conducting these sermons will be joining. And if we have something difficult to solve, we can always bring it up to our spiritual leader, Aran Hanse. So, here what we are trying is to give a small message. Uh, we are trying to do it in the maximum possible capacity, uh, depending on the level that we have understood. So, uh, we hope it will arouse the curiosity in your mind to find out more about this Buddhopada teachings, which I will assure you that is the true Dhamma that has been disclosed by Lord Buddha nearly 2600 years ago. Uh, and we have experienced that we have been, quite a number of us have been listening for several years. And there are people who have been listening throughout this time, which means total of 6 years now, from the time that our spiritual leader, R.N. Hanse, started preaching what he found out. Uh, and he always go by the Pali Sutras initially disclosed by Lord Buddha, and the facts are very clearly matching to the teachings of Lord Buddha. So there's no doubt about it. And some of the facts are very well telling with the uh, scientific findings. Of course, the science is still way behind, I have to say, and there are certain things that the science will not be able to prove at any cost, because there is a limit that you can find, you can explore with the facilities, with the testing, with the machinery, whatever the material things. There's a limit that you can explore. Beyond that, actually, it is the wisdom. That is what Lord Buddha disclosed himself with great effort, all by himself, because there was no person who has reached that destination for him. So he had to do his own exploration and own research and find out what is the truth, which is common to all the living beings, not only humans, but all the living beings. We know that uh, when you talk about the living beings, Lord Buddha has explained 31 realms, uh, 31 levels of life. So, life doesn't mean always it carries a physical body. So, there are levels where there is no physical body. At the same time, a person or a living being with a physical body also can sweep through these levels, these 31 realms. So actually, the physical body is just an additional thing, uh, but not necessarily the physical body should be there. So there are fluctuations in the level of these vibrations, and those tally with the different realms, which is beautifully described as form worlds, formless worlds, and sensual worlds. Uh, so the human nature, human life is one level only, and the animal nature is another level. And there are many others that, if you take as broad categories, the hell, heaven, and the Brahma level. So those have been actually believed even before the time that Lord Buddha was born, because with concentration meditation, uh, these things can be achieved. But the difference is that with the penetrative meditation or the Vidarshana meditation, that Lord Buddha uniquely found out the levels that the reached is at a uh, uh, different. It's seen as in a different angle, because the people who did the concentration meditation always had their self vibration preserved. So always the self vibration preserved means there's no uh, ending of this samsara journey. So they will have, they will experience something very relaxed and calm, where kind of things like Brahma levels that has been described for very, very long time periods, which I cannot give in a number. The vibrations can be dormant. So, but that means the self is there. The no self level, or the no self status is not described in those levels. So, what Lord Buddha explained was actually there were something parallel to those, but the difference is that the self is the one which is getting dissolved or getting faded away. So, finally, the current or the self is the one which becomes zero with Lord Buddha's teachings. And the end result is that the nirvana, where the current becomes zero. So the life cycle comes to an end at the end. So those are two different entities, uh, even though the more or less same name is being used. Lord Buddha very clearly showed that these are two different entities. But the people who were doing meditation for a long time thought that it's the zero level, that is the ending. And also, some of them talked about fusing to the universal energy. Uh, that means the energy is still there. So, uh, the Lord Buddha's teaching means there's no energy persisting. The beautiful example, the metaphor given by Lord Buddha was that if you extinguish an oil lamp which was burning, the flame is gone, flame is no more there. And if somebody asks, where did the flame go? You can't point out to a direction and say that this is the direction where the flame went. So it's something like that. The nirvana means there is an end, but you can't say where it went or what happened. What happened to the current? There is no answer to that, because you can't show a place where the current went. The current became zero. That's all you can say. So, what is this current? Current is actually the self vibration, or self perception, or self view. These are different levels of the self. So, as long as it is there in the finest form, which is a self vibration, which is also can be given different names, pains, or the sasava nature, or the arupaya. So these are different names given to the self vibration. So as long as the self vibration is there, there is no ending to this life cycle. no ending to this samsara journey. So, uh, what Lord Buddha thought was how to get this life cycle uh, to an end. Because wherever you are born, whatever the level you are born, it's always a suffering. Uh, the birth itself is a suffering, and growing old is also a suffering, and aging is a suffering. Death is a suffering. Invariably, if there is a birth, the the death is tagged on to that, and the other two, the aging and falling ill, they are also part and parcel of the uh, suffering in a in a system where there is a physical body. So, uh, even though a person says that I have been very fortunate to have all these things, and I have been, uh, I didn't have any disappointments in my life, and I got everything that I wanted. A person might say something like that, uh, say to indicate that there is no suffering in him, but he doesn't realize the fact that the birth itself is a suffering, death is inevitable, that is also another suffering, and of course, the aging is another inevitable thing which is suffering, and illnesses definitely, whether they are major illnesses or minor illnesses, whatever, that those are also sufferings. So the ending to the suffering means putting a stop to this life cycle, the birth cycle. So that is something that is uniquely explained in Buddhism only, because in the other religions, the person after the death is expected to go to the God. Uh, so how can we predict, or how do we know about the the aftermath of the death? We don't know what happens after the death. There's no one who can find out and tell us so and so is born like this. You can't say. So, therefore, what you have to understand is the truth in this life itself. We had the belief that nirvana is not something that is achievable in this life. We had very, very incorrect uh, concepts, very incorrect beliefs, because those were the uh, impressions that we received from most of the uh, Dhamma sermons that we used to listen earlier. But now we know that Lord Buddha has told about a Dhamma which is applicable to this moment, right now, here, now and here, me mohota. So therefore, we know that understanding or realizing the nirvana state or Buddha state is not something impossible, which is quite a relief actually for you and me, because we put all those things into the pile of impossibles. But we know now these things are possible. Understanding this Dhamma is possible uh, simply because our Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend, is explaining it in simple ways using very modern metaphors, which makes it very easier for us. And also because we are not fluent in Pali, we have always a difficulty in understanding and interpreting the sutra, the facts in the sutras. Uh, Even though uh, in the Buddhist history it says that Lord Buddha has done about 84,000 sermons. In all of them, the final essence is actually to realize that uh, the world is a creation of the senses. There is nothing permanent called outside world, which includes a self also. So wherever there is a permanent world or assumption of an existing world means there is an assumption that the self is also here. So self is also a misconception. There are never existed a person called self, myself. And now, right now, there is no self existing, and there is no self going to exist in the future either. So, this is a bit confusing because this is something that we feel all the time, isn't it? We always feel that there is a self. And if somebody is asked, who are you? Now, these are some of these facts I am taking from the sermons that our Aranwasi has been doing in the recent past in the peripheries, the villages where he is visiting. He's doing the Dhamma discussions in those places to the people from the village background who do not have a great level of education. Uh, but of course, some of them may have been listening to Dhamma sermons from the other monks. Uh, so, but they do not have loads and loads of misconceptions, which is actually a blessing in disguise because if you have lots of drushtis, lots of misconceptions, it becomes difficult to take up these facts that is explained by R.N. Mahanse. So he always asked the question, who are you? Now, definitely, you will agree that you and me, we feel that I am here, myself is here. There's a concept called myself always. And everything happening in the day to day time is centered, it is around the center point called self. So if there's no self here, the the links that are there with the so-called outside world also disappears automatically. So we have to find out what is this self, what is explained as self. So Aryan Mahasi takes us step by step forward about what is meant by self. What is this feeling called self? So, one of the questions that he asks is this uh, picture or your appearance can be called as self? So, different people give different answers. And what comes out finally is that this picture or this appearance cannot be called myself. Why? The appearance can be changed, isn't it? The appearance can be changed, uh, maybe doing a specific surgery or maybe doing various types of haircuts, various types of makeup, or not only that, even with the growth, when somebody's growing with age, the appearance changes. So, therefore, you can't say a permanent thing about disappearance, isn't it? So, the appearance is not something that is going to be there all the time because you can change the appearance using various new methods. You can even change the skin complexion, you can do various skin grafts. Uh, you can do some plastic surgeries like that. Different technology can be used to change the appearance of the person. So, therefore, you cannot definitely fix up and say that this appearance, this photo is me. So that is one of the things that he's asking. The second question Aryan has asked is that, can you say whether this body is myself? Now that comes to a strong point there, because that was a concept that we have had from our small age, isn't it? Now, if you go back to your little small age, uh, you may not be able to remember that stage, of course, but you will be able to remember your children if you have any children. They are young age, or if you have any grandchildren, they are small age, or maybe somebody known from a different family even. The small age, the child has no concept about myself. It's the adults, the maybe the parents, or even at the preschool playgroup, the teachers or the adults or the other siblings, elder siblings, they are the ones who give this concept that this body is myself. So we teach them, isn't it? We teach them now this is you. Sometimes we show them the reflection on the mirror and say, this is baby so and so. And even some parts of the body sometimes are shown and ask the child, show me your head, show me your hand. Now, little by little, he gets the concept that uh, the body means myself. And at some point now just imagine a situation where a part of your body had to be removed, like an amputation of legs or even amputation of the hand due to some surgical reason, uh, or even extracting a tooth. Take something more simpler, extracting a tooth. Now those are body parts, isn't it? They are body parts. Amputation of the leg, hand, amputation of a finger, uh, or extracting a tooth, something like that. Now, in such situations, will you say that the leg which was amputated is me, the tooth which was extracted me? No, you will say they are mine. So, what does it mean? It belongs to me. So, me is separate and the belongings are separate, isn't it? Now, similarly, you will say that this is my chair, the chair is mine, and the books are mine. So, like that, the ownership is indicated, but it's not myself. So, this is another thing that you have to explore yourself. You might be able to have more examples in this issue. So, finding out whether the body is myself, you can do your own research and find out, uh, why can't I say that the body is me? We teach the child the different parts of the body to say that this is baby's head, this is baby's hand, baby's fingers, baby's legs. So he understands that these belong to me. So they are belongings. So then the person who belongs, the self who belongs, is separate from the belongings. It's no different from the other belongings, as I said earlier, the pencil, pencil case, bag, shoes, socks, frocks. All the child might say, they belong to me, they are mine. So, more or less, the body parts are also mine, not me. So, me is separate from the belongings. And also, we think that the body is mine, isn't it? It's another thought only. So then you have to move away from this body. You can't sit. The body is myself, body is mine. That is the conclusion. And next step, what R.N. Mahasi explores is that is the mind myself? So that is the next question he's asking. Now, what is this mind? We have to explore a bit and see what is this mind is. Mind is a flow of thoughts. Every fraction of second, a new thought is formed, and this fast flow of thoughts we label as mind. So then you have to find out how this mind is formed. We know that the mind is rapidly flowing thoughts, and each thought is composed of the uh, sense functions from the five sense faculties. Uh, Not necessarily all five, but minimum of two, and most commonly it is the ear and the eye. What is seen, the sound is given. So hearing and seeing are the most two commonly involved uh, sense faculties, and combination of those will form the thoughts or the mind sensor function. Thought formation means the function of the mind sensor. So, can you say that the mind is me? Why not? If not, why? So, some of the ways that are advanced explains them. Uh, Sometimes you get thoughts which are really harassing, which are very heavy and exhausting. And do you enjoy that? No. You want to actually stop those heavy and exhausting thoughts. So there is a self who is being troubled by these thoughts. So the self who wants to get rid of the thoughts is there. And also sometimes when you are doing the concentration meditation, particularly, you try to keep the mind in one focus, but it's going stray. It's running behind various thoughts. The thoughts are formed from all over the world, isn't it? You can't keep your concentration in one point. And uh, the thoughts that are sometimes very uh, harassing, very troublesome, you try to get rid of those thoughts, but you can't help. So, in such situations, you cannot uh, say that the mind is myself, isn't it? You can't say that the thoughts are myself. So then you have to go further. So you can't say that the mind is me. Uh, if the mind is me, or if the thoughts are myself, you should be able to control the thoughts and the mind the way you want, isn't it? And uh, and also you should be able to keep the happy thoughts always with you and do away with all the unpleasant thoughts. So, both ways, it's not within the control of the self. So, the self seems to be different from the thoughts or the mind. So, this is another thing that R.N. Mahasi was explaining. So, where is the self then? Now, how do you explain? How do you express the self? Sometimes you say that uh, I can see, I can hear, I can feel. So that is how you express about the self. But now you know that uh, yourself, the self is not your appearance or the rupaya. Self is not the body, and self is not the mind either. So, what is this self? And it seems to be coming up with the uh, sense of function, because you always connect it to a sense of function, isn't it? So, the sense of functions are there even in the Arhan's mind. They also do have thoughts, because as long as the five senses are functioning, the thoughts are formed, and they are the arhants are not troubled by those thoughts. Then it has to be something attached to the thoughts, but which are not there in the arhant's mind. So you get a clue here. The arhants or Lord Buddha also do get thoughts. As long as the physical body is functioning, the five senses are functioning, and the thoughts are formed. So that is not stoppable, that is not preventable until the end of the physical body occurs. But on the other hand, you feel always uh, the sense of functions are the ones which gives the feel or the indication that the self is there. So this is something which is not there in the Arhat's mind, but you and me are having, but always seems to be associated with the thoughts. So then it becomes finer now, it becomes easier to trace. And what Aryan Mahasi explained was that it is the current or the power of the thought which is interpreted as self. Also, so many other names are given, the defilements or the self weave or self perception or the current or the power generated or whenever the thought becomes a thing. So, those are different ways that it has been explained. So, the current is the one which is not there for the Arhan's mind. So, therefore, their thoughts are not heavy, their thoughts are not exhausting. But for you and me, if you continue to be thinking for some time on some topic, you can realize how exhausting, how much taxing it your energy. So then it's easy now, it's clearer now. The current which is attached to the thought, or the current, the power which is felt along with the thought, simply because you feel that the thought is real. That is what is interpreted as self. So, identifying this fact is a part of the Darshana. The fact that there are never existed a person called self. There are never existing, there are a person called self is never going to be existed in the future either. So, something which never existed, we are having an illusion, we are having a misconception that there was a self. So, this is something that is clearly mentioned only in Buddhism. No other religion is explaining about this self view or self perception. And no other religion is explaining that it is the current or the power which carries the strength to continue this birth cycles. So now it's clear this fact that uh, current is the one which is interpreted as self. In other words, whatever the stimulus, whatever the thought you feel as if real, the current of the thought which is felt as existing, realness, alive feeling. These are all names given to the same topic actually. Or you can also say defilements. So these are all indicating the common thing which is the self. So, this burning sensation, or the current, or the power which is felt secondary to a stimulus, uh, is something felt. It is not something that you can convert to words actually. So, right at the beginning, what we can do is identifying the gross level type of burns, gross level type of self. Uh, so, maybe in the instances where you get angry for something, a person calls you, or even one of your family members shouts at you, whether it is for a justifiable reason or not is immaterial. What you have to find out is how the fire is erupted, just did that sound. Because the ear was functioning, because you could understand that language, which is again another thought, uh, the immediately with that sound, immediately a thought arose with all kinds of components, uh, with the fire, with the current. You label, if you are asked to give a label to that, you might say anger or sadness. Uh, so different names can be given, but they are all kinds of thoughts. But that feel is something that you really feel as a burn. So this is the gross level actually. This is the gross level that you have to understand. And you will explain it in thoughts. So and so scolded me. And he's always doing like that for the minor things. He doesn't try to understand me. So all kinds of thoughts will follow. But initially, what you feel is a kind of burn or a fire. The feel is a feel actually. But for the purpose of explaining, you have to use some words. And in such a situation, uh, we say that aramunata basagat, or the aramuna or the stimulus became a thing to me. So these are actually invented words to explain these Buddhist teachings, because becoming a thing is not something used in the normal English communication. But here, what we try to say is that giving an importance, or feeling the current, or feeling as if it is real, uh, is indicated by the word becoming a thing, or basaganim. So, if any of the thoughts are felt in that way with the heaviness, we say that the thought has become real. Why do you say that the thoughts are not real? That is a question, isn't it? Why you say thoughts are not real? The thought is a combined product of the five senses, and we call it upadaya rupa. Upadaya rupa means something constructed instantly. So, why do you say that the thoughts are not real? It's because it's combined product of the five senses. As I said earlier, not necessarily all five, but maybe two or more of the senses combined together to form the thought. And each and every sensor function is a creation due to the fast speed. Something created as if it is really there. The light is created, sound is created instantly. The smell, taste, and the skin sensation, they are all creations instantly. An instant combination of those products uh, leads to another different type of product, which we call the thought. So,
It's actually like daydreaming and night dreaming. There's no difference between the daydreaming and night dreaming. In both situations, the five senses are functioning together. Something is created, something is felt as if it is really there. So, the when the same thought occurs very fast, when the same thought is repeated again and again and again, it gives rise to a different type of a feeling, which we call the perception of existence. It is felt as if it is real. Now, one of the beautiful examples given by R.N. Vance says that uh, when a person is called repeatedly, you are a thief, you are a thief, you are a thief. So, repeatedly, the same word is being bombarded to the person. And the person has a doubt now. Maybe I'm a thief. Maybe I'm a thief. Okay. He accepts it. He becomes a thief then. Now, this is how actually every thought happens. Every thought is felt real. This is how it happens. Repeatedly, when the same data is fed, it gives rise to that feeling of realness, actually existing like, or alive feeling. This is how the mother concept is built up in such a strong way in your mind. You get all kinds of data about the mother from your small age. Different sensors will be activated at different times, and repeatedly this data is being fed to say that this appearance is mother, this voice is mother, this particular smell is mother, this skin sensation is mother. So all kinds of thoughts around this main thought are also built up. The things that my mother likes, the things that my mother doesn't like, and the way my mother dresses up, the way that she prepares the food for us. So these are all sort of thoughts which surround that basic thought of mother. So when this data is repeated again and again and again, you cannot avoid or you can't stop feeling that the mother is real. But we do not realize that it was due to the repeated exposure or repeated data which are formed, which gives rise to this feeling that perception of existence or the itta sanyava. So wherever the itta sanyava is there, that means a feeling of existence. Invariably, the feeling of self is also there. So this is how the self is created. In other words, the thought or the stimulus which is felt through wherever is, then yourself is there. One of the things he asks is that now sometimes even the people who are sitting and listening at the practical program, in their mind sometimes not in that audience, the mind has run away. Mind has run away home. Mind has run away to the office where the son or the daughter is working. Mind has run away to the house where the husband or the wife are there. Uh, Maybe a relative's place, or maybe even the bus stop where some incident happened. So the mind has run away means the other stimulus or the other thought has become uh, real. So the person may not be listening to the Dhamma discussion in this moment, but the mind has run away to another uh, place. So that is where you are now. In simple words, saying that suddenly you get a thought about your son who has gone to a class. So that is where yourself is, because the son has become real to you, and that is where yourself is now. So the self, or the Atma Sanyava, initially, as I said, can come as a thought. It is simply a thought. But when you realize that all these thoughts are illusions, all these thoughts are creations instantly, you can get rid of that level and you become convinced that all these thoughts are just created at this moment. The world is also a creation of your mind. World is also, uh, that includes myself, is just an illusion, a misconception. But still, the feeling that the self, that means the self perception, will continue with whatever you are doing, whatever the stimulus that is coming. Underneath is that uh, fine feel that the self is experiencing this. So these are actually gradually, you have to understand this mechanism, how the thoughts are formed. Every thought uh, has this component of self underneath. Now, for example, look at the chair in front of you. If you have a chair in front of you, whatever is in front of you, you can look at. Now, I can see a fan in front of me. The fan is felt as really existing there, isn't it? So, a fan is a shape to the eye, and uh, with the past data, I know that fan is firm to touch. And with the past data, I know the sound is called fan. So those are the past thoughts that has been formed. Because as a baby, I had no idea that this is the fan. As a baby, uh, it would have been a shape to my eye, and it would have been something hard to touch. And if somebody mentions the name fan, that would have been just a sound to the ear. But with the growing, with the age, with the maturing, these three inputs combine together to form something called fan, a thought. Not only that, the repeated input about the fan, repeated sayings, repeated seeing, and repeated touching confirms that there is an existing fan, something called real fan. A real fan means always I am the one who is experiencing. So now, when I see it as a shape, the rest of the data that I had will instantly come and complete the mental picture about the fan. So it's not only seeing now, even without touching, I know that it is firm. And just with the seeing, the sound instantly comes to say that this is the fan. And also, there are many other associated thoughts which are coming with this picture alone. So it was just a vibration of the eye, a creation at the eye level, which has all the components of uh, the firm nature to touch and the sound, the cold fan, and also the other additional information, the additional thoughts called like it's used to get some wind blowing, and the the cost is this much, and it can be lifted and kept wherever you want, and it is used on the warm days, and it is functioning with some electricity. And if there's no electricity, it will stop. Now, these are the additional thoughts that will come along with the fan to me now. Not only that, with all these things, which means the form world, what I explained was the form world. Uh, I have a liking towards that fan. I want to have it because it's useful. So that is my sensual world. And also underneath that, the feeling of existence. The fan is there, fan is real. That feel is there. So that is with the repeated thought formation. It has become strong and it gives that impression that it is real and it is existing. So wherever if it is existing, the self is there. So I am seeing the fan is a simple sentence that I can come out with. But that has all three levels. The sensual experience is there, form experience is there, formless experience. Formless experience means the feeling of uh, existence. Feeling of existence means always the feeling of self. So all three levels are there if the fan is felt as real. Now, this is the story about the world and the life actually. We feel everything is existing, everything is persisting, and not only that, the self is there who is experiencing all this. So you have the world around you. You have I'm just telling the things that I can see around me. Picture on the wall, the fan, chairs, computer, plugs, uh, pen holder, pencils, pens and pencils. Uh, so many things I can go on telling. Wall cupboards, uh, the curtain, windows, doors. Now, all these things are experienced as shapes to the eye, but along with that, the sound is coming. The sound is the one which I mentioned by naming it. So, in other words, it's a form and name, isn't it? Form means a rupa. Rupa is due to the fast vibration at the eye level. A shape is created. That is rupa rupa. And naming or the description is the thought. So that thought has all the components. Thought has the input from the previous data. So it has, even though I am seeing them, I'm thinking of them. The fan is a thought, but it is only a shape to the eye. But it comes as the ready-made product. The thought is the one which is coming up always now. And Lord Buddha said that once you start getting the thoughts, you can't reverse, you can't separately now separate out the experience of the eye, experience of the ear, experience of the skin, etc. You cannot separate out the ingredients now. Once the tea is prepared, once the milk tea is prepared, you can't separate out the ingredients. So, like that, now we get the complete thought, which has the components of the sense faculties. Not only that, even the uh, perception or perception of existence and the perception of self. Itta Sanyava and Atma Sanyava, those are also part and parcel of this uh, fan, which is felt as real. So everything around you is felt in the same way. Now, the computer is just a shape to the eye, but instantly the sound is coming. Where did that sound come from? The eye had only a shape. Eye can function as only a camera. But the sound instantly came. That is a naming computer. And I know it's firm to touch also. And I know the users, the system instantly gets the users of the computer, how to operate it, and maybe even the cost, if you have any idea, and what are the uses of the computer. Now, these are all side thoughts, as I said earlier about the fan. They are all data which has been inserted time to time, time to time. More data means the system feels strong about that. System feels that it is really existing. So a really existing uh, uh, computer is there, and really existing computer there means that's me. So this is how we have to work out. Just mere listening is not going to help. So you have to work out each and every item. Take some time, revise these facts and see how each component of this word is created. Now, additionally, I have to say that self also was created in the same way, isn't it? How did this concept called myself was created? As I said, the baby had no idea about the self. And it's in the same way with the five senses. The concept called myself was created. So if the senses were not functioning for some imaginary situation, if the senses weren't functioning, you can't talk about a self. If the thoughts are not formed, you can't talk about a self, because myself is simply uh, another thought. So this is how the self feel is created. Whatever is felt as real is another component only in the so-called physical world. And in this physical world, the physical myself is living. What will happen if you realize these facts uh, deeply with real understanding? Is it going to affect your day-to-day life? No. How did the Arhants live then? The Arhants and Lord Buddha could live a normal life. There was no suffering because they have liberated from their mind, the mind who is playing havoc all the time. They have liberated from that. They are no more under the uh, regimental uh, control of the mind, because we are always going behind the thoughts, isn't it? The thoughts are doing all kinds of manipulations. Thoughts are the ones which have a control, because the thoughts have a current, those thoughts have a power, and that power is the one which gives rise to all kinds of uh, changes in the life, because the thoughts are powerful. Some thoughts are very powerful. Thoughts like mother, father, son, husband, uh, house, those thoughts may be very powerful. And it is said that to identify the most powerful thought in your life, that is called kamatahana, or the point of contemplation. What are the topics, or what are the thoughts which brings up the heaviest or the strongest current in your day-to-day life? So, in other words, find out your own kamatahana, find out your own uh, point of contemplation, which creates the strongest current, or in other words, which creates the more effects, more karma. So it can vary from person to person. The sometimes it could be a family member, it could be a child, grandchild, a husband or the wife, or maybe a sister or a brother, mother, father. So it may be a person, somebody, a close friend or a neighbor, a person in the workplace. So it can vary from person to person. Sometimes uh, it can be a thing actually. It may be your vehicle, your house, a property, even a simple thing like a regular pair of slippers, a comfortable chair that you are using at home. So, particularly when a person is very old and feeble, the very simple things like a comfortable chair becomes the point of contemplation. The room and the furniture in the room can be the point of contemplation. And we know for elderly people, they don't like to leave their house. They don't like to go and stay in their children's places, even if they are alone and old and feeble. They still want to stay in their house. So then the point of contemplation has become their own house. So these are things that we have to understand at the beginning. At the beginning, when a person is on the path, find out what are the points of contemplation. That is where the strongest self is. Whatever the weight which is put to the stimulus or the thought, in parallel, the self is also heavy on the other side. Self and the existence always go hand in hand. If there is nothing felt existing, nothing felt real, there is no self in that place. That is what Aranhasi says, that if you have no fire in relation to a stimulus, there is no self there. There may be very many uh, situations where there is uh, no fire in relation to that, and you feel very comfortable with such situations. But what you have to understand is that whatever you feel as real, that is the self is there, and that current is built up with time when the data is fed again and again and again. One of the beautiful examples given some time back, I remember, an expensive flower vase is dropped by this little child, but he runs away. He knows something happened, but he has no current or power about that flower vase. Whereas the father or the mother will be lamenting. The current that they had about that stimulus called flower vase is very high, because they know that how costly that it is, how beautiful it was, how uncommon it was, and the fact that it was bought from a particular exhibition or it was gifted by somebody special. So all those values are added to that vase, that stimulus. So therefore, the realness or the value added to the vase is very high compared to the value given by the child. Actually, you can't say value given by the child. The value is all automatically tagged onto that. So the child has no such data. So therefore, he's running away freely. Whereas you may be shouting at the child or even try to punish the child, and will be lamenting and very, very upset, very disturbed with what happened. So your current is very high in relation to that. In other words, the Basaganima or that vase has become greatly a thing to you. And that means the yourself is there strongly. That current or that level of Basaganima or the level of becoming a thing means how heavy you feel, how heavy the system is feeling, and that is the self. So, these are some of the incidents that you can work out at your home front. When the incidents occur, just see how what a pressure that has been created in the mind. They are all thoughts coming as heavy thoughts. So, in other words, whatever the stimulus or the thought which is felt real is the self. So these are the things that we have to first start identifying. Where is this myself? How the self is rising and going down depending on the stimulus. More you identify, the gross level of self, the gross level of current becomes less and less. But then comes the finer levels. It's something like a, a cloth which was really dirty. You do the first washing and you get rid of the large patches of dirt. When the large patches of dirt are washed off, you feel, you see, you notice the smaller, the finer patches of dirt. Uh, and that is how you identify the less significant levels of the self, but still the self is there. So the identification of the self is the basic thing that Lord Buddha was trying to teach. And in other words, identification of the self means identification of the level of the current. More you identify, uh, that is the only path to get rid of it. Because there is no other instant way of uh, changing this mechanism. This is a system which is taking place, a natural system which is flowing, and uh, you cannot uh, put an obstacle and stop this flow. You have to understand the flow, how it happens. So, understanding the flow and understanding how this is happening, and there is no real self here, but that current is the one which is interpreted as self, uh, is the main thing that you have to understand. It's difficult to get convinced, of course, to say that there is no self. It is this current which is felt. But it is not impossible either. So, more you listen to this Dhamma, it's going to be helpful. Uh, more and more things, more and more. I mean, these Dhamma sermons, more or less, it's the same fact which is being repeated. Different people from different voices, using different examples sometimes, different wordings, but the basic truth is the same. To understand that world is something created within the capacity of the senses, and combination of those sensor functions creates the thought. And when the thought is occurred repeatedly, it becomes powerful. It has a high current, and that current is one which is interpreted as self, and the current gives rise to the impression or the feel that it is really existing. So this is the basic truth of Lord Buddha's findings. So when these facts are very clear, you realize that whatever thought which
is formed is not real. It's just a creation. It's a part of a dream, actually. Now we know that dreams that we see in the night, at the time that we are seeing the dream, sometimes we are really scared, or sometimes we are very happy. In certain dreams, we are really enjoying the dreams, and we wake up sadly sometimes. Oh, I was enjoying the dream. Why did I wake up? Sometimes that is your impression, isn't it? On the other hand, sometimes some dreams are really scary. Some dreams are very traumatic, and you feel really relieved to wake up and see that it is simply a dream. What about the incidents happening in the so-called awakened time? They are also composed in the same way, isn't it? There may be some accidents or some deaths uh, in the family. There may be certain serious illnesses. So they are also actually experienced by the five senses. They are also created in the mind, isn't it? They are also created as thoughts. Now, when the thoughts are felt as real, the stress or the pain that is caused by them becomes more. We know that things like physical illnesses, you cannot stop uh, or prevent uh, the pain due to physical illnesses. In the Buddhist history, uh, we have heard that Lord Buddha sometimes went to visit some of the monks who were seriously ill, and Lord Buddha will ask them, they were arhats, and Lord Buddha will ask them, how do you feel? And the reply was that there are many pains to the physical body, but there is no self who is suffering with that. So, in other words, if there is a self in these sufferings, if you try to have the ownership of these sufferings, the severity of the sufferings is much, much more. If you realize that the body pain or the body discomfort is just due to the body sensor function and there is no ownership to that, then it becomes uh, less significant. So the Arhants was saying that yes, when there was lots of pain, but the pain is not myself, pain is not mine. There's no ownership, there's no self who is owning this pain. So therefore it's bearable. So this is what is explained even in Kayanupassana meditation. What Lord Buddha tried to explain was that there is no ownership to this body. Uh, Body is composed of the main four elements: the Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayo. That means the solidity, liquidity, and the nature of the air or airiness, and the temperature changes. So these are the four components that are described, uh, which forms the body, as well as all these physical materials in the world. So everything, every physical material can be put into these four categories. But really speaking, they are also not really existing forms. We know that Patavi is also just a form of vibration. Uh, Densely packed vibrations are called Patavi. So when you touch it, if you have a skin sensation,
it's felt as something firm. The apo is a little bit loosely packed vibrations. So when you touch, if the skin is functioning, it's felt as something liquid. And airiness, air, is the vibrations are still further loosely packed, and the skin sensation is feeling as air. And fourthly, the temperature or the tejo. Uh, Temperature is another form of vibrations. And if the skin is functioning, if the skin sensor is functioning, if your skin is not numb or anesthetized, you will feel the temperature changes, whether it is hot or warm or cold. So these are all vibrations, different levels, different types of vibrations experienced by the skin. So actually there is nothing lasting, nothing permanent called Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu. They are also forms how it is felt. They are also sensor information or sensor experience of the body sensor or the uh, kaya, kaya vinyane or the body sensor. So basically, if you explore further deep and deep and deep, you can see that there's nothing permanent lasting there. So these are actually the theory knowledge or like deep facts. What is important and what from what we discussed so far, what you have to gather is that the feeling of the self is something that you have to understand. So feeling of self is something created, the something that uh, alive feeling in relation to the stimulus or the thought. So wherever the thought is felt as real, that current is also created, which is interpreted as myself. And person might feel that if you get rid of this concept, whether the person can live, of course, yes. The person has no issue at all because the senses are functioning. The person will see, person will hear, person will feel the taste, smell, and the skin sensations. Those will continue. There's no issue at all. And uh, continuation of those will provide the necessary support for the person to live in their day-to-day life. Only thing is that with each stimulus, that weight which was tagged underneath, the current or the heaviness which was tagged underneath will not be there. The person will be, uh, if the person is capable of understanding these facts, the things become more comfortable, the things become uh, more relaxed, and inner level is very interiorly, there is very still and calm sort of uh, background is there. Now even the now we know that the eye uh, is seeing the shapes, the ear is hearing the sounds, the taste experienced by the tongue, smell experienced by the nose, and the skin sensation experiences the four things that I mentioned: the solidity, liquidity, airiness, and the temperature changes. What about the mind sensor? What are the things experienced by the mind sensor? Actually, it is a mind sensor which is more difficult to understand. The mind sensor will experience the happiness, sadness, anger, those emotions are experienced by the uh, mind sensor. Now, here, uh, what is important is that, like the other five senses, the mind sensor also will continue to function until the end of this physical body. So, does it mean that the sensor function of the mind sensor is going to change? No, it will experience the happiness, it will experience the sadness also, and some kind of unhappiness or maybe an anger. Actually, this word sometimes doesn't give a uh, very correct interpretation of what I'm going to say, because this has been a problem with the English language when we try to tell these things always uh, in words. Uh, it may not give the correct interpretation, of course. So I will try to explain the way that I can explain. Now, sadness or the anger or the happiness, those are products of the mind sensor. What is important to find out is that, like any other sensor function, you have to see whether the weight underneath those sensor functions are there, even in the mind, uh, which of the we will take the Arahant's mind. Yes. So Lord Buddha, we can take Lord Buddha as an example. Now we know in the history that there were incidents where uh, some enemy king and his army came and killed all the relatives of Lord Buddha uh, at some point. And we have heard in the history that twice Lord Buddha twice Lord Buddha prevented them coming. But then he realized that it is not something that can be prevented, because there were things that were karmic effects that has to occur. So whatever the measures that he took to stop were temporary measures. And the third instant, he didn't want to try to prevent it because he knew that it is going to happen by some stage. So they came and massacred all the people from that generation, that royal, everybody who were related to that royal family, and the people from that same caste, the Shakya caste. So that in such a situation, also I can think of another example at the death of the King Shuddhodana, who was the father of Lord Buddha. Uh, the death, it says in the history that he went along with the funeral procession as a respect. So in those situations, obviously, Lord Buddha must have felt sad. But is it something, a sadness which has a current in that? No, it's a superficial mind sense a product only. It's a mind sense a creation only. He may have felt sad, but it did not disturb the inner stillness in the Arhat's mind. And surely there may have been instances where Lord Buddha felt happy when somebody to whom he has preached Dhamma specifically, who could understand uh, the facts that he mentioned instantly. So, such situations, he may have felt happy, but is that happiness with the current? No, it's not something with the current, it's something very superficial. So that superficial nature is the way that the Arhat's mind is experiencing. The inner stillness, inner calmness is not disturbed. It's something like the great oceans, where the lower levels of the water is not disturbed. The lower level of the water is still and calm, but the superficial part of the water is coming up in waves, uh, and rolling this way and that way. And but the level below is not disturbed. So this is the level that the Arahant's mind is behaving. Now we know that the instances where uh, a parent might punish a child, uh, that is with the good intention, that is with the intention that he wants to get the child to the correct path, to get whatever the wrong things that was done by the child to be corrected. So that is the intention. So there is, even though the superficially the anger is exhibited, the inner anger, that uh, hatred is not there. The word hatred is can be used in such a situation. The hatred means the anger with the heavy current along with that. But the anger alone or unhappiness, the words I would use to indicate that it is just a superficial thing. Similarly, in the school, the teacher might punish the students, and but the teacher might show an angry face. Teacher might even use a stick and punish the children, or maybe the student is sent out of the class and asked him to stay outside. Now, those are the punishments that regularly that we see in the schools in our setup. But whether it was done with what intention is something that we have to understand. If the teacher did it with good intention, if the teacher did it without any fire or current underneath him, then it can be labeled as the mind sensor function. If it was done with some sort of burning desire inside, the hatred, uh, a strong sort of uh, current and strong impulse, then you can't label it as the function of the mind sensor. So these are actually some tricky places. Recognition, whether it was just the mind sensor or whether it was uh, the the self, is something that can be differentiated only by that system only. An outsider may not be able to find it uh, correctly. Uh, Also, there are certain things which are brought up as habits. Now, uh, we know that uh, uh, keeping the things in a methodical way, or keeping the cooking something in a very particular way, uh, dressing up in a specific way. So those things, sometimes even talking, the way that the words are being used or the way that the language is being used. So those things can come up as habits. All habits are not self. If the habit is felt as my habits, that is where the self label comes up. So as long as the habits are happening and they are not given a significance, uh, that is something normal, or that can be considered as the incidents. But wherever the self label is coming, This is the way I want, and this is the way I don't like, and this is the way I eat. So whenever the myself, the tag of myself comes there, then that becomes self again. Uh, then R.N. Mahasi frequently gives examples like sensor functions that we have to understand. They are not self. A person may have eaten something which has a lot of chilies. There's burning sensation in the mouth, and he's shouting and asking for water. So he used to ask, is there self there? No, it is a sensor function. The burning sensation is part of the sensor field. That's a body sensor. So these things, little instances, uh, if you have a difficulty in recognizing these things, you have to always discuss it with a Dhamma friend. And we always advise our friends to join the Zoom discussions. Uh, if you are, if you can understand Sinhalese, there are many opportunities, of course. Throughout the day, there are about 8 Zoom discussions. You can join them, and you can ask the questions. Particularly the morning 9:30, morning 5 o'clock, 5 a.m. one, and the 7 p.m. Sri Lankan time. Those two are dedicated for the people who have been listening to this Dhamma for a long time. Particularly the night one is mainly for the people who have been listening to these Dhamma sermons for about 2 years or more. And for the simpler discussions, you have two from 9:30 a.m. onwards and 9:30 p.m. onwards for about 1.5 hours. So in those, particularly if you are a beginner, you can join and discuss your questions. For the people who speak only English, we invite you to join us at 3 p.m. Every day uh, to clear out whatever the doubts you are having. So it's important that the doubts are being cleared then and there, because we know that Ananda Thero asked Lord Buddha once, isn't this Dhamma, progress in the Dhamma, depends 50% on the noble friend or the Kalyana Mitra. But what was Lord Buddha's answer? Lord Buddha said, no, Ananda, not 50%, 100%. So that shows the importance of getting the necessary guidance from the noble friend. The most important noble friend, the most significant noble friend that we had ever was our Lord Buddha. And now he is no more there. And at the time, for the time being, at this moment, our RN Mahasi is actually guiding us beautifully. We have the opportunities to talk to him in the Zoom discussions, and also people who are living in Sri Lanka can join the practical programs that he's conducting. He's going from area to area, visiting, and also there's a separate uh, meditation center, international meditation center at Dombagoda, close to Kalutara. So that place, even on daily basis, you can uh, go there, and there are some nuns who are helping on the days that Narayan Mahasi is not there. So many opportunities for you to clear up the doubts that you are having. And this is a great opportunity actually. We know that uh, no other living being is capable of understanding these Dhamma facts. We know that animals do not have strong thought pattern. They mostly work or function depending on their field level. Uh, but the fact is that they are unable to understand this thought formation. Their level of intelligence is much less, and their level of thought formation is less complicated. So, therefore, the ability to understand this mechanism and the system is zero. So, only the human beings can understand this mechanism. For us to liberate from the thoughts has to be formed. So that is why a small child who do not have the thought formation, who do not have the formation of defilements, still cannot reach the nirvana state because the potential to develop defilements is hidden in them. So you have to come to the level where the thoughts are formed. And when the thoughts are forming, only you can make this attempt to liberate from the thoughts. You do not know how strong the current is there in the live wire is unless you use some equipment and manifest it, isn't it? So whether the wire has 33,000 current or whether it has just a 5 millivolt current or something in between is not obvious when you look at the wire. Uh, if you connected up to a bulb or maybe a fridge or a fan, cooker, some form of equipment, then only you have some idea about the voltage. So similarly, in the small baby's level, we don't know how strong the current called sasava is in them until the thoughts started forming. That means beyond the age like 1.5 years. Gradually the thoughts will start forming, and then only the severity or the heaviness of the thoughts are manifested depending on the stimulus. We know that the children are considered as very innocent when they are small. You can see what a range that they exhibit when they grow up. Parents sometimes are lamenting, he was such an innocent boy when he was small, but he has changed quite a lot. He's very rude, he's very aggressive, and very intolerant to many things. He has changed. Now, what does it mean? It means that the potential was there even as a small child, but it was not manifested at that level. So the manifestation has to occur to understand the the strongness of the current. And once it is manifested only, you can start the process of reversing. So before the thoughts started forming, you can't do anything about it. Once the thoughts started forming only, using the thoughts itself, this research uh, or exploration has to be done. So using the thoughts, you are exploring your own mind. Using the thoughts, you are doing your own research to find out how the thoughts are formed and what is the sequence. So all are done with the help of the thoughts. It's kind of flashing the light to the self and trying to understand the self itself. And uh, so, as I said, there's a small child who was, now we know the history of the Angulimala. His name was actually Ahinsaka. Ahinsaka means innocence. So the innocent boy, the boy's innocence, the boy with the name Innocence became a serial killer later on, because that potential to develop up to that age was there, and that hidden type of current is called Sasava nature. That Sasava nature is something which was built up from the uh, small age. Actually, small age, you have to go beyond that. Started from the level of the zygote. Zygote is a single cell, the very first uh, cell, which is formed by fusing the ovum and the sperm from the parents. And when it is when the zygote is formed, the current, the Sasava nature is synchronized there. And that is the one which is brought forward. And that is a current which is hiding, current which is dormant in the dormant stage. And the dormant current will manifest in different ways. So that is why the the you cannot predict. The boy called Ahinsaka, or the innocence, became a serial killer. He killed nearly several hundred people. And he had that mentality, he had that potential from the level of his Sasava nature. So, any child, you can't actually predict a small child, you can't predict from the small age because it's not active at that level. And when the senses are functioning, when the thought process starts, when the thoughts are formed little by little, the child will manifest the real nature. We know that even as children, some of them are very aggressive, some of them are very quiet and innocent. So the real nature is surfacing when the thought process starts. And then only uh, the other facts like environmental facts also influence the behavior or the nature of this child. We know the story about that two parrot chicks uh, which were flown due to the strong wind. One fell into a temple, and another one who fell into a place where there were some thieves. So the two parrots, you know, that they can imitate the words that are mentioned, talked by humans. So they started picking up the sounds or the words that were used in that particular place. One was talking about killing and uh, uh, killing and chasing the things, chasing the people away, harming the people, all kinds of things. Whereas the other one was very quiet and having warm, welcoming type of words, kind words adopted from what they heard. So these are environmental factors which gives rise to this change in the behavior or the thought pattern. So there are so many other things, so many other factors that changes the behavior of the person. So one is this genetics factor. The second one is this Sasava nature, which is the the telepathization of synchronization of the current, and thirdly, the environmental factors. So these actually changes the final product, and the final product always is interpreted. We use the word in the mundane world, we use the word personality. Personality includes the influences from all those three things that I mentioned. So finally, what I want to bring up is that what Lord Buddha tried to explain was that we are enjoying a world, so called, we are enjoying a physical world, which we feel that truly existing. But we do not realize that it is just creation of the sense faculties. And it varies from each living being to the other living being. What we are experiencing is not what is experienced by the animals. And even among the human beings, there are differences between the things that we are experiencing. So you cannot talk about a common world to all of us. And if we do not have these sense faculties, you can take off one by one and see how you feel. If you do not have a single sense faculty, which is an imaginary situation, then you can't talk about a self. Self is a thought, and that thought is created with the five sense functions. Five senses will continue to function as long as the breathing is there. The breathing is there means there is nutrition supplied to the organ which is responsible for the sense function. So it's something ongoing until this physical body is maintained with the food, water, and the oxygen supply. That means the breathing. So when the three components are provided, the organs are functioning. That means a muscular eye, muscular ear, the nose, tongue, and the skin. So as long as those organs are functioning, there is a functional change which we call vibration, which gives rise to the function of seeing, hearing, and feeling the smell, taste, and the skin sensation. And combination of those will give rise to the thought, and repeated thought formation gives rise to the feeling that it is really existing. So that is how the really existing world is created in the mind. And really existing world means it includes myself also. So this is a process that is felt. Understanding how this is happening is what is taught in Buddhism, and always it is a cause and effect phenomenon. When the appropriate causes are met, the effect will occur. So there never existed a self. That strong current, the power which is felt along with that thought, is the one which is interpreted as self. So when this understanding becomes more and more clearer, that current which was produced with the thought becomes less and less significant. But the way you experience the world is not going to be different. You will experience the world in the same way, but the way that you respond to the world becomes much more smoother and much more relaxed, and the life will flow on until the physical body comes to an end. You have no fear of death because there is no self here. Only when the self feel is there, the fear of death is also there. But actually, according to the Buddhism, the birth and the death occurs every instant. That means the birth of the thought and birth of the death. When there is no self, actually, it is just a simple function of exhaling the breath out, uh, breathing out only. So that is just another mere function of the body sensor. There's no talk about my death or who and who the somebody's death. There's no talk about that in the Arhan's mind. So it's a beautiful Dhamma. It's always worth exploring this. You will feel a difference, definitely. Uh, and the Arhant's era has gone, but surely there will be more Arhants coming up again when this Dhamma is understood. I will conclude the session from here. I worship Aryan Vahansi with the greatest respect. I worship Triple Gem, and may all our listening friends be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Terima
First, would like to pay my spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Renhanse. We about this at 11:20,000. The Dhamma discussion. We are discuss about the Muhota Tavadi. Muhota, the meaning of Muhota means being away. Our thoughts are called Namarupa, name and form. The Muhota or moment is covered or included by our thoughts. Normally, we always associate with our thoughts. We use thoughts in everything we do and in our speech. And Aramono is a stimulus that comes from one of our six senses. Our six senses are right: hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness. When we accept a stimulus or an aramunu as a thing, it is called a sita or thought. A sita means a thought. At any moment, a stimulus, a thought comes to our mind, it immediately disappears. The thought you have when you see a brick wall will change when you see a book. The thought you have when you see a flower changes when you look at the ground. When you turn your head around to look behind you, a thought would arise and disappear before the next thought arises. Then that thought, Siddha, disappears immediately and another thought arises immediately. If we are able to see just one thought properly, it is as good as seeing all the thoughts that rise. Unfortunately, we are unable to see just one thought properly. At every moment, a thought, a siddha, rises in your mind. Even if we think of something that happened in the past, we think about it only at this present moment. If we think about the future, we think about it only in this present moment. Therefore, we should understand that there is always only one thought at this moment. That is all. That is all. Atitananagamiya, the past has already gone. Napatikanki anagata. The future has not yet come. But when we receive a thought of the past, it is a thought at the present moment, isn't it so? There is nothing except the thought at this present moment. Now you know that except for a thought at this present moment, there is no other thought. Nothing else exists. What we are trying to see is the one thought that rises in this moment. Later, you would release that even a thought do not exist and that it is also a lie. Let us look at an example to understand what a thought is. Let us say that we see a brick wall in front of us. Then the sita or thought is of the brick wall. The stimulus is the brick wall. The chakku vinyanya or the seeing consciousness is actually a thought of a book. If the seeing is only thought, that does a book sit outside. The shape and name of a book was introduced to us, a thought to us when we were very small children. When we went to the Montessori, they taught us about colors like red, blue, and yellow. Then we learned that when the shape appears in front of us, we make this particular sound and he called a book. Did you listen saw the sermons explaining about the shapes and sounds? Now, do you understand that a book is thought that we have created from a life? Thought does not have a shape or a sound, and we believe that it exists outside. Before the aramu or the stimulus of a book that you received now actually a thought. It is a thought that we have created in our mind. The book does not exist outside, does it? Now you understand that we create in our thought. We believe that it exists outside. That is exactly our illusion. We are being tricked by a lie. A thought, we believe that the Hinyan thought that called it a book is there for us to see outside, that is exist outside. Then you think that comes from outside is a signal, it is a thought. The signal is thought is what we assume as a book. When we see the shape, we recognize it as a book. The shape is also only a thought. Nama Rupa means Chitta Rocha Mahabhutana. Chattarocha Mahabhutana. Padaya Rupang Rupang. This means that the four elements that formed a thing, a Rupa. Rupa means shape. Actually does not exist. The thing outside does not exist. And the four elements do not exist either. The four elements are the qualities of wind, work, or cold, air, and solid. As a tremendous spark form at the side sense, make us believe that there a shape, a thing outside. The forming of a spark is known as the Rupa, Rupana. Rupana, Rupantya, Abhiskantana. The Buddha said the spark creates in illusory image. Our fault is that whatever we see outside, we believe in truly exist outside. Therefore, coming back to your second question, therefore, Ajata means what I think from here, from side, from this side. You believe that what you think from here or inside exists outside. You have created an inside and outside. You have created a reality. You have created two ends, but truly these two sides just exist. The fact that we believe that there is a book outside is a lie, and there is nothing as a thought of a book either. That is lie as well. This accept of a book was formed due to a color and a sound. When you were small, you shown a shape and you were taught a sound by which to call this shape. The shape and sound together was called a book. These two color and sounds together is called chitta. A chitta is thought a sound signal as a color signal come together and form a chitta taranga. If we hear a sound, we remember the shape. And if we see the shape, we remember of the sound. It's called a thought. Okay? Like this, practicing Dhamma, we want to clear problems. Buddothpado are always ready to clear path and get a solution us. Then we wait a moment. Larana Hanse joined us and Teruan
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි sir.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Yesterday is Canada is the Balkanti is trying to start small. Explain this. Today so do you hear me?
We can hear you, Aranhasa. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Yes, okay.
May the Nobel Triple Gem bless you all. We
තෙරුවන්
humbly
සරණයි.
තෙරුවන්
Okay.
සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි is okay. Today is okay. Continue this. Patisampada. That's a dependent
Yes.
origination. Is okay. Yeah, it's okay. Tෙරුවන් සරණයි. Dhammachan is okay. It's okay.
We before starting starting to say anything, we will humbly pay our homage to the fully awakened one, the Supreme Buddha, and also our noble friend who is our teacher, Aran Mahanse. And I hope everyone is well today and in a mood to listen to a little bit more about this dependent origination. If there is any background noises, I'm not in the perfect position to do a talk today, but if there's any background noises, I apologize about that. And also, this is a humble effort. I repeat this every day. This is a humble effort to try and explain this dependent origination in a different angle. So I've been discussing this for some time now in this English language. So we'll talk about this again. Dependent origination is about the origination of suffering. So again, I will repeat the steps in that: ignorance, mental formation, consciousness, name and form, six senses, contact, feeling, craving, clinging, becoming, birth. So the feeling of existence. Today I will talk more about this feeling of existence. That's the Atma Sanya, the perception of existence. So that's the Atma Sanya. If I'm talking about something called perception of existence, I'm talking about Atma Sanya in Sinhala. And I would say, before going in deep into that, last time I talked about how these different waves, or if there is a vibration, and when there are two types of vibration, two types of energy, or two types of a wave, when it vibrates similar at same time, it can create a new one. So we were talking about that in physics as aspect, so in a scientific way, and we are going to look at it in a same way about the mind formation. This is what Lord Buddha was trying to tell us 2,500 years ago. He was trying to tell us that there was no self, no myself, nothing here. And he explained that how the mind is formed. So in this way of dependent origination, so that he was explaining that it's actually dependent, not that someone is actually forming the mind, but it's dependently originated. So as I told you, we talk about these five senses. We are talking about a human. We are not talking about anything else, because we have only human experiences at the moment. And when in a human, we have five senses. So the five senses, as we can repeat them, like ear, eyes, the skin with the touch, pain, and temperature sensations, and also the tongue with the taste, and the nose with the smell. So we have five senses, but the skin actually has multiple other multiple aspects into that. As I told you, the pain, the pressure, the temperature. So in these senses, because this is a very fast occurrence, the senses, when the senses occur together, there is a different new form coming, which is the mind. How does that happen? I last time talked about how the thought mother, or ma, or amma, how that occurs, because the child, who doesn't know anything about anything at all in the world, hears things and see things at the same time, and this new vibration is formed. This new wave is formed. But the problem with the scientific world is they are more concentrating that this new wave is, or new form, or the mind is formed in the brain. They're actually confused about it. Therefore, they're actually trying to find more about it. I think in the future, there will be more scientific evidence about that it is not actually in the brain. There are scientists talking about this. So it's actually not anywhere. It's just two waves forming another wave, which is a new wave in that particular moment. When we talk about a moment, it's actually a fraction of seconds. It's really a fast occurrence, so we can't really differentiate between two thoughts. But in simple terms, we can say mother, and then when we look at the father, it's a different thought. It's simplified version of the two thoughts. I would say father and mother. So father is one thought, mother is another thought. But the problem is here, the mother. Well, when I talk about mother, everyone who is listening to this Zoom meeting would be having a telepathy effect, like an effect that vibration will vibrate with the thought you have, so that will be your mother. So it's no one can actually imagine or vibrate into another mind and at the same time experience someone else's mother. It will be always in that system, the system itself, somebody's system, that where there is a chitta or the thought or a wave of mother, then that will come into effect. So a lot of the time, this confusion about memory comes here, thinking it's my memory. It's actually a problem, because if we tell that there is my memory, then it all becomes fixed again. Then we have to understand, is there my memory? It's actually not my memory. It's a wave that has been produced before, which can match again with the word of the mother. When I say mother now, your that previous chitta or the thought which happened, match it with the frequency and manifest again. So it's a kind of a manifestation, similar manifestation. So you think it came from my memory. This is an illusory world. As I told you last time, it's such a kind of an illusory world which gives you the sense of feeling that there is a feeling of existence and it's my memory. But actually speaking, it's not my memory. It's happening because the two frequencies are similar, two waves are similar, two the chittas are similar, that it overlaps each other and manifests again as mother. But my chitta, the previous chitta, would never match someone else's, and it will be always your mother. So if I say now, I would say a word. What would I choose? I would choose like something like pineapple, the easy one, which always Aaron Hanse takes as an example. Pineapple. So when I say pineapple, what? Is it taken from your memory about the pineapple, or is it actually matching with your perceptions and exactly match with the perception that was given to you before? What is the perception of pineapple you have gained before? So it's a kind of a wave, kind of a fundamental thing that it matches again with the previous perception and brings up, manifest again the pineapple, Are they similar? Not really. Not really. The taste you perceived will never be similar to someone else's taste. Well, can you actually go into that and taste it in the other mind? No, you can't really do that unless you have that super ability to do that. But I'm here talking about normal humans. So one's mind, you are given pineapple, then can you actually feel that the picture of the pineapple and the taste of the pineapple, the smell of the pineapple, the pineapple sound, the everything about that pineapple perception comes very rapidly into the this system. Did someone do it? Not really. No one does it. It just matches with all the frequencies you had about the pineapple. All the frequencies you had about the pineapple. It's very very fundamental. They coexist. So the smell, but when it becomes one, it becomes a separate wave. It becomes a separate perception. So that is actually the actual thing we are trying to say. The mind is actually very fundamental. It's just another waveform or vibration or energy. Like electromagnetic wave, the light is an electromagnetic wave. But when everything comes together and form consciousness, form mind consciousness, that's completely different form of energy, different type of wave. Do we have a name for that? I'm not sure, but in our world we haven't studied this that much. But Lord Buddha, he's the most awakened one, the perfect one. He actually explained this in his own way, how this scientific thing is happening. It's not happening just because there is someone or somebody doing this. It's just a fundamental thing occurring, like a normal natural phenomena which happens. So the different waves coming together, forming a mental formation which has a different vibration. Mind you, that different vibration, if it matches the former vibration that you had, that you feel it came from my memory. Actually, that's not what happens. It actually will be the same vibration which matches again. So you feel that, but it's not, it's just a feeling, because we tend to believe that. So the beliefs are formed because of this feeling. So we feel that there is a memory and there is self, and that becomes to a belief. This belief goes very far, like goes into like generations and generations, that there is self. And it's been actually taught, this is your self. This body is yours. This money is yours. This house is yours. This family is yours. But no one actually talks about that. It's mind that keep forming all these mental formations. But at the same time, I want to reiterate about this, the fundamental thing, that mind is actually a vibration. Because unless you come to that understanding, it's very difficult for you to get rid of this me, myself belief or drushti, sakkaya drushti, belief that there is someone. That belief comes from the feeling that there is something. So when this fundamental thing happens, like two waves, so the pineapple, when I say pineapple, you can't help visualizing it in your, even if you don't have a pineapple in front of you now, can't you visualize it? I think you all can. If I say something like Colombo, that's the like the main city of Sri Lanka. Well, do you actually get a picture now? Can you visualize Colombo? Can you visualize moon? Can you visualize sun? Well, this is according to whatever you have perceived before, and you match into that, and that actually brings it up. And then what the problem is not it coming up. It's a natural phenomena that all the frequencies that had common to that, common to the now perception, now I am calling it pineapple, then all the perceptions that you had before, the mental formation that you had before relating to the pineapple sound keeps coming into your visualizations. That's all perceptions you had before. But the problem is that process itself gives you to a belief that there is someone, and there is someone who is having a memory of these things. And also there is a problem with this, that the scientists believe that it is in the brain, that these someone's memory is inside a brain. That's a probable mistake that in every scientist, if you think that it's inside the brain, you will never be able to actually go further than that, because you're limiting yourself into a human brain. It's nothing like that. It's actually not limited like that, because so far, whatever the causative factors that you had in previous perceptions you had, at any point in your the now, in the perception of now, like at the moment, you can, if you get a frequency which is similar to that previous frequencies, they will all keep coming. That's a natural phenomena. Doesn't mean that it's someone's brain doing it, someone is doing it. It's just a normal thing happening. So these perceptions are very vivid and beautiful in its own way. So they get attracted to that. Can you avoid that? If you feel that these perceptions are real, well, I told you last time also, if you feel these perceptions are real, you can't really do anything other than feeling the craving, getting cling to them, becoming that perception, and then jati happens, or the birth happens. So you actually because of this feeling of real perception, you are born. So if the pineapple is born, you are born. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? If you feel that the pineapple is a real thing that is out there, whether it is out there or inside your mind, whatever, if you feel that it is real, you will be born in whatever way. If you feel that it's actually in outside, it's sensual world, because you have to now cut it, eat it, taste it, hold it, keep it for tomorrow, put it in the fridge, ask someone to not to eat it, or to maybe ask the kids to eat it, maybe If it is rotten, get angry, whatever. If it's outside, it will be the sensual world anyway. So you have a lot of things to do with it. But does that mean it's not out there? It is, because the frequencies are similar. You can't really appreciate anything if the frequencies are not similar. As I told you, a bat perceives something else than us. Bat can perceive another form of radiation. So does that mean that world is, can we perceive that world? No, we can't. We can't perceive bat's world. Can we perceive the animal's world? In this, at the moment, we can't. So what I'm trying to say is, this perception are actually a basic vibration which can vibrate at the same time with the outside. So if you are able to see red color, you have to have a vibration similar to that. Otherwise, you can't perceive the red color outside. But the problem is not that. This whole phenomena or the natural occurrence makes you to believe that there is something outside, and I am actually touching it. I am eating the pineapple. I am touching the pineapple. I'm smelling the pineapple. I love pineapple. So endless thoughts about the pineapple, endless feelings about the pineapple. So if you feel, there is no way that you can stop craving, no way that you can stop clinging, no way that you can become of it. You can't prevent the birth of me doing all that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just trying to tell a basic thing again and again, because this is a bit difficult to understand. This is, if someone asks for the, okay, give us evidence in the lab, we actually can't, but if someone look at it in a different angle, actually there are scientists looking at in these things differently nowadays. If you hear, there are people who look at things differently and talking about consciousness being fundamental. But the problem is they are stuck everywhere. They are stuck that consciousness is like a thing happening in the brain. So they don't take it as fundamental in that way, like it is actually a waveform or a vibration which can always match to the other vibrations. So we are not telling that there's nothing outside there. We are actually saying whatever you are forming inside this system is just a formation. It's just a mental formation, mental creation. This creation is so beautiful, and that beautiful mental creations make us to believe that these are happening, actually happening. It's difficult to, people might get even depressed to know that these mental formations are just frequencies or just waves which can match at any time to the past frequencies. And that is it. There's nothing much else. There's no me or my or myself. But but if you keep looking at it in a different angle, you can actually understand dependent origination, how Lord Buddha explained that to get rid of suffering, because suffering starts from the belief that there is someone to suffer, from the belief that there is someone to feel, there is someone to have the contact, someone having a brain actually forming these memories inside, and someone's body is actually touching the outside world. That brings upon the suffering. So some people would say, okay, we'll suffer that. So this talk is not for them. This talk is for them who are actually willing to learn what is happening. What am I feeling? I feel the existence. Then what is that? It's actually the feeling of existence is because when we take these forms or the mental creations as real, then you get the tanha or the craving. That craving, we get attracted to the mental formations. Then there is a feeling of the different wave. So actually it forms a different wave. That wave gives you a different feeling of existence. So whenever there is a vibration, you tend to give a perception to that. Whenever there is a vibration, there is a perception. So what happens is with the dependent origination, mind is formed, but that's not a problem. Mind is always formed, but the problem happens when this feeling is taken as a real thing. When you take it as a real thing, a different wave occurs, different energy is formed, different perception happens that this is real. Then that becomes the Atma Sanya. This is the Atma Kampana, is the vibration that you felt, the new one. Because there's a new one, you feel that it is actually within me that is formed. So that brings upon the Atma Sanya, that's the perception of existence. So the perception of existence, what happens then? Everyone talks about that. So I feel it, you feel it, all the villagers feel it, all the world feel it, all the countries, so everyone feels it. Then it becomes like a norm. Then it becomes a belief that there is someone inside here, and that someone is actually perceiving these things, not actually fundamental. So I hope it's hopefully it makes sense. I think because of long-term ignorance, whatever the mental formations we had, whatever the mind consciousness we formed, not we formed, the system formed, is taken as real. The moment we take it as real, then it keeps coming back as real, and again and again and again and again. So you have so many vibrations about one thing. So imagine, I'll take an example, son, not the son out there, like the daughter. It's easy. Otherwise, son becomes complicated because there are two things. So daughter, you become, so you didn't have a daughter before. You just have a daughter now. But then when the daughter, the perception of daughter, okay, there is a, when I say daughter, what picture does it give you? It's a mental formation. It's a mental perception which you have of a daughter. It has all the qualities I told you from the five senses. What are they? It has a sound, the daughter. It has a picture, like a form. It has a color. It has a smell. If you remember the daughter smell, if you, I don't think you can taste, but whatever the mental formations you have around daughter, everything will be coming into reality. And you feel it's my daughter. I love her. She's a beautiful daughter. she's very kind, or she's rude, or whatever. Whatever the daughter you have, it will be. And sometimes someone will tell, I don't have a daughter. Okay, that's it. That's the perception you have. So when you say the daughter, does it feel that it's just a mental formation, or just a perception of daughter? It's just a perception. What does that mean? It's just a creation from your own senses, the human senses. It's a creation of another vibration. The daughter is a vibration. Do you understand that? The actual vibration, this name and form in Nama Rupa, actually the name part is coming from that vibration. And you form with everything that you have, the 5 senses, you form a new name and form daughter. So all the memories, within brackets, all the past perceptions you had about that daughter comes into effect because the vibrations are similar. Well, if you see someone out there in the car park, someone similar to your daughter, but it's actually not your daughter, you might just suddenly match the vibration, and all about your daughter will come into your mind. And you will be like, I haven't seen my daughter for a long time. This girl actually reminded me of my daughter. Then you feel this thing happened to me. I saw someone, and the figure of that person reminded me of my daughter. And you give a call to your daughter and say, I saw someone, and it reminded me of you. And when are you coming to see me? Because I want to see you. All these things keep happening because the vibrations do match. There's always, you won't be able to appreciate anything if the vibrations didn't match. Do you understand it? If the vibrations didn't match, you can't actually appreciate anything. So until your system, the body get destroyed, you will be actually having a vibration all the time, whether it's touch, whether it's temperature, whether it's pressure, whether it's smell, whether it's a sound, whether it's the taste, whether it's the eyes, the form, or the colors, or the light. This will keep happening. No one can actually stop that until this, and it will never actually stop, because this, the becoming will never stop unless you understand this system, the dependent origination. And just understanding would actually lead you to understand, then what am I feeling? Why am I feeling the perception of self, perception of existence? Perception of self is always there. Then you understand that the belief that the belief of self existence is actually due to that. Unless you beat the feeling of existence or the perception of existence, when I mean that beat is when you understand fully. That's the get rid of the ignorance about it. If you understand fully it's just another perception, then you don't really get craving for that feeling of existence. This is a different story. Again, I'm paving into different paths. So I'm telling you this time about actually the feeling of existence, or I'm telling you about the perception of existence, Atma Sanya. So you feel the difference. I told you that there is a feeling of difference. Then you give a different sanya to that, the different perception. So different perception, you name it as the feeling of self. or the perception of self. Then you get the perception of self, you can't actually stop thinking about it and forming belief that it is real. So, friends, I think that is how it is happening. So whenever you take something real, this can be in the sensual world, Rupa world, or the Arupa world, whenever the system takes something real, not we, if the system takes something as real, you or the system can't help feeling this difference, and that is the feeling of self or the perception of self, because there's a different wave now. It's a new wave, it's a different wave. This wave can actually, this is the beginning of cycle of samsara, or the multiple births we are talking about, because this can match to lot of perceptions which happened before. This feeling of self, or this new form of wave, is the beginning of the samsara. That Lord Buddha understood. This is not anything that anyone else apart from Supreme Buddha can understand, because Supreme Buddha understood it without help of anyone else, that this samsara is dependent upon this new wave or new perception, that new energy that is formed because of taking everything as real. So, friends, if you take something as real, you are alive. I'm repeating that again. If you take something as real, you are alive. You can't actually avoid that. I'll repeat it again. If you take something as real, you are alive. So, because of that, feeling of existence is unavoidable, or the perception of existence is unavoidable. So what can we do? We can just keep understanding Dhamma. We keep understanding Dhamma. We keep understanding that it's just a fundamental thing that we experience. When we understand that whatever the experiences we have, whatever the perceptions we have, whatever the chittas we formed, are just a formation of 5 senses we have, we become, the craving get less and less to these things. When the craving become less and less, what happens is actually the becoming gets less and less, and birth is actually doesn't happen. So if the chair is not actually real to you, you don't feel that it's real. You actually sit on that. You sit on the chair. You keep it safe. You don't break it. You just use it. But what happens? You know, it's a mental formation. If you don't have your senses, you can't appreciate a chair. You know that now. So, chair is a creation of your senses. And when you keep understanding this more and more, the world that was very important to you, very real to you, very true to you, becomes smaller and smaller, less and less. And one day it becomes actually empty, because the other feeling of existence, or the wave of existence, or the wave of self, or the vibration of self can't survive there, because it was actually happening, because whenever something is real, the feeling of existence is there, because their vibrations are similar. When something is real, you get that vibration at the same time, because I told you 2 vibrations at the same pace, they become a new wave. That's the feeling of existence, or the vibration of existence, or the self, feeling of existence, and the belief. To get the belief, you when you understand Dhamma slowly, your belief actually breaks. That's the stream winner. The belief breaks. You don't believe anymore that there is self. You don't believe anymore that there is someone actually perceiving these things, that there is someone eating, someone drinking, someone actually perceiving these things, someone sleeping, someone living, someone loving, someone hating, someone actually thinking all these things, that this is my mind, my memory, myself. This real feeling goes down whenever you listen to Dhamma. That's what it happens. So when you keep listening to Dhamma, this real feeling goes down, and then ability to this feeling, the vibration of self is actually the vibration of real feeling. And when the real feeling goes down, the vibration of self goes down. And the day that nothing is real to you, even the feeling, even the basic light is not real to you, you can't co-vibrate, or you can't match the wave of the feeling or the vibration of existence, vibration of soul. Then you actually feel a void. You feel that there's nothing. That at that moment you will experience nirvana. So the basic understanding is understand this Dhamma, and then you can understand the feeling of existence is actually based on the feeling that you feel, that every perception that you feel is real. To understand this, someone like a 7-year-old will understand in a different way, but people with a lot of scientific evidence, a lot of things around them, they have to have a better explanation, because they have a lot of perceptions. They have a lot of knowledge. Knowledge is a part of perception. Knowledge is another thing that is formed in the mind. If you have a knowledge, that means it's part of something that you thought real, because you won't by heart something if it is not real. You think it's real, that's why you have by heart. Or you feel that it's real. If it's a song, you feel it's real. It's so lovely. That's a beautiful song. Then you by heart it, you tell it, you dance to it. Yeah, it's very important. But if you keep understanding that these are only mental formations, and if I take these things as real, there is feeling of self, you actually, the clinging, the becoming get less and less, and less and less, and less and less. And that's the path. If you are in the path, you will be able to understand slowly that importance that you have given to your mental own formations will wither away, will go away, will slowly die down, and the importance of this feeling of self, or the belief that you have there is someone, will go away. As of a stream winner, Supreme Buddha explained that the belief, when the belief is gone, you have actually done a lot of duty here. Like the klesha you have, or the impurities you have, is about few stones in your hand, but you have won the whole big, massive, giant stone out there. So the thing to get rid of has become such small that you can hold it in your hand. Stream inner is that important. So, friends, understand this Dhamma. Talk with noble friends. Have discussions with noble friends. Have keep thinking about these things. Perceive things as they are, but then try to understand what it is, why we have given the importance to this world. And world is a mental formation. And even mental formation, the mind is just a formation of 5 senses, 5 vibrations coming together. So this basic fundamental understanding of vibrations and giving rise to another vibration that you are existent is bringing you suffering. That's the most important thing. If there is happiness, Lord Buddha said once, if there is happiness out there, for once, at least a slight a bit, I won't tell there's suffering in this world. He has told there's suffering only. So we know that because every time you get a sensation or perception, if you feel that it's happening to you, it's happening to you. You can't avoid that. So the suffering is there. So friends, I tried my best to tell you a few things about Paticcasamuppada or the dependent origination today. I hope you had a good time. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all, and thank you, Aran.
Terasarnai, I want to discuss with you small time. So, you see, very good explaining. Otherwise, these 6 senses are working without you. Do you hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Me? Yeah. This special thing is this. These 6 senses are working without you. That's an amazing experience. Someone understood this Dhamma. How is creating this mind? So, what is the alive feel? You can experience it. These senses are working. No one is here. Nobody is here. But these 6 senses are working. You are not in there. But thought is here. I am eating. I am drinking. I am running. Everything is, you are thinking. Only the thinking. I'm the doer is here. No doer is here. But thought is here. Do you understand? These senses are working. These senses are working. The senses are only the senses. Nobody is there. So, spicy. You can eat it spicy. So you have hot. Feel is coming. But you thinking this hot is come is me. That's hot have you? No. Hot is your tongue. That's a feel. That's a tongue is sensor. This tongue, this sensor is not working. Spice is not coming. That hot is not coming. May I correct? Do you understand that? This sensor is the sensor.
Sir.
Yeah, sensor is only the sensor. Nobody is here. But we are thinking this hot is mine. It's mine. This hot is who have hot? Who have this burning? No. There's a burn, no? It's a pain, no? Who has this? Nobody is here. But we are thinking, the senses are working. There's an example is that there's a spicy you are eating, there's a hot is coming, but it's senses working. But we are thinking the sensor is me. We are binding the me everywhere. Doer is no doer is here. But we connecting the thought. Everything is the thought. It's the thought. So mindful world is thoughts. Everything is a thought, thinking world. This chair, table, sun, moon, everything is thoughts, no? Otherwise, me also thought. So birth also thought. Death also thought. Have you death? Someone thinking one day me is a death. Can be happen? Someone thinking that death is have. One day he is die. It's okay. The sadness is coming. Why? The thought is given this sadness. It's a thought only. Every time, every moment, these senses are working. Thought is creating. The thought is given existent feel. Something there. That's the other side is alive feel. That's the every time is birth here. Every time is birth here. So death also there. No one is birth. Who is the death? Every time is happening this. This every time. What is this stimulus? Smell something. That's whose this smell is coming? Me. Someone is there? No. Buddha said this. So netam mama neso hamasmi nameso atta. Nobody is here. No one have the smell this. No one is here, but we are think. Only the thought is here. So senses are working. Your nose is working that sensor. That's the smell. Jasmine. Where's the jasmine? Jasmine is a sound. I come to that's a picture. That's a jasmine is a sound. The sound and forms together. That is the thought. Jasmine. But smell and feel is other one. That's a sense of feel. We combine that sense of feel, jasmine. That's the sound and forms together. That's the jasmine. It's a thought. Who is this smell is coming? Who have this smell? You thinking this smell is mine. But who is this? This smell feel is the only the happening here. Smell feeling is the only the happening here. That one is the sensoring creation. That's no sensor is here. The working, that's the feel is there. So that feel is you. The sensor is not working, the smell is not coming, you are not in there. So you are the smell, feel, that's a sensor. So thought is you. Every time we are thinking, the sensor feelings is me, but it's not you. It's a thought only. So senses are working systematically. Process is there. Nobody is there. But thought is creating. I am drinking, I am eating, I am running, everything is you. No, that's the misconception. That's a mistake. But it's huge illusion, huge mirror. The mirage is here. Not easy to understand this. No one is here. Senses are working. You are not in there. You are not in here. No doer not in here. Well, what do you think about it? Nobody is here. No be, no live be, nothing existent is Buddha's word, no. Nisato nijiva sunyo. Who is doing? Are you there? You are doing. Have your death, have your birth. Every time is happening this. What is the death? It's only the thought. So, who are you? You are going to front of the mirror and you are telling, this is me. You can't see also you because you won't see the mirror. Mirror is not you. But that one is the picture coming to eye. Other one is someone or Nimal or what is the name? It's you. You can change no it. It's not you. But it's a thought. That's the sound and the verb. That's together. That's the you. That's only the thought. That's a pineapple is example you told. That eating, there's a taste is coming. That we are eating pineapple. Who is eating pineapple? Pineapple is a sound and forms now. Pineapple is a sound. Otherwise, I is coming to picture. What is the pineapple? Does taste is pineapple? No, it's a thought. You can't thought eat. You can't thought smell. But we are in the thinking world, thoughtful world. That's a mindful world. That's same pineapple. You are also sound and forms. It's a thought. You're not in here. This is the incredible. This is very, how is this? So someone understood this Dhamma. How is this life? You can see everything. Your life is what happened here. No one is here. Nobody is here. System is working. You don't worry now anything because you're not in here. What's the sensor also? Mind sensor also same happening. The thoughts, not you. Thought is your mind sensor. So you can't without see because your eye is a sensor. So when you are deaf, you can't hear. When you are blind, you can't see. So these sensors are the sounds and pictures and smell and taste and this hot and cool, smooth and rough, everything. That's a skin sensor. These 5 sensors is creating, that's the thoughts, no? That's a mind sensor. Mind sensor also automatically working. No one is doing. So concentration meditation people know they want without thoughts. They want continuity. There's a exhaling here and doing the breathing without thoughts. But it not happening. Thoughts is always coming. But they are trying. That's a meditation therapy. Without thoughts, without thinking, they can't do that because mind is automatically working, thoughts are coming. So it's not you. Thought is also sensor. It's automatically is happening. This process, this systematically is happening. This process is going. You can, this imagine is, you are not in here, you are in the out. That's a feel is, that's a awaken to the moment is this. Because you are seeing the film. Film is not in there. Film is our mind. Like that, you understood this is a film. You're not editing the film. Observe. You can't. So you know this is a film. Your feeling is not coming. Attachment or hatred or there's a difference not coming. because you know this is a film, but your mind is not coming that. You are editing that. You have feelings like that. Is a pic. There's a film like that. The situation is our mind is creating without you. You understood this Dhamma. This censoring world is creating sensuality. This world is creating. These senses are creating. Nobody is here. Awaken to the this stage is coming. Awaken to the stage. It's not a dream. It's not a film. It's really this really this present moment also like a dream, like a film. You understood this. Awaken that present moment. You know what happened here. You are not editing anything. Your sadness or suffering or what's the happen. You are not worried because it is senses. His senses are working. That's a spice is eating. That's a burn. That's a pain is coming. You not worry about it because it's a sense, you know. Smell also is a sense, you know. You're not worried. So everything is same. Something you can see is a beautiful, yeah. It's bad. Oh, it's your mind. It's a sensor. It's no one is here. There's a sound is coming, noisy or something. That's a okay. Doesn't matter because it's a sensor. No one is worried because no one is here. That is especially. No, this the Dhamma someone understood how is coming tranquility, how is coming without vibration mind, without vibration any stimulus. That's a calm and cool. That's a no death or no birth. So how is that? Everybody is suffering the death. There's a living being. Every living being is suffering this death. But death is a thought, not easy to understand. Your suffering is gone because your death also not. It's the real. It's the thoughts. So this one understood someone. How nice. How is the feel? Endless happiness now. Because no worry, anything. Do you understood that? What I'm trying to tell you? It's okay. It's okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What do you think about it? What do you think about it? You also I know this understood. So what do you think about the no death or birth? Have you death or birth? Have you this? I know this practically is not easy because we are long period is in this thought. No, it's a permanent. We have death. Have you death? This understood. Sometimes your mind know this. No, now you know this. No, but it is practically is a converting inside. It's want to be happen, but it's not happening. That is why you're thinking. No, you have experience. It's okay. No, this is not a believing. This is not a trust. What do you think?
Yes, sir.
Why are you silent? Why are you silent?
I'm a bit busy today, that's why, Aaron.
It was okay. Tomorrow we can discuss this. Okay, we can discuss another day. It's okay, everybody. It's the Thiruvan Saranai. Today, I think is very nice explaining. So my Dharma friend is okay. Okay, everybody. Thiruvan Saranai. We can meet another day.
Thiruvan Saranai.
It's okay. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai. Dear friends of Dhamma, welcome to our English Zoom talk. First, we would like to pay our Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. The Buddha preached the Four Noble Truths to make us understand that we believe in any of the stimuli, aramunu, that we receive from our six senses is called samudaya. Supposing we receive an image of book, and if we believe that it totally exists outside, it is called samudaya. This belief that the book totally exists outside means that we are actually tricking ourselves. It is our ignorance of the pure path, also known as avidya, which makes us believe in the outside samudaya exists only because of your ignorance of the pure truth. If there is a samudaya, it means that you have been tricked by ignorance and that you believe that the book truly exists outside. If you believe in the book, you begin developing attachment or dislike to it. It can make you happy or it can make you sad. At this point, you begin to create karma for yourself by generating thoughts of love, desire, ill will, and moha, delusion, craving, tanha, or a liking for the book can arise. If there is a book outside, you definitely tend to get attached to it or you would dislike it. If you believe in the book you see outside, then craving, thinning, birth, old age, death, sorrow, and elimination will follow. To avoid going through all suffering, how could you see the thoughts to write in this truth? Can you use these thoughts to come out of our suffering? We will take you how to do that. Now, how to see and trust in the thought. You have to observe that is no book outside. You have to know that an outside is only an illusion. The book is seen within the samudaya, which is an illusional mundane world. This mundane world does not exist outside. The book is only thought do not exist outside. And thoughts to see is a lie. It does not exist anywhere. If you have the wisdom to see all the above, all it is in an aramunu or stimuli. And if you totally understood the Dhamma, then you could begin your journey to realize the ultimate truth. Once you develop the Satya Jnana, it will lead to Buddha Jnana, which in turn will lead to Kruta Jnana. When you go on the path, you have to develop the Satya Jnana. Developing the Satya Jnana means you need to realize that you don't exist. You need to eliminate your Sakkaya Drishti. You have to recognize that everything that you experience or feel from our six senses does not belong to anybody. Once you completely attain to realization that there is no you, automatically move on to develop the Krutajnana. Krutajnana. Krutajnana means you realize that this illusion is created only by six senses, and you clearly see the nimitti, subhavya, of the six senses. When you have the wisdom of the Krutajnana, you just don't do anything, and seeing of the illusion automatically happens. Automatically happens means you don't think that there is no outside. You already feel that there is no outside. At the stage of Krutajnana, the moment you receive an aramunu from any one for your senses, you will immediately be able to realize that the book which you see outside is only a thought and that it does not exist outside. Then you let go and that thought. When you let go one thought, it is similar to letting go of a long string of consecutive thoughts that arise in the mind consciousness. To come to this stage of Krutajnana, you should be a Sotapanna. Only a person who has developed the wisdom of Sotapanna and Anagami could come to this point of Krutajnana. If we explain even further, we could say that only person who has particularly experienced the pure truth person who has of his concept of self, and person who is on the path to nirvana can be at this stage of Krutajnana or at this stage of wisdom. At this stage of Krutajnana, you should already have a deep realization that the stimulus, aramunu, that comes from outside or the book seen outside is only a reception that has been introductions to your mind consciousness before. You should also know very well that reception of a book of something that was not introduced to you at this moment. The reception of a book was something that was introduction to you before. So, therefore, while practicing the Dhamma, we know the clear and unclear Dhamma. Always our Buddothpado, our spiritual guidance teacher, our teacher, always to clear our Dhamma. So, we have a moment to join with us, our Buddothpado Renate. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Teron Sanmai. Today, it's a dependent origination and the Nibbana path is explanation. Is newcomer is a Dhamma friend. I think he's ready. As a Markanti, as a are you there? Canada is a new friend, is Dhamma friend. Do you hear me? Are you there? Do you hear me? It's okay. It's okay. Normally, other Dhamma friend is sometimes she's ready. Sometimes his time is night time now. Yeah, give me 1 minute. Sometimes
Peruvan Saranayaran Wahansa, I think that mic is muted. She has joined. Mic is
I
muted.
think,
Yeah, yeah.
mic is mute. It's your mic unmute. It's okay. Okay, we can continue the normally regular. It's okay. She's joined us. Technical errors there. So mic is not unmuting. Someone can control that mic is can do unmute. Someone mic is mute. Our operation is doing. Someone do that. Do you hear me?
Peruvan Saranayaran Wahansa, she has to unmute the mic.
Ah, yes, okay. Tell us her name. But she's mic is a technical error is there. It's okay. Normally starting that yesterday is explaining that different origins and the Dhamma friend is okay. She's joined. It's okay. We can join with her. It's okay. Okay. Tell us her name. Normal. Just continue our program.
We'll continue Aran Wahansa, no, until she joins.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. Peruvan Saranayaran Wahansa, please accept my humble worship. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. We are sharing the true Dhamma message we received from our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. I request the whole world to research this Dhamma part. This Dhamma part is highly practical. Once you study this, you will observe complete change day by day and path to end your suffering. This is the experimental experience of our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Now there are a lot of followers all over the world who has transformed into a balanced mind. Actually, people suffer in their thoughts. Some people unable to make up their mind. Some people suffer with anxiety, depression in the world. Some people have a fear of death. So it is really worth listening to this Dhamma. It will solve all of your problems. So if you have any questions or guidance on this, Aryan Wahanse will answer. Anyway, my Dhamma friends have been discussing about the dependent and origination last couple of days. So what we have been discussing is the mind creation process. Today, of course, another Dhamma friend would be joining with us. Anyway, Miss Malkanti, if you are ready, please unmute yourself and at any time you can join. Until you join only, we continue. So let's question ourselves about this thought, right? So you suffer in thought. So if you see how one thought is formed, my friend, most of your problems will be solved. So Paticca Samuppada, this dependent and origination means seeing the creation of one thought, that is your mind formation. So that's what we have been discussing so far, right? So now let me ask you a question. Is there a mind? No, my dear. Actually, there is no mind. Mind is a spark. Spark means what? It appears and then there itself it disappears. That's why we say it is a spark. It arises due to a system. So please understand, there is nothing called mind. There is no place for it. You will think it is inside the brain. No way. There is no place for it. It is a spark. It is a current. Your body is the circuit helping to form that current. So when you say mind, or you can say mind consciousness, or you will say chitta, or you will say thought, or you will say object, or you will say arambane, whatever the name you call it, we say it is a spark. So when you take a single thought, what will you find there? Thought means what? It is combination of sounds and forms only. So even though you say it is my house, my child, my whatever friend, my husband, whatever, actually friends, you are attaching to a thought. You suffer since you cannot get rid of one thought. So let's look at what Buddha has told to Mogaraj. O Mogaraj, ever mindful, see the world as void, Shunya. Having eradicated the notion of an Atma or self, so many one overcome death. So you need to understand there is no self or Atma living inside. This is Anatma doctrine. We are trying to explain you as per the guidance of our spiritual teacher how to get rid of this wrong view of self. So for that, we'll first try to understand how our sensor works. So there are 6 sensors in your body. So your whole body is like sensor system. I can see now Miss Malka
now it's
has
okay.
joined. Yeah. Please we'll invite our Dhamma friend to continue from here onward. Thank you.
Yeah, Therwan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. I want to introduce all of them. First is Markanti is in Canada. Is a Dhamma friend, is Buddothpado's Dhamma here in that long period. So she's very old. My mother like that. It's 77 years old. So especially that's have more experience. Military. It's a friend. Yeah, I know everything is. Malkanthi wrote the one book. Otherwise, there's a Buddothpado Dhamma discourses. How the Buddothpado English books as a one of is a wrote this Malkanthi. It's a writer. She told
No,
me.
actually.
Okay. She's very. Yeah, I know you. Malkanthi is done is very well. I appreciate you, especially. First, I won't tell that. So she know this. But how is happened this case? What's this happen here? How is happen? What's the happen here? She have experience. Otherwise, that is why special. Why she won't talk here? So I invite she. Otherwise, so I know she's in. Before that last period, she's in some type of injured because she's old. So otherwise she is my teacher. Otherwise, but
No.
I know
That's not true.
I know. No, everything is okay, but it's a very especially the experience, because we want newcomers given to message. You haven't experience, but this all people, we know we won't respect them because they have experience. So they have long period experience. So it is very worth all of them. So okay, Malkanthi, first we want to explain how his mind is created, what is Buddha's explanation, what is the dependent origins. Yeah, join with us and explain your side. So it's okay.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි සියලු දෙනාටම මේ මම එච්චර හොඳට කියාගන්න පුළුවන් මේ දන්නේ because I got only a short time to prepare myself. Just half an hour ago here, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi called me, and I told him, you should have told me yesterday. I need time to prepare myself for this, but I really don't have time. But respecting his invitation, I'm talking. So if I won't be able that affects the whole thing. It's like the backbone that and actually in reality you have to contemplate on it. You have to practice it within you. That means meditate. You have to meditate the steps of the dependent origination. So the first thing is avijja paccaya sankhara. This means the reason for everything is avidya, ignorance. Ignorance is the reason for all defilements. Everything that's happening, the sansaric traveling in the sansara, everything is dependent on this. So what is this avidya? Avidya is the not knowingness of the Four Noble Truths. Four Noble Truths, if you know that Four Noble Truths, you know the Paticcasamuppada. If you don't know it, that's what makes us go in this sansara. So this leads to avijja paccaya sankhara. Sankhara means volitions. We have so many volitions. 3 types of main volitions. I mean, this is a long thing if I have to explain the whole thing to you, but I'll get to the point. 3 things: vachi sankhara, mano sankhara, saha chitta sanskara. So vachi sankhara, the kaya sankhara. Kaya sankhara means the breath. The whole thing is dependent on our breath, right? And that's what it is. And then the mano sankhara and chitta sankhara. Chitta sankhara is the chitta, the things that we think of, all volitions, everything, all defilements, all good things, bad things, everything is included in that, I believe. So avidya paccha sankara, sankara paccha vijnana. Now it comes to the consciousness. The most important thing, consciousness. Now consciousness leads to, we have our consciousness. We really cannot explain what the consciousness is, but it's there. But it leads to nama rupa, name and form. Name, materiality and mentality. These are very important. Materiality and mentality are always in the whole process. This is going on and on and on in the whole process. Name and form. So name and form leads to namarupa paccha vijnanam, jnana paccha namarupa number salayatana. Salayatana means the senses, all our senses. This is the core thing. Main thing is the senses. So we see, hear, touch, smell, see, hear, touch, smell. I can remember the other one. So all these, right? So because of the eye, we see rupa. This is the salayatana loko. This is the main thing. Because of the salayatana, you preserve the world. The world, you take the world in. Now here comes salayatana paccha, avidya paccha, salayatana paccha namarupa paccha salayatana paccha passo. Passe, how does that happen? How does this happen? The passa means contact. How does the contact happen? When you see the object is there and your mind is here, mind and object get connected with the vijnana. This has to happen in order for to form something, for you to see something, always. Rupa, then sabda, gandha, rasa, sparsha. All these happen like this. But the main thing here is, the way I see it, sankara. Sankara is formed by this process. If you observe this process very carefully, you can eliminate it at certain level. It doesn't even, through my experience I'm talking, for example, if you are in a distress, like you are really upset over something, you think of this as you meditate, because you have to know the meditation process for this. Think of this and then you can stop it right there. Then you see all these are happening. We see something. Hello?
Teruvan Sarnai, we can hear you.
It's okay. She's coming call. What can't do it here?
Hmm.
Yeah, it's okay. Tera Saranai. It's okay. Do you hear?
Mm,
Are you there? It's okay. Tera Saranai. That's finally it's explained that there's passer. It's okay. Tera Saranai. Do you hear me? It's okay. There are technical errors there. It's okay. She's coming again because she's side is signal error. It's okay. It's okay. Tera Saranai.
yeah. Hello.
Yeah, Sarana, yeah, technical error is there. It's okay, no problem, Kanti. You're explaining the perfectly is avidya pacha sankara, sankara pacha vinyana, vinyana pacha namarupa, namarupa pacha salatana, salatana pacha pasa is stop there. So it's
Right.
the Buddhist word is there, that's the dependent origination. That's it's a very nice to explain. That is okay, continue. I think it's continuing is best. Sparsha is the point is coming. Salatana Pacha Pasa.
Yeah. Salachana
Pasa
Patya
is
Pasa.
our mind.
Pasa is
Yeah.
the contact.
Mind,
Yeah. Contact.
yeah,
Contact. But
contact. That the
Pasa is
five
the
senses are
contact.
creating the, yeah, mind sensor is the contact. Yeah. Mind sensor is there's the place, no? Five senses
Yeah.
are
That's the
together
place.
coming
This
with the
is,
mindset.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the place
Right.
now. This is the place where maybe you don't realize it, but you really think about it. The Nama, okay, form, perception, volitions, sanya, sankara, vijnana. Name,
That's a five aggregate.
form, perception, volitions, sankara, perception, sanya. Form is the swarupaya, the whatever we see all over the, whatever we see, the rupa, form. Swarupaya, perception, then volitions and vijnana. Those five, all the time when you look at something, when you get connected with, for example, we'll say the taste and the vijnana and the manasa, right? And the mind. Those three have to contact. They have to come together to experience a taste. So we'll say, for example, kesel gediya. We are eating a kesel gediya. You see how all these 5, what I mentioned before, is there. That is the sankara. These are all in all 5 aspects. This thing happens. Kesel gediya
Yeah,
kanakota. Yeah.
explain the banana. Banana is have a color, and banana
Right.
have sound.
Yes.
Banana and banana have taste, and banana
Right.
have smell,
Yes.
and banana
Yes.
have rough, smooth, the hot. Yeah. Yeah, yes, okay.
So when then the banana, you see, oh, I can make a fruit salad with this, or I can, I can have plenty of bananas. So you continue with that. That's how you continue. When we try to be mindful, and then you try to cut that. I should not go from here. You can always cut that. That's what I said before. At the certain point, when you take it as a meditation process, you can always stop it right there. Otherwise, then only the whole the thing happens. The jati, the salayatana pachya pasa pachya vedana, and then vindanaya. All those things come after that. Vindanaya, then after that, vedana pachya tanha, right? The craving, then clinging. Then the jati, jara, marana, dukkha, sukha, paridya, pancha upadana skandha dukkha. So the pancha upadana skandha means those 5 things that I mentioned before.
So otherwise is existent field, no?
Yeah. Existence, yeah. Pancha upadana skandha, because Buddha always explained pancha upadana skandha as the whole thing is in this process, in this pancha upadana skandha. So that's why I said, if you can contemplate on this, and if you can cut at that point. And the other thing is, the main thing you have to think about is always it's there me. I am eating the banana. I am the one who is tasting it. There's no me. There's no me actually. There's no me. I am not eating the banana. This is a process. These 5 things happen together. These things happen together, and it happens. And when whatever you do, even if you see something, even if you smell something, even if you touch something, these are happens. There's no me involved there. How can the me has nothing to do with it? When you really think deeper and deeper into that, you get to the realization that where's this me? Where does me doesn't exist? This me cannot. This is something that we have put into ourselves. This self, myself, me, my that thing. When you think like this, we have to always.
Life is coming. Life is yeah.
What is that?
Life is coming. No.
Alive. Yeah. Feeling of being alive. Feeling of being alive. Yes. You get that. That's the driving force. You always feel like you are living because of that me coming in. If the me is not there, there's no excitement in it. Actually, when you really think about it, there's no excitement in, because where is this me? Everything is like this. Whatever happens, then you can question yourself. Where is this me? It's not me. The I. I'll take another example. The I, the object, and the consciousness. If these 3 are not there, where is the me? These 3 must get together for you to be able to see, for the contact to happen. These 3 things must contact together, right? So if that's not there, there's no me. So me doesn't have a solid purpose or a place there. I really can't. I try to think, where does this come from? This me, which is the hindrance, which is the thing that's taking us in this samsara. But actually, there's no base for that. There's no base for that. When you really analyze these things, then you don't see it. You have to think, where is it coming from?
Yeah. Yes, okay. I think it's a signal error. Others are listening? No, it's okay. That's a Canada. She's in Canada. That is why. So there. So Makhan, do you hear me? It's okay.
She got disconnected.
No, yeah, she's reconnecting. That is why systematically is happening there. So disconnect and reconnect. Okay, she's explaining that. That's how is a life is coming. So these six senses are created. That's a final effort is the mind consciousness. Mind consciousness is the happening. Mind sensor is working. These five senses are creating is finally. That's the five senses are coming together. That's the mind consciousness creating. That's the point of. Otherwise, is the Buddha's word is that's a pasa, sparsha. There's a five aggregates. That's a it's happening here. This dependent origination Dhamma is our mind creation. So this is the especially we want to know this one moment, one thought, how is happening is you. That's one thought you can realize is a chair or table or something. But what is this chair? Chair is your mind. But you can see, everybody know this chair is there outside. But it is illusion. It's a mirage. It's your mind. But how is this happening? How is this stirring? Why is this stirring? Because this chair is a sound. Otherwise, chair is a picture. You can touch. That's your touch is your skin sensor. That's a picture is your eye sensor. That's your chat sound is your ear. You can't hear it properly. If you are deaf, how can you hear the sound? You can't, because it's a sensor. Otherwise, it's this smell. It's a sensor. So chair have this five. There's a color and sound and smell and hot and cool skin sensor and your tongue, but it's a usable. It's a what is the reality is here. It's a chair is existent, but it's a it's not a, it's your mind, no, not anything. Sound is a mind. Otherwise, it's a picture of a mind. If you are blind, how can you see? These six senses are creating. The mind sensor is the effort. Final result is the chair. It's an existent field. That's the life field. We are thinking this world is a thinking world, not a real world. That's the different origination, creation. Finally, what happening? You are, other side is you are there. That's the Padana Bhava. Bhava meaning is the existent field. Bhava is a choice, the existent. That's the Bhava. Padana Pacha Bhava. Bhava Pacha Jati is Buddha's different origination is a 12 words we are explaining. So Jati is other side is Cha is there, you are here. That's a field. That's a you can feel it. That's the existent field. This other side is alive field. That's the soul. But it is like a current. It is like a magnetic power, like electric power. Like this is a mind power. That's a mind. How this feel is existent field. Otherwise, it's you. Alive field. It's a power. It's a thinking. It's you have, so you can realize, for example, your anger coming. Your feeling is very powerful. You can hit. So very power. There is a power. Very power. You can kill someone. So because more power is coming, your anger feel is coming. Your more power is coming. But normal, you are in tranquility. It's a peacefully. No more power. There's a power is gone. Like a neutron is a neutral the power. That is like a nibbana. So our mind is always side by side is going. Sometimes you are in anger. Sometimes you are in attachment. So that is there's a defilements. There's a how these defilements are coming. This world is beginning. This world is happening. Our eye is the word. Is the Buddha's word. The ear is the word. Is the sound word. Eye is the picture word. So when you are in childhood, that's a kindergarten time. You can realize before kindergarten, little baby, how are these defilements? How is defilements are coming? So before kindergarten, little baby haven't the world otherwise. That's a little child don't know anything. So that's a baby don't know this. What is this word? So and no anything is there. So after kindergarten time, you can realize what is teachers teaching. Everything is given picture and sound, and so teacher given the picture and given the sound. So that's a study. So after telling the orange, apple, so colors also red, yellow, blue, everything, mom, dad, everything, sun, moon, everything is as words. Yeah, That's the thoughts are creating. That's the time of the mind creation. That's your world, otherwise is the birth. That is your birth is. Really birth is your I is the birth. These senses are creating. That's the birth. Buddha said that. Skandhanam patibhav atanam patlabu amuchajat. That's the sutras there, Tripitaka. What is this? Jadidhamma Sutra. Buddha said this. What is this? This is your I is the world. These senses are creating, that is the world. So one time you have a one thought. Every time have a thought. But this thought is coming. Yeah, you can see the you can see the wall. You can see the wall. You can see other things. So that's you. That's your mind. You're thinking. Nothing anywhere. It's your thinking world. This world is like a simulation, like a fan, like a. This is not a real. It's your mind. It's your mind creation. I think it's a. Are you there, Mom? You can hear me. That's explaining hers, ending this. I think it is very well explained. Are you there? You can listen me. You can hear me. That's a different origination is going path. So because someone want to be here, the suffering or sadness will come. No one is here who have suffering, who have sadness. That is why Buddha finding the truth. But how is the sadness is coming, humans? That is Buddha try to understand. So Buddha want ending the suffering. So, but suffering is here because illusion is here. So illusion is the misconception. People don't know what is the truth. The truth is people not in anywhere. That's your mind. That is why Buddha explaining. Your suffering is coming. Your thoughts are creating. That suffering is coming. That's the point is your thoughts. So you're thinking. So someone is thinking, one day I will death. His mind coming sadness because he is not permanent. So how is this sadness is coming? How is this suffering is coming? That thought is given. So that is why we want to understand how this thought are creating. The thought is otherwise is given you to the power. So someone come in anger. So that one is only the thought. That anger thought is, it's your power is generating. That's anger thought is gone, your power is gone. This human mind is the power. How is this human mind is creating? How is this power is creating? These are thoughts creating. Inside there, there's a Abhisankarana is a generated system is here. So Buddha word is Abhisankarana. It's a vibrations. So generating the power, like there's a Victoria Dam is Sri Lanka here. There's a generating the electric power. How is this generating? Is a rotating the magnetic, huge magnet. So does a magnet have different ending, plus and minus. So this magnet is rotating, that plus and minus is generating. So your home, our home, coming two wires, red and blue. This wire plus and minus is with a electric power is, there's a two side. So these are connecting. That's the power is coming. This red and blue wire is connecting. That's the power. This light also working like that, connecting these two sides. So we are using this power, making the lights and AC plants. So there's a cool is creating. There's a machine are creating. Fan also, wind is coming. Fan is creating, this power is using. There's a motor. The power is linking, and the power is the otherwise converting the wind, cool, hot, everything is we can made using this power. That's our Earth, planet also have the magnetic power. This same creation, it's different ending, rotating. This different ending otherwise is the build up in rotating. Rotating, that's the different ending is build up in. Otherwise power is automatically generating. No one is doing. Automatically is happening this everything. Like this, the sensors also happening. That's an example. What is happen here like that? Example. Our mind, these sensors are creating. This power is generating. Are you there, Markant? Is okay? Do you hear me? So we want to explain this. Do you hear me? It's okay. Your mic unmute and talk with us is okay. Join
Yes,
with us. You can.
we can hear you, Arenhasa.
It's okay. This is the especially one. This is especially okay. We can join with her another day because sometimes he want time. Last period she's injured. So after so I thought she's not recovered, but I call her my teacher. So I can't stop. She doing today. So she is okay. she told me, so now the health is okay. So after I invited her to come and join with us. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
She has joined Aryan Mahansa.
Do you hear me? It's okay. But so something error is there. So mic is mute. Unmute is not. She can't do the unmute. She told me something there. Others no problem, no. Others mic are okay, no. But she told me that mic is not. A button is okay touching, but mic is not coming to unmute. That is why she's tried many times. It's okay. There's a technical error is there. Sometimes her phone. It's okay. We can arrange it. Okay. We can join with her. So future. It's okay. It's okay. Today I think is the time is gone. So special thing is she's joined with us because I know how valuable the hers inside have more dumb secrets. So we should talk like that because the deep meanings she have experience. She won't tell because she is now very old. Otherwise, she have experience more monks with discussions. As Punya Jatelo and Bhikkhu Bodhi and many experience she have. She otherwise wrote books, so that is why she have more experience whole world. There's a Buddhist guys, Buddhist monks experience. So she more times she and me with me and talk what is the real path, how is going. She asked me many times. The discussions are going, and sometimes arguments are going. But finally, it's okay. She understood the Dhamma, real Dhamma, and now today she is very happy. She know that she have now today's tranquility. So she know that Nibbana path, what is the real one. She know that what is the inside meditation. Yeah. There was
excuse me, Thiruvan Sarai.
Yeah, I took.
I am not that renowned, or
yeah, it's okay.
I am kind of embarrassed because I don't have the knowledge that you talk about.
No, it's
I have
okay.
a little bit of knowledge, actually. Yeah, but thank you for the introduction. But I am not that advanced, actually.
No, you have experience. So that is the good human. I think is talking like this. I have no. I'm not a big guy. I'm a simple guy. Yeah, it's okay. Buddha asking the Buddha. Buddha said, yeah, I'm a simple guy. It's the same answer. I think it's the path of the Nibbana. Going, someone is does the answer. is the honest. I think no huge humans. No, it's a simple. No, no one is here. It's a simple. No. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, Makaji, I invite you to tomorrow, or you can ready. No. It's okay. We can do this best. It's okay. I think today's struggling is okay. It doesn't matter. It's my error. I invite you immediately. It's okay. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Markant, you can ready to tomorrow. It's okay. You do this is properly. It's okay. Okay, Markant.
What's that?
Tomorrow you can. I think is do this properly because today is struggling. No? It's okay. Tomorrow same time you can join with us. and you do your best to explain. It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's 11, right?
Okay. Everybody, that's a good as a signal
The
for all
timing
of
is a
them.
little bit
Happy
difficult
to
for
talk.
me.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, Vakanti, tomorrow you can join. It's okay. Today is a timing, so it's okay. Okay, everybody.
Yeah.
Terus sarai.
Terima
Okay,
Saranai.
Vakanti.
Saruti.
Terus
Terima
sarai.
Saranai.
It's okay. Terus sarai, everybody.
Thiruvan Saranai. Dear friends of Dhamma, welcome to our English home talk. First, we would like to pay spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma's home talk. It is of great importance that you know the philosophy at the Buddha, that, that the Buddha pursued to the world, because without the basic knowledge about how a thought is formed is the mind, you would to be able to attain Nibbana. This valuable Buddothpado Dhamma talk will teach you the philosophy of the Buddha and guide you on the path of nirvana or spiritual liberation. These valuable Buddothpado Dhamma talks will teach you the philosophy of the Buddha and guide you on the path on nirvana or spiritual liberation. In order to understand the Dhamma, we have to associate with and discuss it with a Kalyan Mitra like our Buddhottpada spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher who has the practical experience to guide us on the path. We hope that you gain much from the valuable talk today. I would like to invite our Buddhottpada Dhamma friends to present his value insight teaching on Dhamma. Thank you very much. Thiruvan Saranai.
Me Triple Gem, Nobel Triple Gem, bless you all. Before starting, we humbly pay our homage to the Supreme Buddha and also to our Aryan Mansi who has taught us Dhamma. And I hope everyone is well and happy today. We are talking again today about Buddothpado or dependent origination in English. I talked about that in a superficial way on the first day. I think few other Nobel friends also talked about it. I just wanted to again start it in a perspective that I see it, the Buddothpado. I would say it's a humble effort to put this into words, and especially in a foreign language. So I apologize if there's any problem with that. Hopefully, everyone will be able to comprehend what is the message, because it's actually a message we are trying to give. It's not actually, even though we are struggling with words, it's a message we are trying to give to everyone. So Supreme Buddha actually told us truth about how the mind is created. Well, why it is important, first of all, why it is important is until we know something thoroughly, we don't really know it. So, but we have lived so far. We acquire things from the environment. We don't really question much. That's not how we are taught. We are taught to listen and just go according to the flow. So we did, and actually we did it very well. So, but sometimes people like Lord Buddha, he became a Lord Buddha by understanding how this mind is created and that there is no self in there at all. So why he told that if you know dependent origination, you know Dhamma, and if you know Dhamma, you know Buddha. So I'll try to look at it in a different angle today. So we are actually not trying to understand this just to prove what is being with the words. We are trying to understand what probably he meant by that, by telling dependent origination. So before starting that, I would like to actually talk about a little bit of physics here, which some people will not understand. I'm sorry about that. It helps to me to explain some of the things that are being taught. So when we learn physics, we learn that there are waves, different kinds of waves, which are there. So as human beings with 5 senses, we can only appreciate only few types of waves. That means we only appreciate what we can with our senses. There can be so many other waves. So as an example, some animals, for an example, like a bat, those animals, they can understand different waves than us. For human beings who have the 5 senses, we can understand a set of waves or set of vibrations. So imagine that we don't have one of the senses. So imagine you don't have the eyes or the ears or the ability to feel the touch or the taste or the smell. If any of these senses are not working properly, are we even able to understand the world originated by that sensor? Not really. We can't appreciate anything, can we? So if we are given a sensor, we have been able to appreciate one specific type of wave. So imagine the light waves. So the problem here is, for decades, we have been thinking, okay, there is a light wave outside and it comes to my eye and then I see. But the problem is, if you take an example, if you're colorblind, you can't really see if you're colorblind to red, you can't really see red, even though others are seeing red. So that frequency or that wave of that ability of seeing red, it's very specific to the sensor. So does that mean if sensor is not like having a frequency to have a similar frequency to outside, can't really appreciate red? So does that mean the sensor has a specific frequency that is going to be able to produce a vibration in the sensor, which is going to actually have the coincide with the frequencies outside? If you don't have the ability to generate a vibration for red color in your eye, even though red, whatever the producing the red color, the frequency is out there, you can't catch it. That means it's originated in the eye. Unless it is originated in the eye, you can't appreciate it. Similar, the light. We believe, I mean, it's a belief. This will be actually in future will be proven by scientists in future, I think. Do you think light is originated somewhere else and coming to our eye? Or is the eye actually is able to produce a vibration, so that is if that is not there, you are not able to appreciate light at all. So it's a production. As I told last time, it's kind of like a factory. It's a production. But the problem with this production is that whenever these frequencies do occur in the senses, due to ignorance, that means we don't know that it is formed in the sensor, we kind of feel that it is actually me doing this. I see the light. Isn't that that's actually how it is? Because we don't know. It's actually originated here. Not actually, there's no self or someone seeing outside. Because as I told you last time, we can't really appreciate outside anyway. We can only appreciate our mental formations. So mental formations are the mainstay of our mind, or the feeling of existence or feeling of self is formed because of the mental formations. But the problem is, because we don't know, or because of the ignorance, we don't know that the mental formations are doing this. It's a very rapid process, so we can't catch it anyway. If this is in a slow motion, my dear friends, I think this would be easy to understand. But because this is a very fast process, ignorance is getting every day stronger and stronger. Ignorance is getting stronger because we feel that everything is available outside, and I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm seeing things, I'm seeing the light, I see the chair, I see the beautiful sky. Yeah, I see everything. But does that mean I don't see anything? Well, I see everything, yes. But it's just with the help of the formation we have in this process. So, friends, I just wanted to reiterate that these are very beautiful senses which do like miracles. But the problem is, it gives a fantasy world, because there's light out there and I'm here. So it's such a fantasy, such a feeling that it gives you. But we are actually trying to beat the ignorance, trying to understand what is happening here. So what happens when waves with two different amplitudes or wavelengths are superimposed? What happens when two different waves come together? Well, I think anyone will understand. Simply, if not to make it too difficult, I would say one wave in the river is there, and we put a stone, then there's another different kind of wave. Can you say that the two waves actually get together or get superimposed and actually form a new one? A completely different wave? Can you see that? You can do this yourself. Put a stone to a water, maybe basin, and see if There's always like a flowing rhythm in the river. And if we do something to that, actually the wavelengths, does one wavelength disappear? No, it's not one wavelength, or the one wave is getting superimposed by the other one. So this superposition of dissimilar waves produce a new different wave. I just told this as like an example. It's not the exact example. Don't actually get too stressed about the examples. This just to make you feel comfortable about understanding what I'm trying to say. So in the eye, we produce kind of one frequency. And as for the example I told last time, you see the mental formation of the mother. No, you don't know whether it's mother. You just see it. Some kind of picture or form. Then we keep telling, someone else will be keep telling, or maybe the mother will be keep telling the child, the small baby, mother, ma, or mom, or amma in Sinhala. So how do we get the child to talk? We just keep repeating this. And if the system is doing very well, there are some systems that don't work well, then you will see kids who are very late to talk. But I'm talking about some natural system where they have the natural ability to incorporate these two waves. So what's the wave which brought mother or ma to the baby's ear? It's another kind of different wave. Do we have to know all that? No, not really. But it's a wave. It's kind of a wave. It's a kind of another frequency. So what happens when the baby gets them all the time together? This system itself is so nicely produced that they can actually, the system itself can get this together to make a new, different wave. What's that? That's the mind, the formation of the mind. What happens there? Is this wrong? No, it's not wrong. This is natural. This is the Chitta Niyama that Lord Buddha was explaining. It's a niyama. That means it's happening. No one can stop that. It's just a natural way of life, or the way in this situations. But there's something else happening here, because there's a new different wave. Do you get my point? I'll reiterate, because there's a new different frequency. The baby feels the difference, and that becomes another different wave, because every frequency, it has a mental formation. You can't prevent this. Each and every frequency will have a mental formation. So this difference, because the one wave is coming, there are two waves coming at the same time, and there's a new different wave produced, which is we call mind. I'm just doing an example here. So the mind itself has a different frequency, because it's a completely different wave now, because of their superpositions. Does that mean they are like in somewhere in the brain? No, it's happening, and we can't really place it anywhere. So when it happens, what does this baby feel? The difference is felt. because there's a difference now. That difference of the frequencies that when the mind is originated, that also has another mental formation. That's a new mental formation. Actually, that is the reason that we have Atmasanya, or the mental formation, or a form, name and form for the self, for the existence, because the baby feels a difference, and the feeling of the difference, we, in the system itself, we tend to put another sanya, or another, I can't remember the English word for sanya, but another name and form for the actual, this new frequency. That's the reason, friends, that there is that feeling of existence happen. This new feeling is there because it gave the baby that there is a difference. But does it stop there? No, it doesn't, because it keeps happening. You know, the mind keeps happening. The apple, the father, so the just doesn't stop there. Do you know how much things we know? Oh, I don't know. It's really a lot. Even a 7-year-old child knows a lot. How about 35-year-old? How about 50-year-old? How about 80-year-old? How many times have this ignorance being proved? Because any time there is a mental formation and the mind is produced by maybe the tree, maybe whatever you call it, even the COVID-19, it's a new name. And name and a form get together, and we now know something called COVID-19, and we feel that it's real. And as soon as that happens, the feeling of existence is proved again and again and again and again. So this feeling of existence, or the different way you felt, is being proven all the time. So it's getting, we call it in Pali abhisankara. So it's proven, the ignorance is getting worse and worse, like more and more. Unless someone come to you and tell you, wait a bit, what is happening here? Do you feel the feeling of existence because you are actually there? Or is it a production of something else? Well, that is the message. What is dependent origination? So when I say that don't feel that there's actually something turning to something else, it's not the point I'm trying to tell you. I'm actually trying to simplify this dependent origination just to tell you how the feeling of existence is made. Because even the wave I'm talking about, it will be only appreciated when you have the sensor. When you don't have the sensor, do you appreciate the waves anywhere? No, you can't feel any frequency. So then the appreciation of the outside is gone, because there's no telepathy system doing that again. So can we say then wave is actually there? or the frequency, it's actually there. The vibration, it's actually there. No, not really. It's a production too. If this place is, if the sensor here is not vibrating, having a vibration, then there's nothing. But what happens with the actual, imagine a person with ignorance, full ignorance, he or she doesn't know that this is happening. Even anyway, animals can't understand this because their mind is not that developed. But even a normal human with ignorance, they can't understand how the mind is created. So they will be feeling, okay, I see light. I see the moon. I see the sun. I see the beautiful sky. And go on and on. It will never finish. And also, what is the problem with that? The feeling of existence, that new vibration, which happen each and every time you appreciate this vibration, there's another vibration in the back of that is the feeling of existence. You can't really avoid that happening, because each time you feel that it is the chair is real, or the sky is real, or the moon is real, or the tree is real, each time you get this change in the vibration in this system, human system, that feeling of existence, that name and form is also there. So, friends, the feeling of existence is actually dependent on this mind formation. So the feeling of existence is there always when the mind is full of ignorance, because ignorance makes the things feel as real. So as soon as you feel it real, we can't really prevent feeling of existence happening. So they both are like similar. But does that mean they're similar? Oh, actually, they're not similar. It doesn't mean like that. It's actually coexistent. So as soon as you feel that it's real, the feeling of existence is there, because it's the same time you actually get that frequency. You have that frequency all the time, because each time you have this real feeling. What happens when you understand Dhamma? This dependent origination. So you understand, okay, there is a reason for feeling of existence, not me doing it. There's nothing called me anyway, because it's a feeling. Feeling of existence is actually dependently originated. It is originated because of existence of something else. What is that? That's the real feeling. That you feel all the names and forms are real. So if the names and the forms are real, you can't prevent craving happening, because you can't really avoid the feeling, because the Vedana, you can't avoid Vedana if you feel that it's real. And if you can't avoid Vedana, craving, you can't do anything with that craving, because it's a natural phenomena that the craving happens. Dependent origination is like a chitta niyama. It happens anyway, unless you beat the ignorance. So it's bit it can be a bit difficult to understand, but what I'm trying to say is again and again that dependent origination is actually a process which talks about how the mind is created. At the same time, if you, with the ignorance, if the birth happened, the birth of that particular item we see, whatever, the chair, because this is a very quick process, you can't really get, oh, okay, I'll see the mental formation now. I'm going to catch the consciousness, or am I going to catch the clinginess or the craving? Nothing. You can't do anything because this is a very fast process. No one can touch this. But we can only appreciate the chair. We see. So if you feel the chair is real because of the ignorance, feeling of existence is always there. That is the main message I want to give. Feeling of existence is actually dependently originated. So friends, it's nothing to do with me or anyone, any human being or any animal. The feeling of existence is originated even in an animal like the same way. Because ignorance is there, whatever the mental formations causing birth of that actually, that chitta or the item or the thing, if it becomes real, feeling of existence is there. You can't avoid it. So what happens with understanding of dependent origination? Actually, if you beat the ignorance, or if you slightly understand this, it's a slow process, but if you understand slowly that this is a process and feeling of existence is actually dependently originated, can we beat that? Why should we beat that, by the way? Why should you beat feeling of existence? That's Lord Buddha's explanation. Feeling of existence is the real reason for suffering. Because that's the beginning and the continuing this birth and death process origination. If you don't understand this, the cycle of birth will never end. But is there a good reason for that? Not really. You're just in the fantasy world. In one fantasy world at one time for 60 years maybe in human system, and then with the death of that body, what? The feeling of existence is going to be there, even though the bodily, the senses are not working, because the feeling of existence was, that frequency was like a dependently originated from nowhere, like from not directly from the organs, but from the mind which originated at that time. This can form and have a frequency and can match another frequency elsewhere. This is the most difficult part of the samsara, or the cycle of birth. At the time of the death of the body of any animal or a human, this feeling of existence or that frequency will be having a similar frequency elsewhere, where birth of another chitta will happen. And again, when there is a mind, suffering is there. Because any mind which believes that their self is suffering, any mind which has a feeling of existence is suffering. Do you need anyone else to tell you that? Aren't you suffering now? Are you like really floating with happiness? Not really. So if you know the suffering has like a very great meaning in Lord Buddha's Dhamma, it's not just suffering because you are hungry, not suffering because you have cut your finger. I'm suffering because I don't have money at the moment. That's not the suffering we are talking about. We are talking about a suffering which is very deep than that, because this cycle of birth, even with the thought, each thought, it's continuing. It doesn't matter which body you hold, the cycle of birth is continuing and the suffering continuing. So unless you come to Lord Buddha's Dhamma and one day someone, a noble friend, will come and tell you, do you know that the mind is actually a creation? Well, really? Yeah, mind is a creation. And feeling of existence is another creation from that. Well, that is going to actually, do you know that hearing that, Sariputta Thera, before becoming Sariputta, he heard only one sentence of this. There is a Hetupaladahama, I can't remember the exact word in English, but he just heard the sentence about dependent origination, and in the literature it says that he became a stream winner. How did he become a stream winner? By just listening that, darling friend, this is just a thing that is dependently originated, not anything you do. And that Thoreau was, the Thoreau's life started from there. He became a stream winner. Buddhist side, I think his name was at that time. So it clicks some minds. It won't click other minds. This Dhamma will actually hit very hard to some minds, because they have a quest to understand why I'm feeling like existing if Lord Buddha said that there is no me or no I or no myself. It's been taught everywhere. We know it from our school time that there is no I, there is no me, there is no myself. But what am I feeling then? Then we have to have an explanation. What am I feeling? Why I feel like I'm existing? Well, that's the reason. Because each time when the ignorance is there, the mental formations, the consciousness, the name and form, six senses get together and contact. What is the contact? Well, the waves I was talking about. How the superposition or the superimposed waves makes the mind. These frequencies come together, you get a different feeling. That's the reason I was talking about the physics. It's just an example. Please apologize. I apologize if it's making you a bit uneasy. I'm just taking it as an example. If there is contact, there is a feeling. What is the contact? There is a contact because these senses are having a frequency together. There is a superposition of the frequencies producing a new different wave or new different feeling. That feeling is there, the craving occurs. You can't stop craving because there's a new different feeling. Friends, do you get the point? I don't know, I'm trying to explain it. So when there is a feeling, the craving occurs and the clinging occurs. Do they occur like, okay, craving happens, then after few minutes after that clinging happens? No, these are all superimposed. They are like each and everything happens together. You can't differentiate them, even though they are worded in a like a order in a paper. It doesn't mean they are in an order in that paper. It just happens, keep happening. If the craving is there, you cling. If you cling, you become the chair. You can't avoid becoming the chair. And if the chair is born, feeling of existence is there, friends. You can't just avoid that. The feeling of existence or jati happens. Can you stop that? Yeah. How do you stop that? Am I going to fight with all these sensations? No. I'm not going to fight with any sensory organ. I'm just going to fight with the ignorance. You just keep attacking the ignorance. How do you attack the ignorance? There are 5 ways Lord Buddha told. I can't remember them in English, but the ignorance, to beat ignorance, we have to discuss Dhamma and listen to Dhamma. Yeah, just understand from the teacher about this ignorance more and more. I'm talking about this sensual world. Ignorance is really deep. When you go deep into that, this feeling of existence should be actually understood if you want to stop this dependent origination for suffering. If someone wants to understand Lord Buddha's Dhamma, I think someone should understand dependent origination and how that is forming. If you become, you can't prevent birth. If you get the feeling of existence, okay, that's the other thing. If you feel the feeling of existence, do you think that you can avoid dying? You really can't, because you feel that you are there and you have to die anyway. I'm not talking about the death of the body. I'm talking even each mind, each thought. Yeah, it's so beautifully done by Lord Buddha that feeling of existence is the beginning of suffering. The mind is actually because of this feeling that the mind is real, is the main problem that you feel the existence. And if you feel the existence, okay, old age and death. Who is having the old age and death? And all this sorrow or whatever, the whole list of things, who is going to feel that? You or me? If I'm here, yeah, I have to feel all that because I'm here. Feeling of existence is there, then you have to feel it. Who can help that? If you are there, you have to feel it. If your finger is cut and if you feel this, the touch, pain, all the receptors that are working, giving a pain sensation, and if you feel that it's actually you getting cut, I mean, what else can you do? You have to be sad. You have to be having sorrow. You have to have the problems with old age and death because you feel that you are there. So that's actually the dependent origination. I just wanted to touch base, so I'll reiterate here. I'll repeat myself. I just want you to understand the Lord Buddha has told why we have the feeling of existence or the feeling that someone is there inside. And why it happens is because our senses come together and form a different world. And when that different world is formed, at that particular fraction of a second, you become them because you feel a difference. And that feeling, that different feeling you have, gives you the feeling of existence. That different feeling gives you the craving. But when I talk about craving to, don't take me wrong. If you like gold and you keep liking gold, that's another way of becoming, because once you become, then you keep appreciating that all the time with ignorance. That becomes stronger and stronger, and then you can't even live without gold. That's a different kind of, that's abhisankara. That I can't remember the English exact word for abhisankara, but that means that when a thought comes to you repeatedly, becomes bigger and bigger and stronger in your mind. And what happens? The feeling of existence becomes stronger and stronger anyway. And when an 80-year-old is dying, the feeling of existence is actually very strong, unless that person has heard this Dhamma, which will attack the ignorance. That's the difference between why 7-year-old can understand this Dhamma better than 80-year-old. Why? Because this system has activated so many times in an older person, even 40s, that the actual strength of the frequency is very high. Not like a 7-year-old. 7-year-old has only very few name and forms to fight, like not fight, to understand. But when you have multiple bhavas, like you have become everything that you have come across for the 80 years you have lived, then your feeling of existence is very strong, because it has come again and again and again. That's where this Lord Buddha has once said, the humans are so glad, should be very glad that they are so having so much merits to be born as a human, because in human mind itself can beat the mind. How good is that? Mind itself can beat the mind. Mind itself can understand this, and later actually you first understand it with mind, but you when after some time you actually understand how to activate your feeling system, that instead of feeling of existence, you activate the feeling of non-self. That's so amazing. Feeling of non-self is just a void where feeling of existence is not there, or what is called when there is no Atma Sanya. So when there is no feeling of existence, there's a void, and that's we call feeling of non-existence. But actually it's not a feeling. We can't really call it anatma sanya, because it's actually not a sanya, but we call it because it's easier for us to understand. But actually it's the void that we get. Like void means there's nothing there, because the feeling of existence is not there. How good would that be? Because there's no jati, there's no birth. So actually you don't become each and everything you come across. You just know the truth. You have beaten the ignorance. You are fully awakened. The chitta niyama would continue to happen, but you are fully awakened. Why? You don't become the chair, you don't become the tree, you don't become the sun, you don't become the moon. You don't become the gold. You don't become the father, mother, son, daughter, wives, husband, whatever. You don't become. It doesn't mean that there's a monster there, happening there. No, just a very peaceful human being with all the senses still having all the senses, but without jati occurring, without feeling of existence. Without the feeling of existence, you just experience all the senses. That's all. Is there suffering? No. There's no suffering. Why? Do you think that the finger is not cut in the person who is the perfect one, Supreme Buddha? Would he not feel the pain? He would. It's the body. But is it his pain? No, not really. He would say, my back is hurting. Lord Buddha would say, my back is hurting. Does that mean his back is hurting to himself? Not really. It is just the words that communicates that he can't do the sermon anymore. But does it mean anything to himself that is he suffering? Because he is feeling the pain without feeling of existence. It's a two different thing. It's completely two different things. Someone needs to understand the anatma sanya, or the feeling of non-existence. I can't really call it a feeling, but non-existence. Someone has to have a touch of it to understand. And according to Aryan Mahanse, if someone can understand this Dhamma slowly, they will come to that stage where they will, at least in a fraction of a second, will see this, will feel this, will feel the void of existence. There's no feeling of existence, and you just experience. Fraction of a second. So the stream winner might feel it in a fraction of a second. Then you know, oh, that's real. There is no feeling of existence in that moment. Then you know that's where the fully awakened one would be. Friends, I think I would stop here. I hope I tried my best to give you a message. Dependent origination is not a staircase. It's nothing like that. It's just a very something that you should understand in your power of understanding. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Aryan Mahanse. Aryan Mahanse, are you going to say any words, or shall we?
So thanks. So I want to join with you. You're explaining it's very well. So senses are working. There's a sense of feelings are happening. The sensuality is a word. That senses are working. That sense of feeling is here, but no one is here. But sense of feeling is here. Can you understood that?
Yeah, without the feeling of existence, there would be an experience of anything. And you can see, you can hear, you can smell.
No one is
but
here.
Yeah, there's no feeling of existence, so you don't feel it. You don't perceive it as you are doing it.
Yeah, but yeah, it's okay. So no one is here, but senses are working. Sense of feeling is here, but no one is here. How difficult to understand this? No, the senses are working, there's a sensuality is here, senses feeling is there, but nobody is here. What is this? So we are thinking, I am eating, I'm drinking, I'm going, I'm working, I'm looking. Where's you? Not you. It's your eyes looking. Your eyes seeing. Your ear is hearing. Not you. Ear is automatically is happening this. Your ear something happen, you can't hear. Your eye something damage, you can't see. So this your smell and your taste, this your nose, this your mouth, your skin also, the skin sensor. So these sensors are working, is sensor feelings are coming, but the thoughts are creating. Otherwise, that's we are explaining. No, how is the thought is creating? It's we are talking the mind, but mind is not our head. Where's the mind? People are talking, thinking mind is the inside our head, but it is not the real. Real is mind. Is what's this mind is thoughts. These thoughts are not anywhere. These thoughts like a sparking, like a vibration. This we explain. No, there's the eye is a light also coming. The vibration. That's a sound also like same. So vibrations. But senses are creating. The sound is created. This light also created. So these are censoring. So these are together coming. That is the mind. It's a spark. It's not anywhere. No place for that. So this spark is the thoughts. So this thoughts is, what is this thought? Chair, table, mother, father, son, moon is, everything is a thoughts. Every time is creating these senses, is coming that thought. One thought, every time have. But it is not the real. It is a sound and forms. It's a sound and form is the mainly, others are coming. These five senses are creating, these thoughts are creating. But this thought is not real. It's illusion. It's the fantasy. So this thought, the chair is a thought. Chair is not anywhere. So chair is a sound and form. And you can touch, it's coming smooth and rough, but it is sensor. You haven't that sensor is working, it's not coming. So this thought is not real. You think you go into the mirror and you can see you. You can't see you. You can see the mirror. Mirror is, that's a picture. You think that is you. That only the thought. So chair also thought, your picture, sound and firm. Chair is a sound and firm. Same, these are the thoughts. You also thought. But this is difficult to understand this. Nobody is here. That is why Buddha said, no being, no living being, nothing existed. Nisatto nijjo sunyo is Buddha's word. That is why Buddha said, sunyata patisanyutta desana. It's nothingness is here. But this system is working. This creation is happening. Power is generating. It's a mind power. Like electric power, like a magnetic power, like that mind power. But it's this sensoring working, this power is generating. This is the case. This is the difficult to understand, but it is true. So you try to do your, this is not easy to explain. No, inside science is here. It's difficult to understand. But we want to do this because this is the truth. This is the truth Dhamma is here. What is the truth in this world? This is the truth. We are in the fantasy, simulation world. It's not real. It's your sensor. Other animals have other sensors, and that sensors creating, they have other world. Where's that world? It's a mind, every living being. So this creation is happening, the sensors, they have mind. What is that mind? This sensors creating, this world is creating. This sensor world. That is the Buddha word is Salayatana Loko. Salayatana is senses. Salayatana Loko. World is sensor world. Sensoring world. That is the meaning is Buddha's words. Dependent origination is our mind creation. Given this word. Does someone want to be here to happen sadness or happiness? No one is here. Who have sadness? Who have happiness? Nobody is here. That is the case. It's difficult to understand. This is a process, this is a system, like a robot, but it is not easy to understand. You haven't a death or birth, because every time something there, existent feel you have, that chair is existent, you are the feel is there. Same. But nothing existent, anything is the sound and form is thoughts, is not anywhere, you are not anywhere. Same. It's difficult to understand, but it is true. You haven't a death or birth. It's your body, it's your senses. No one is here. Everything is a thoughts, mindfulness. Everything is a mind creation given you to these feelings. It's okay today. I think his time is gone. Thank you for Dhamma. Friends, it's okay. Teruvan Sarana, everybody. We can discuss tomorrow. What do you think about, finally, I want you, asking you, what do you think about my playing? Especially, what do you think? You are trying to do that? No. It's okay? Something there to explain to you?
Are you asking me, Aran, sir?
Yeah. What do you think?
Oh no, I think next time I would touch a bit more about the feeling of existence.
Yeah. This time it's okay. Okay, next time.
And I think you explained very well, Aran.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, Teruvan Sarana, everybody. Today I think it's a good explanation is here. You heard that. It's not easy. It's difficult to understand, but it is true. It's okay. True Dhamma is here. It's the Buddothpado Dhamma discusses is a very worth whole world, because that real Dhamma is here. What is the real dependent origination? Whole world is finding that. We are trying to explain that because we have experience. That is why we are trying to do this. So okay, Teruvan Sarana, everybody. Today is okay. Teruvan Sarana.
Teruvan Saranai, dear friends of Dhamma. Teruvan Saranai, dear friends of Dhamma.
Welcome to the English Zoom talk. We would like to pay our respects to our Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. It is of great importance that you know the philosophy of the Buddha that the Buddha preached to the world, because without the basic knowledge about how a thought is formed in the mind, we would not be able to attain nirvana. These valuable Buddothpado Dhamma talks will teach you the philosophy of the Buddha and guide you on the path to nirvana or spiritual liberation. This is the Buddothpado time. In order to understand the Dhamma, we have to associate with and discuss it with a Kalyana Mitra like our Buddothpado, spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, who has the practical experience to guide us on the path. We hope that you would gain much insight from the valuable talk today. I would like to invite our Buddothpado Dhamma friend to present his valuable insights on the Dhamma. Thank you very much. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, friend in Dhamma. Thank you. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Homage to the Blessed One, the Worthy One, the rightly self-awakened One, our Lord Buddha. Dhamman saranang gacchami. Let us go to the Dhamma for refuge. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Let us go to the Sangha for refuge. Let us pay homage at your feet, the Noble One, Kalyana Mitra, teacher and our spiritual Dhamma guide, Buddothpado Aryan Wahansa. Therwan Saranai, may the Noble Triple Gem bless you, all the friends who are present today. Today's Dhamma topic is Three Universal Truths, also known as the Three Marks of Existence. Also, this is the fundamental nature of reality and human experience. First, we'll see the written text of Universal Truths or the Three Marks of Existence. They are in Pali, Anicca, Dukkha, and Anatma. Anicca, the rough translation to English is impermanence. This gives the sense everything is in a constant state of flux. All conditions, phenomena, whether physical or mental, are transient and subject to change. This recognition of impermanence helps to cultivate a sense of detachment and acceptance of life's transient nature. Dukkha. The closest English translation for dukkha is the word suffering. In text, suffering is defined as unsatisfactoriness in an inherent part of existence. This includes obvious forms of suffering such as pain and grief, as well as more subtle forms such as anxiety and dissatisfaction. Understanding this helps individuals to acknowledge the challenges of life and seek ways to alleviate suffering through wisdom and compassion. Again, these are the extract from text. And the third one in the three universal truths, what Tathagata exclaimed is anatta. The closest or the modern day English translation to anatta is non-self. Non-self can be found in text as there is no permanent, unchanging self or soul. What we consider to be the self is actually a collection of changing physical and mental components. Recognizing the non-self helps to reduce attachment and ego, leading to greater freedom and insight into the true nature of reality. However, these text-related explanations of Tathagata's three universal truths or three marks of existence were not known for a novice like us till last 1.5 years, before last 1.5 years. And however, when you go through the text, you can find that it clearly says these three universal truths are key are insights. I emphasize the word insights in Buddhist teachings, helping practitioners understand the nature of existence and guiding them towards enlightenment. Again, we'll revisit and till we found the true Dhamma, or till we hear the Buddothpado Deshana, we were these insights. And we have a feeling or hunch this is something to do with Paticca Samuppada or the doctrine of dependent origination, cause and effect teachings of Tathagata. And now what I'm going to explain is our understanding of these three universal truths as marks of existence in the Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, what Buddha explained to us 2,600 years back as never heard Dhamma. Please feel free to ask any questions or correct us if you find something is not seems to be correct. We preferred it to continue as a discussion. If anybody has a question, please feel free to ask. Paticca Samuppada or doctrine of dependent origination, what we discussed yesterday, is the core of Buddhism, and it's the Satya Krutya Krutajnana or wisdoms that one who is expected to attain nirvana should understand. I'll come back to these three universal truths after discussing Paticcasamuppada, or the creation of the world based on the six senses. What Tathagata, practicing and learning from teachers after he left his palace as a 29-year-old, and he searched the truth for 6 years. First, he had 10 teachers, and at that time it was quite popular in India, concentration meditation and karma doctrine, and they believe karma is the reason for everything. That is, action and effect. But Buddha, trying these teachings and meditation systems, and then doing the most difficult practice of a human can do at that time, even today, he sat on a tree, sat under a tree, so when Buddha realized after doing the meditation system, all this meditation system for a long time, he realized this is not the way. He realized he is not in the path. So then the noble one, found the nirvana and he understood the truth. And this truth he separated into three: Satya Jnana, Krutya Jnana, and Krutajnanas. The Satya wisdom or Jnana is that based on the six senses, the world is created. And the wisdom what you gain from Satya Jnana is that you will understand and be your own explorer. By exploring, you will see how these six senses are creating the world. These six senses tongue, body, eyes, ears, and the mind are the senses.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Maharshi of his feet. It was Sarnayan Mahansa. May our listeners be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. This is the discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. Until our friends join, I will give a small introduction about Buddothpado, and also I invite if any of our Dhamma friends who are listening via the other means, you can join through this Zoom link to this discussion, which will be really helpful to
you all as well as to us as coordinators, and also to anybody else who is listening. And these discussions are there in the YouTube. Even for a future listener, this will be useful. If I give a small introduction about Buddothpado Dhamma sermons, actually our noble friend R.N. Mahanse, who is our spiritual leader, started these sermons 6 years back. Initially, they were very simple telephone conversations, and subsequently, the Zoom discussions were started. And some of you may be knowing we have 8 Zoom discussions a day. 2 are meant for the beginners to discuss the basics, and 2 are meant for the people who have listened for some time, particularly the one at 7 p.m. Sri Lankan time is meant for some friends who have been listening to Buddothpado sermons for about 2 years. There's a separate one for the Sutra Deshana and another one for children. And once a week we have a Tamil one also. And then separate Zoom channels are there for the practical experience where the programs are conducted throughout the country, mostly the weekends, but there are weekday programs also. It's for one whole day, starting from 8:30 and going on until 4 o'clock. And there are centers where these programs are conducted. And in some centers like Dombogoda, a main center, International Buddothpado International Meditation Center at Dombogoda, Kalutara, they have almost daily programs. So if there is anyone who wants to spend some time in a very leisure atmosphere with the guidance of the nuns who are staying there, you can always go there. There are telephone numbers when you Google this address, so that you can give a call and find out about the accommodation facilities. And there are books printed in Sinhalese and English medium both. They are all actually our noble friends' sermons, which have been summarized. Also, there are pen drives, there are small radios where the sermons are recorded. So, a person who is having a problem with the signal Wi-Fi connection, they can buy these radios and listen to them, because these recorders or these small radios have about 300 sermons in each of them. There's a monthly magazine which is printed with all the important letters, important articles written by Dhamma friends, and also the ones that are taken from the sermons done by our R.N. Mahanse. This is actually now widely spreaded throughout the world. Lots of people have got together to listen to these Dhamma sermons, particularly countries like Korea, Australia, Canada, USA, UK. Like that, there are so many countries from where people are joining to these Zoom discussions. So it's becoming a worldwide, actually worldwide network. It's so beautiful to talk to these people who are joining from different countries and also Middle Eastern countries. There are many listeners from those countries also. Right now, for the last couple of months, Aryan Vahase has been visiting villages. Tirelessly, he is doing that job. He's traveling from village to village, and in each village, there are groups, and the groups of people either they meet in the houses or they uh, arrange these things in the temples, nearby temples, and the listeners will meet there. Either a person who is doing the sermons on behalf of R.N. Vahase with all his supervision and the guidance, or sometimes R.N. Vahase or our noble friend, he himself visits those places. So it is a massive amount of work actually going on. I can tell the websites. There are two main websites for people who can follow in Sinhalese medium. www.buddothpado-dhamma.com www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. Other website is www.buddothpado.lk www.buddothpado.lk. So the main one is buddothpado-dhamma.com. In that, you can easily find out different sermons under different topics, is nicely categorized. So if you want to listen to the Darshaniya sermons, you can go under that topic, and there will be like 20 deshana under that. So like that, if you type the topic, you can get what you want. And for the friends who are speaking on the English language, the website is www.wisdomofasia.com www.wisdomofasia.com. So from these websites, you can get the relevant contact details also. And of course, the Zoom links are there. You can join the Zoom discussions live, which will be very useful actually. If you join the discussion in person, live, that will be very useful, because particularly when R.N. Vahase, our noble friend, is there in the Zoom discussion, which he tries in his best to join most of the Zoom discussions. Particularly, he will be there at 5 a.m. morning Zoom discussion and the 7 p.m. night Zoom discussion. So those two, he makes it a point always to join. And also the Sutra Deshana also he joins. So if you have anything to directly ask him, that will be a wonderful opportunity to join in for such events. And if you have anything, any doubt, even a simple question, and it's immaterial actually, whether it is a complex or deep question, or whether it is a deep Dhamma fact. or a simple Dhamma fact. It's not an issue at all because different people are still at different levels of understanding. So all started from the very base level. So you can always join the Zoom discussion, particularly if you are speaking single language also. For the people who speak only the English language, this is the time allocated from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. Every day we do have this discussion. So what is the importance of this Buddothpado sermons? If I just talk briefly, most of us who have been going from person to person trying to grab the Dhamma facts, hoping that it is the correct path, we didn't actually find the truth until we come across the Buddothpado sermons. The essentially the important thing is that simple explanations, using the simple words, avoiding these difficult, deep Pali versions, using simple words and simple examples, modern metaphors, modern examples, which makes us easy to understand. So, with all those, and also we felt that practicality is very significant here. It beautifully can apply to the day-to-day activities. The way that the mind is behaving, the way that the thoughts are formed, the way that the patterns of defilements. Now, all these things are very beautifully explained in these sermons. And yes, we feel that it is real. Yes, that is the way it happens. We ourselves understand that there is a pattern that it happens. So, not only that, when our friends are explaining their experiences in the Zoom discussions, they explain how they feel, what a difference they experience. The fact that uh, the defilements that they were experiencing, all kinds of cravings, all kinds of hatreds, aversions, attachments, all kinds of grievances, sadness, how that those things have changed. And particularly the people who have been facing the same stimulus, same incidents in their surrounding, maybe their home front or the workplace or the neighborhood, they are being exposed to the same stimulus, same experience is coming again and again. But the fact that the way that they are reacting now has markedly changed. So actually in Buddhism, what we have to learn is to turn the camera towards the self and see how the mind is behaving. So this is the most important thing in Buddothpado PeoTV. We are taught, we are guided to look at our own mind. That is the first step. Our noble friend R.N. Mahanse has been doing meditation for a long time. very long time, so many years. He has been going from one monastery to the other monastery. He has been listening to the Dhamma from so many famous uh, people, so many famous monks in the country. But he realized that what he was looking for wasn't there. It's somewhat similar to Lord Buddha's time, where Lord Buddha also went from one teacher to the other and felt that that was not what he was looking for. And finally, he decided to explore himself. Prince Siddhartha finally decided to experiment by himself, explore by himself, revise everything by himself. And ultimately, he found the truth. So, similarly, our Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend also, was going from monastery to monastery. He studied so many books written by famous monks. He lived in those monasteries for long, long periods, meditating. And he found that mostly it is the concentration meditation that was practicing in those. And he followed them actually. He followed the meditation for a long time, and he reached the various meditative states also, the different dhyana meditative states. And he realized that it's actually a kind of dangerous when you go beyond a certain level, because going beyond a certain level actually can make it something like being addicted to that concentration meditation. Automatically the mind tend to fall into that track. The moment you sit for the meditation, when you have been doing it for a long time, the moment you sit for the meditation, you tend to fall into that track, and the mind, the system actually likes to experience that. So he realized that it's a kind of a dangerous thing. And we know that concentration meditation has been doing in India even at the time when Prince Siddhartha was born. And now it is widely being practiced throughout the world, even though some of them have the label of penetrative meditation or Vidarshana meditation. They are mostly conducting the concentration meditation because there is a temporary relief, temporarily the mind is calmed down. People like it, even though when it is not practiced for some time, they are going back to square one. Still, they feel that even doing it as on and off retreats, or maybe the weekends, sometimes they work throughout the weekdays, and weekend they tend to go for these retreats. So Aryan Mahase has that experience also because he has been doing the concentration meditation for a long time. And he realized that it is not the path that he was looking for. And rest of it, actually, he studied the sutras, Pali sutras. He tried to extract the meaning, real meaning of those. And not only that, he uh, explored himself. He tried to study his own mind to see how these thoughts are formed. And finally, he came to the understanding. And we are so fortunate to listen to him because he's talking through his experiences. He's talking with all his first-hand experiences, not something that he heard from another person. So he has the answers to every question, straightforward questions, and he has the ability to guide all of us. And he is guiding the people who are coordinating these programs also in a beautiful way. He promptly corrects if there are any mistakes. So therefore, we know that he's behind us all the time, and that gives us the courage and the strength to go forward along with him on the path that he's showing us. One of the statements that he's often saying is that you have the address and you know the path now. So you know where to go, you know the destination. So knowing the path and knowing the address where to go surely will direct you to the correct point. So in his sermons, actually, what he tries to say is that these statements like Chittena Niyati Loko and Salayatana Loko. So those statements we have heard so many times. Even though we have heard those things, actually we couldn't connect them up to the rest of the Dhamma. We were talking about those two statements and we knew the meaning of those two statements. On the other hand, we were talking about the action and effect or the karmic effect things, and we were talking about the world and myself and certain important things like paticca samuppada or the dependent origination. We knew them as a list of things. We knew the meanings of those. Actually, the connecting up each of them to form to complete the puzzle was something that we could never do. We knew the different things like dependent origination, Eight Noble Pathway, the 31 realms, those things we have separately heard. And the impression that we had was actually that nirvana or the nirvana is something which is difficult to achieve, which is not simply possible to think of achieving in this life. So those were actually partly because of the incorrect interpretation of the meanings of the Pali versions, the Pali Sutra. Now, one example is that the impression we had to reach the Swan status, you had to be born 7 times, 7 lives. That was one of the interpretations that we had. But actually now our noble friend Narayan Mahansa is beautifully explaining it's not a separate life. It's talking about the 7 minds because each mind is similar to be born again. And the phrase, the word called jati, uh, was used to indicate another life, dying and be born again in another life. But we know now the word jati was used by Lord Buddha to indicate that uh, jati means uh, the birth of a thought, a new thought. If a thought is taken as real, if a thought is felt as real, that is where the birth is. So, like that, there are so many incorrect interpretations which has gone worldwide, not only in this country. So, therefore, the impression was that nirvana is not something achievable uh, in this birth. So, these things have been corrected mostly in the Buddothpado sermons, and even the interpretation of the meanings of the sutras uh, are very much compatible in the way that our noble friend R.N. Mahase is explaining. Uh, the way that we have listened earlier, actually mostly they were impossible things. How can this happen? How can that happen? Were some questions which arose in our minds, but we went more towards believing them rather than trying to analyze and trying to get deep into those meanings. So everything is getting clear little by little. Uh, it's uh, it's actually beautiful to hear the path becoming clearer and clearer. So what we suggest is for you to listen to this Buddothpado sermons. Start with the darshana, which is the truth. What is the truth? And very basic, the initial sermons are very useful. But I'm not quite certain whether they have been translated to English medium. Those initial sermons are mostly in Sinhalese language. They are grouped under the part called Darshana in the main website. Basically, what he's trying to explain is that the most important fact that there is no self here. So, Dhamma is, Buddhism is a philosophy, we know that. And Buddhism is something which you have to analyze and understand yourself. It's not a belief. It's not something faithfully that you have to listen and take it up as it is. Lord Buddha said that don't believe simply because I told you. And don't believe even if it is written in a book. Always do your own analysis. See how it is getting applied to your day-to-day life. So if it is something that is applied to the day-to-day life, and if you feel that uh, it is something that helps you to get your defilement level low and low, if it is coming down less and less, less and less, that indicates that you are on the correct pathway. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma, because you don't need to follow a person. You don't need to follow a person blindly. You can analyze it yourself always. And if you really feel that this is something applicable to my day-to-day life, and it is helping me to helping yourself to change your attitudes or your behavior, that is something that you can believe. Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, I think no one else.
Today, other friends have not come yet.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he has gone for that program.
Yeah. It's okay. Sorry, I just came home. So what's there's
No,
so
I,
much things last night and today morning.
yeah. I
Did
was
you
just
listen?
giving a small introduction about Buddothpado and that sort of general facts I was talking about something.
Mhm.
Mm.
Anything from last night and today morning?
I remember something about that. That was, I think, last night one. He mentioned about 3 levels. I don't know whether you remember. He mentioned about 3 levels of people: the people who are in the complete mundane world, and then the people who are in the path. And the third category, he spoke about the state of the Arhan's mind. Those 3 he explained. Do you remember?
Yeah. There's nothing major in that we can elaborate. Is there anything to elaborate on that?
Yeah, he just used a lot of words to explain the situation. Actually, now what he said was that the mundane world is fully in the mind, and it's, you can call it mellower. Mellower. It's all kinds of defilements are there, and the world is true, and myself is true. Sort of. So it's something completely out mundane world. And then the people who are on the path, he said that they are, the field is surfacing time to time, and they are more kind of inquisitive, and they are checking themselves. They are checking whether the things are becoming, besagan, or that sort of curiosity and checking is there. And they use their mind. That is the, I think, the Anyindriya, the word Anyindriya was used to explain that group. They know that there's a person, and they feel that the self is dissolving little by little, and they are more calm down, but they don't have that sukhaya, but they are more sort of calm down, and then they are serious. He used the word seriousness is there, even the smiling, laughing, and that sort of things are
Yeah. Too much involved in them, I think they are.
too much involved and trying to find something. They look for something always. They are inquisitive and trying to find where did this go wrong. Did this is this correct? So that sort of questioning for themselves is there. That is, the yellow is surfacing. I mean, no, you can't say completely in the yellow, but yellow is surfacing. That means they are trying to understand that there's these are all thoughts, and then even the self is a thought. So knowledge-wise, they are completely okay, but they are trying to apply that knowledge to the day-to-day activities and day-to-day life.
Mm.
And that third group is the one Arhan's mind. Renhasi said that Elohim Melovin දෙකෙන්ම මිදිලා සමව වාසය කිරීම. That
Yeah.
is the
But I
Anyata.
thought today morning it was more comprehensive than that, wasn't it?
Today morning was the one that he was talking to Asanti. No, Asanti was explaining some experiences.
Yeah, it was more than a discussion. It was a deshana kind of.
Yeah, that was actually fairly deep one. I don't know whether I think I need to listen again. He mentioned about the Jatisodhana Sutra, you know.
Yeah.
This Sayadatu Pahadili Kirima, how to explain, I don't know actually
Yeah, I
how.
think they should be felt. That's the thing. The all that is all in the field side.
Yeah.
And that's the challenge, I think.
That's a challenge. He gave a long discussion, long sort of description of some deep facts.
Yeah, and he was talking about how actually even to translate it's a bit deep, how becoming the what is it called? There were some sentences where he was talking about Vijnana Dhatu, that means consciousness. I don't know how to call it even, Dhatu.
Elements.
Yeah, consciousness element dissolving into
the four elements. That is
four great elements.
Four great elements. Yes.
Yeah, and these are very deep, specific areas that everyone should try to experience. And there was a beautiful area Asanti actually touched also. She was also in a great mood today into discussion, and she was talking about what is the gap, why we can't, something like that. It was a beautiful one, I thought.
That ice cube thing, no? That is, she said, if you put an ice cube into the water, so the ice cube is something like the self perception or self view or whatever, and as long as ice cube is larger or ice cube is there, you will not be able to dissolve into that four great elements. But the moment that ice cube becomes smaller and smaller, that means the self weave is becoming less and less significant, less and less sort of in density or less and less in quantity. And more it is dissolved to the water, that understanding becomes easier. The gap becomes less. I don't know whether
I don't know. The part what I'm referring, the part was after there was somebody who tried to talk, and Aran Hanse was waiting, and then he told even that is not matching that particular moment, and then after that, Asanti told few lines, and I thought they were great because she was telling how we can't feel the moment if we are in the mind.
Isn't that what she meant in that example, that the ice cube
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
What she said was, the more it is dissolving, the gap becomes less and less, so that the system is capable of understanding I mean, it becomes what can I say? I can't express this properly. So what she said was the dissolving more, and when the ice cube is becoming smaller and smaller, the ability to understand becomes better. So once the ice cube is completely dissolved
I
and
think
become,
in that example, she is trying to say when the self vibration is calming down, it's easier. Yeah.
and also she gave another example where, I mean, seeing a tree which is half burnt, a bush. One side of the bush is burnt because of some fire. The leaves are dried up. Other half is fresh, and she knows that there is a difference between the two. But on the other hand, she feels the same about both sides. There is a difference, but again, the way that she feels is the same. Both sides are felt same. Then Narayan Mahasi as another, he added another fact. He said that at the level of the non-returner, whatever the experiences which happens as stimuli is felt in the same way. The whatever is heard, whatever is seen, whatever is felt.
That is the one vibration.
That is one vibration, yes. So that is at the level of the non-returner, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm. And I just listened to just very small part of the program that is happening at Pokandar, at Harshi's place. He started in a very simple manner. He was explaining.
I
He
don't
was.
think Harshi is physically there. I think.
No, she's not there. She's not there. Her mother's death, third month commemoration, the death commemoration. So the Pinkam is there at her place, and so at the beginning, the first part, he may have gone to some deep discussions. I feel like that, but he started in a very simple manner, simple level. Probably because the people who have come, some of them at least, may have been completely new to the Buddothpado Deshana. So he started in a very simple manner. He was talking about the fear of death. I mean, are you prepared to die at this moment? Something simple like that. And then he went on to talk about the Prince Siddhartha's experiences when he was touring through the streets in the city, that the four things that he observed, the four things that he noticed, and how, what sort of impact was brought up by that. So he started something like that. But as you said, that today morning one, it's actually worth again and listening again and again and then discussing, no? Because you may have listened only once. I also
Anyway, there's no use of discussing even because it's all in the field side. Yeah, because how can you actually say any of these things? That's the challenge even Aranvansi has. Because when you say, we can say becoming, but someone has to become that and see. Yeah, the challenge is actually feeling Dhamma. I feel like some people are more inclined to think about their defilements in a gross way and keep forgetting that the actual Dhamma is around understanding there's no self in any of these things.
Yeah.
people are picking up this Dhamma in very odd ways, actually, unusual ways. Now, there was a gentleman who came to our program on Sunday. He has visited Anuradhapura. He has gone on a pilgrimage, and he found this leaflet on the ground. So leaflets have been distributed among people, and probably a person who didn't have much interest has dropped it and gone away. And this gentleman just found it, picked it up, and he found the contact numbers. And then I think he's around Kandy. And he found out that there's a program on that Sunday, and he came there. So it was nice actually to have some people like that who are inquisitive, even that level, very unusual way. The person who received it didn't have the fortune to fortune to pick it up, but the person who just found this leaflet on the ground was fortunate enough.
Yeah, it is actually becoming um, slowly deeper and deeper where Ranhanse wanted to go and struggling to go because of complexity of them.
Yeah.
It's mainly because the field side.
So tomorrow, I think there's a similar crowd at Mavatagama. There are people who are coming to observe seal to that temple, uh, who do not have any exposure to Buddothpado sermons. So the approach has to be something different from the other usual programs. So
Actually, today morning one, yes, I think everyone would have to think about it more. And actually, people who have listened to them for some time should listen to that, because if someone has been how do you say, derailed or has gone out of line, can come back to line again if you listen to that today morning one, because this idea is actually to experience that these things, not anything else. Because people are wondering about more about not the truth.
sometime back, I heard, actually, I wanted to join one of the Andolnathmaka Deshana afterwards, but because of this time gap that I was away, I missed that opportunity. You might remember that he was asking about different people, what was their nature what was their type of, what was their nature, that is a better word, I suppose, in their childhood, because Arenvasi was explaining how his nature was, no? He was the small age, he didn't like the companionship, he didn't like the friends, and he was wondering why I was born and that sort of things. So I was asking several people, I was sort of exploring myself, what was my nature. Something that I noticed, something that I felt was actually from the small age, I had a liking towards the nature in the sense the surrounding environment, that nature. That was a nature that we knew at that time. So particularly the dry zone areas, I had a particular liking towards that. The trees, the canals, and the
lakes in the dry zone, those jungle areas, that sort of things, paddy fields. I had now we were in the area called Hinguragoda. I don't know whether you know that area. It is off-min area. My parents had to work in that area as government officers. They had to work in a difficult so-called Dushkar area. So that from that time onwards, I had that liking. I could spend a lot of time in such an environment. Even still, I do have that attachment. I like that environment. So that was the nature that I could uh, remember from that age. Now he was asking, what is your nature as a child? Anyway, that joining groups and kind of enjoying the noisy environments, uh, parties or celebrations. So those things I didn't like. If I had the option to select the environment, I would have always selected that something to do with the nature, particularly that dry zone environment I liked. I mean, not that I tolerate. I can tolerate, I can be in the parties and celebrations and those things. Not that I will run away from those places, but if I had the chance to select the from the two places, I would have gone always for that environment thing. Even still now, the environmental things, the trees and things which are not very attractive to a general person. It may be just some plant and trees, the banana trees, a bush of banana trees which has all dried leaves and all that sort of thing, which is not very attractive, not attractive at all to another person. I can just spend hours just watching it. Uh, Not that I can't, I mean, not that I am sort of craving to watch them, but if I have the option to look at something like that, I can spend a lot of time looking at it. So that was a nature that I identified in myself. Uh, I don't know. What is your comment about it? I wanted to tell it on one of the Andornatmaka Deshana, but then that topic was gone long ago. Now I can't just talk on that.
Yeah. Now it is kind of gone because he's moving on to
Yeah.
specific area. Yeah, I mean, I think different things. I specifically remember liking the light, not the dark. Yeah. I like looking far away. So I used to climb the trees and keep looking far away. As a little child, my mother had a long fight to stop me doing these things because I was like a more of a boy-like attitude than the girl-like attitude. Going everywhere and exploring, but mainly like to sit somewhere in a top part of a tree and just wait there. That's what I remember, very small age. But I can't remember liking darkness. I always liked the light, I remember that. I used to really love the morning and run away to the garden because in my childhood it was near a beach. Because of the work, again, the parents, they were working there, so father especially. So, but yeah, I think then slowly we got entangled in the life. so much that we missed the initial thing. So much responsibility, so much thing, everything we lost kind of. Given the chance, that would be that kind of thing would be a very relaxing thing. Yeah, I think everyone must be having some kind of experiences like that. But I think as children anyway, a lot of children would love something. Aranan's and Sanmali's case is much different because they were attached to the more towards nature, but Aranan's slightly different to Arupa Dhyana and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, other way, other way, complete other opposites. Anyway, what matters is understanding this Dhamma and feeling the Dhamma.
Yeah.
And try and understand what Aranasi is trying to say. Because if you actually divert or deviate from understanding the truth, it can be because we feel like we know that. ආලෝකය දෙයක් නෙවෙයි, ආලෝකය දෙයක් නෙවෙයිනේ, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
As
we
a
have
state,
taken everything for granted in the mind.
familiar with those sentences repeatedly being heard again and again.
Yeah, it is
And
like saying, you know, how people invented theories. They felt something. That's how they actually started doing stuff. But now we take it to the mind and we say, 1 + 1 is 2. Like, it's very easy for us.
yeah.
Like that, when we say, okay, today morning, that's why I like that story, the actual sermon part. I did because it takes people to deep aspects rather than the superficial dukkha hituna, taraha giya, that is very basic, right? Very basic. This just sensual world stuff. But Aranhan's Dhamma can't be stopping that sensual world. If that is the case, what's the use of this Dhamma?
Yeah, something important is that to be able to recognize or identify the products of the mind sense, isn't it?
Yeah, Aranhansi said, no, if someone can't get this Dhamma, like light and sound is what light and sound has done, then Nivana gonna kiyanna back.
Yeah, if the light and sound is also not true, obviously whatever the product coming from the mind sense is also not true. So it is something very clear.
Yes, but the challenges are not taken properly. Challenge is not to it's not to get angry or not to feel jealousy and all that. Challenge, first and foremost, challenge is to feel the truth.
At the point where this Patisotagami change is explained. Now, at that point, the most the essential component there is to uh, observe that even that current or burn or whatever is explained as the anger or sadness, whatever the name which is given, is still happening, but there's no self. That is a turning point, isn't it? And when that,
Yeah, that is a turning point. But the thing is, even light, there is no self. Even the sound, there is no self. Even the touch, there is no self. දිට්ඨ සුත මුත දන්නේ නැතුව අනිත් ඒවා කියලා වැඩක් නැහැ.
and then onwards only the now people
The
say that
people are forgetting the basics. It's like forgetting the ABC and trying to build up a big pomegranate word.
yeah, there was a lady in our group even yesterday and even on the previous day. One of the big worries was that she's getting angry with her husband for no particular reason, but she's getting angry. What should I do? What should I do? She has been listening for a long time actually. So even last time and even this time, I was telling her, let it happen, but it is part of the system. See it from that angle. You can't stop that abruptly. You can't stop getting angry abruptly because it's not something that you are doing. There's no self here. It's a part.
හස්බන්ඩ් දෙයක් වෙලාද කියලා බලන්න වෙනවා.
Yeah, she herself was saying actually nothing wrong with her. With him. It's her problem. She knows that. She knows that it
Yeah,
is.
but දෙයක් වෙලා නන්නේ නැත්තම් now. Just imagine you don't get angry with the neighbors, no, like that. You're
Yeah, I
not
should
angry with the.
yeah, I should go into detail and find out. Actually, I couldn't talk to her in detail. Just during that lunch break, she was telling me again. She was saying, "I'm going to tell him. I'm going to tell him that because of you, I am getting angry." So I said, "What does that mean? It means that the whole world is true to you. Why are you projecting everything to the outside world? You think that everything."
No, definitely is a thing to her. So there's no two words in that. There must be a specific reason. If you dig only, the tears will come and everything.
Yeah, that's correct. I think next day I have to sort of find some time, get her to a corner and talk to her because she wouldn't, even that day when Arinhansa was there, even that day she was asking me the same question. I said, why not come out with that when Arinhansa is there, that you will get a really good explanation, but she didn't want to talk. Even this time, briefly she mentioned to that. It's happening again and again. Today morning also I had a fight and I came here. I don't know what to do. So she was telling me.
Yeah, the men must be getting a very bad idea about Buddothpado then.
No, I know. Yes.
Poor this lady is going to that. What's the use of that if she's angry every day?
And it's worse now. She was going to talk to him and she was saying, I'm going to give my word to him and say that because of you, I'm getting angry.
Yeah.
As you
So
said,
there are very subtle reasons why these things are there. There are underlying reasons, even though they say he's good, doesn't necessarily mean that there are so many perceptions associated.
Yeah.
That's why that is actually, if it is not a this life one, that's a different story. But if it's a this life one, you can sort it out.
Sort it out, yes.
Otherwise, you can't.
Yeah, it could be the Sahasava nature, no? As that this discussion. Actually, I listened to that part yesterday, but what she was telling could not be heard because she was not using the mic.
Mm.
What Arenvasi was explaining, I could just sort of gather some information. The Homagama one
Mm.
we were talking yesterday.
Yeah, because we were sad that the children are not there.
Yeah, she had either stillbirth or neonatal death or something like that. So she lost the child, and then she feels very insecure because they have no children. So, did you listen to that
I listen
part of
not
it?
deeply, but yeah, I listen.
So, Aranvasi was saying that even if you have the child, how can
Mm.
assure us that child is going to be with you? Child might decide to go abroad,
No, this
and
is the culture also. No?
mm, mm, yeah.
Actually, it's not about having a baby sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. As you said, I mean, even if you have children and even if they are not in the country, even if they are thousands of miles away, just for the sake of having a child.
No, being a mother, the mother, destiny mother is there. No?
Yeah.
We have destinations because of our views we get as young. There's a kind of destination. Being a mother is a good thing for a
Mm,
female. Having a partner is a good thing for a female.
yes,
Having a
yes.
stable house is a good thing for a female. Kind of all these things, you know.
Yeah, true.
If everyone starts to say like generation changes, everyone starts to say, oh, marriage is useless. Don't ever marry. It will be like that.
Yeah, true. Yes.
And people are actually not much having babies, not much marrying. There are so many changes happening slowly. So the
Yeah, even
attitude is changing.
changing. Yes, that's right. The
And
attitude
no
of
one will worry in future. No one will worry. Lamai nedda, hariya.
yeah,
That's it.
exactly. Yeah. Because the newer generation, they have no interest of having children.
Yeah, they don't want to suffer in a
That
way.
want to suffer, yes.
So it's all the view, not specifically hugging a baby or something. But there may be some mothers who even dream of that. Who knows?
I mean, as grandmothers.
Grandmothers, mothers, having a baby and cuddling, and we get the idea as children we hug the doll, and you have this kind
That
of
concept.
attitude. No?
Oh, yes, that attitude is growing up. I think even in Sri Lanka, now even the pets are being brought up as children, and they are called the dad and mom. Uh, for the dog also, the dog's dad
Really?
and huh? Yes.
Actually.
Oh, yes. The mom and dad, uh, I mean, they are bringing up particularly dogs more than the cats because the dogs are the ones who are more closer to the humans, I think, as pets. And
Mm.
the mom and dad are the parents. I mean, not for the children, but for the dogs.
Mm.
So that concept is becoming stronger and stronger. So as you said, it becomes a norm, new norm with time.
Yeah, then after that, one who is not with the dog becomes a
Yeah,
bit weird.
yeah, that's right.
And everyone will ask, don't you have a dog? Yeah,
Mm,
something like that. It's like, don't you have a baby yet?
yeah, that's right. Now,
So,
I remember when we visited this time and even last time, just when we meet some friends after a long time, when we ask about the details, our family, two of us, daughter and our dog. So the dog is also like another child.
mm,
They always, I mean, when we invite the family for a meal or something, so two of us and the dog will be coming. So are you okay with the dog? So that is one of the things they ask. Mm. So they are kind of new concepts and new drushtis, I suppose you can call
Drushti, yeah.
the new ones.
That's why mostly they feel, other thing is if the, the view of the others become your view. So
Yes.
slowly, you feel this, the word you use, feeling inadequate, not inadequate. Is that the word you use? You used the word insecure.
Insecure.
Yeah. So the insecure means the marriage also is at problem sometimes.
Yeah.
If there is a marriage and if there is no babies, it's useless to have a marriage kind of thing. Even she may be thinking, even if the partner is not thinking.
Yeah.
So it's a way of thinking.
Yes.
Sometimes both partners are very happy to have, not to have children in nowadays.
Yes.
Like they are jump into it.
Yeah.
I found my lifelong partner because he doesn't want kids, I don't want kids. So we are so happy. That's kind of attitude.
Yes.
But I think because when someone has a miscarriage or a neonatal death, their thoughts are also high now. They feel that how they felt happy, after hearing the news, and then how they felt sad after losing it.
Yeah.
It's like winning a lottery, which you never had, and suddenly to hear that lottery is not yours.
Not valid or something like that.
Yeah. So until this time, you didn't want a lottery, but you just heard that lottery is won. Now, if you get another call and say, you're wrong, that's the wrong thing, it's not valid, there's some mistake, then you feel sad because and it wasn't the case before, though. So this is how we get attached to the thought or the stimuli. The child stimuli wasn't there before. Specifically when they lose a baby in the early pregnancy, that happens. And neonatal death would be much more worse than that.
Than a stillbirth, yes.
Yeah. And early miscarriage is stillbirth is worse than the early miscarriage.
Yeah. Yeah, as you said, I think I must find some time by somehow to talk to this lady because same thing she was repeating on this Sunday also. Last time when I met her,
I don't know whether it will be possible even to find within few minutes because some of the the issues are deep seated.
Yeah,
Why
what
there is a grudge between two people is very deep seated if they are not discussed on like openly.
Yeah. What happens is when we are talking, when two people are talking, very often some others also come and join because they also want to get things clarified or they also want to join the Dhamma discussion. So we can't say that this is a more personal matter. We can't tell something like that. So this is what happens very often.
And no one wants to talk openly also, no?
Yes. But I think I'll have to take some extra effort and see whether I can help her. Because she has been listening to this Dhamma for a long time, for several years, I think.
There are so many who don't actually even come to Zooms, right?
Yeah.
Because I saw a lot actually in Candy, but I don't know whether they actually join into the Zooms.
Not all of them. Actually, there are no, there are about regular like 35 people who are regularly coming to this monthly thing. Only like maybe one third of them are joining the Zoom discussions. So during this one day thing, there is hardly any time to talk individually. It's like group discussion whole day. Right at the beginning, we had about 50 people who were coming regularly. Now it is a bit less. This time there were about 37 people.
So the number is slowly coming down.
But slowly coming down. This time, actually, several regular people, there were actually 6 people who were sick. We went to see one person also, one old lady, and to a couple. Wife was in the hospital, so because of that, husband didn't come. The other couple, they are also regularly coming. Their husband is sick now, and then because of that, wife couldn't come. And there's another gentleman, he's having some he's having problems with his knees. Walking is a bit difficult, so he didn't come. So there were at least about 7 or 8 people who are regularly coming, who are joining the Zoom also. They couldn't come this time.
Mm. Yeah, everything happening to the body and the system will go on.
Yes, illnesses is now one. Yeah, one lady who is helping quite a lot also. She's now with walking with aids, find it difficult to climb up. 2 of them are like that.
Mm. That's the thing.
Even Kurunegala crowd was quite, number was coming down. Partly maybe because many more places are being opened up, so they can attend to the close by place. That may be another reason also.
Mm.
The day that I went to Kurunegala, there were only about 13 people.
Mm-hmm.
And as Aryan Mahanse very correctly decided that that's the nature of the mind, no? That's the nature of the mind, that when you hear the same voice again and again, they feel that it's the same thing that I'm going to hear today also. Maybe I can skip today. That sort of concepts are there. So I think now it's picking up again. Because the words you are using and the examples you are giving,
And the
voice.
one-to-one care is also difficult.
Yeah.
It's actually not easy.
It's not easy.
Because Aranwanse's Dhamma is so beautiful. Whenever Aranwanse goes somewhere, there will be new people. But the
Yeah.
challenge is actually being the Dhamma. See how many people have dropped for a long time. People keep dropping. That's normal. That's because it doesn't mean that it has gone from their system. It's just that the experiences are less.
Yeah. Now, if Aryan Mahanse is coming, even if we hear the same thing, same wordings from him, no one is getting bored or no one is getting fed up. But when they go on listening to people like us, because we are the way that we are explaining, it's the same way, I'm sure they must be feeling that there should be a break. It's different. I mean, that vibe from Aranhas is completely different.
Yes, yes. True, actually. The thing to improve, actually, I think more and more people who deliver Dhamma should be should
New,
improve themselves as well.
new people, and as Aranhas suggested, that swapping people from place to place is also an idea. I think the professor that Professor Rupa Singh or somebody else, him his side is very nice actually, because we have never listened, we have never met him also. He's on and off coming to Kurunegala, I think, because he's from Mavanal area. But because of the distance, I think he must be finding it difficult to come on every weekend. He's from Colombo side, I think.
Actually, even this forum, no one is actually willing to come and listen and participate. In English medium, it is difficult, I know. But it's a bit sad, yeah.
So actually, if there are more participants, there will be more questions also, because we are trying to find topics to talk. No, if there are participants who are asking even simple questions, that will be really nice to continue.
Yeah, because here we are all kind of in the path for some time. Genuine questions come rarely. Like sometimes Surangika might actually ask a question. Champas, Sudharma also asks, but it's kind of we are discussing more towards Aranhanse's Dhamma, so then it becomes a repetition kind of thing again.
It is.
But
yes.
genuine discussion, sometimes when I have a discussion with Champa, it goes directly into Champa. Actually, it helps a lot.
Yes, she has been telling that.
Yeah, so that is not actually repetition of Dhamma.
Yeah.
So likewise, but the thing is, people feel inadequate to come and talk openly in a thing, but Champa is not. So Champa talks openly. She doesn't care whether she feels, she tells whatever she feels, so it's easy. Even Sudharma that day was telling how bad it was the whole week that she had with paper marking and so busy, and how badly she felt the self thing. And she was open about that. And I think this all helps in different ways to actually tell either it is your self view or why they keep looking at that from that angle and everything. This challenge is to the people actually who have listened for a long time actually. Beginners, it's not a challenge.
Yeah.
Beginners, it's kind of honey to the ear.
Yes.
Like it had been to everyone. But as I said, perseverance and virya paramita. How to persevere until we see the non-vibration, how to feel the non-vibration is the problem. And mostly they drop because there's no either there's doubt, this is not going to work, or there is not enough courage to persevere. But what Aranvansa is saying, if the message is given, everyone may even remember it at the last moment of the life. Koti hatin koti pahakma sotapanna, like this thing like that. Because to hear this message is also rare.
Yeah.
And they have, at least they have listened to it for some time. And unless you get very deviated, it will be in back of your mind. And what one point you might feel it. Who knows? And it is normal for people to stay away from Dhamma for about, 6 months or so, and relax and see. It's also maybe necessary. But should not go far away, in the sense, not physically, should not deviate fully, then it's difficult to come back.
Come back, yes, yes.
It's really lazy.
Yesterday, I happened to see a video clip actually. Later, I found that it's done by one of the monks. He sounded as if he's an experienced scientist because he was explaining this quantum theory and the string theory. And Lord Buddha has explained those facts very clearly long ago. So in that, I just remember something. It was very good actually. It was, I didn't find anything deviated from the things that we hear in Buddothpado Deshana. He was almost telling with every fact that Dharan Hansa is explaining. He was talking about the karma also. He was saying the genes, genetic component, that means the parental genes, are like antennas. And it will catch the appropriate vibration. So they actually matches with synchronization of another vibration.
Yeah.
And he was beautifully saying that I don't know whether he has listened to Buddothpado or he himself has been exploring these things from the scientific aspect and the Lord Buddha's teachings. He seems to be knowing lots of sutras.
Is it
also.
in English medium or?
In Sinhala.
Oh.
If you are interested, I can forward that clip. And there are many more from the same topic. When I was watching it, the other ones were coming up. But this particular one was good actually. So along with this Buddothpado Deshana, if things like that are also coming up, then the people will sort of be more awake to see now. This is proven in science also. He's having a superb knowledge in science, all about neurons, the neuron transmitters, the brain functions, all that he knew. And also the physics aspect also.
Yeah, that's good. There are so many aspects. I mean, there's a thing, if we think about it, the electric current usually causes a circulating magnetic field.
Yes.
And it can go other way around also, because changing electric field can give rise to a circulating magnetic field. Changing magnetic field can give rise to a circulating electric field.
Yeah.
These are just physics. But what I'm trying to say is, if the electricity is there, magnetism is there.
Yes.
And if the magnetism is there, electricity is also there. So likewise, this There is so many things. Aranas always says, look at this aviññānaka way. The problem is becoming that. The problem in that Swamin Wahanse also is, we can describe something. I can say 1 + 1 is 2, right? It's very easy not to say. And we can say this whole theory and all that. Now it's a mental picture, right? But actually to feel this Dhamma is the challenge again.
Yeah.
Understanding is good because understanding also is needed to understand that there is no self here, but still, if someone touches you, you feel like that someone touched you. So that's why the experiences are necessary, so that the actual other experiences are nullified. Because self is an experience. That's why we have taken it as a self-perception.
Yeah.
So that's the problem with any theory.
Yeah. Something actually I wanted to ask you, what is exactly explained by 7D? Now we know that we experience the 3D with our senses. When it comes to 7D, what are the levels? Do you have any idea?
Not really.
Now
Can't
3D
even remember.
3D means the height, length, and the width. Those three, isn't it? 7D means, I think the next level is feeling. Now, like when you watch certain films, you get that experience of even spraying water on the skin.
I know only 7D cinema.
Yeah. So 7D cinema, what is the total experience? Do you have any idea?
It's like the viewers also can maybe like moving and shooting, or like it's like you are in there.
You are I mean really involved in the fight or whatever it is.
Yeah.
That is it. Now in that video clip he was telling about the 7D experience also. That is why I asked you.
Yeah, 7D is like very, very
You are taking part actively in that session. Or whatever fight or whatever it is.
So 3D film movie is made to show the depth.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
So
And
that's more than that then.
Yeah, more than that. I suppose 4D is something like that you have the skin sensations also. As if you are moving forward or moving backward. That means changing the position also.
Yeah, it's moving seats, environmental effects are also there, laser gun gameplay.
And feeling the smell.
Yeah, it's all interactive, multisensory movie experience. 7D cinema. So
7D.
the actual chairs are also moving.
Yeah, chairs are also moving. Yes, yes.
Moving seats, environmental effects, like can spray water, blow wind, drop fake snow or puff smoke bubbles around you.
Right. Yeah.
So 3D just a picture with depth. 4D means 3D picture plus moving chairs.
4D means moving chairs. Moving
Oh
the
yeah, 3D plus moving chairs. 5D means 3D picture, moving chairs plus environmental effects. 7D means everything in 5D plus interactive gaming or shooting with a gun.
Okay. Right.
But that's about the filming.
Filming. Yes. Okay. Dr. Kokila, is it okay if we finish a little early today?
You can go if you want to go. I will just stay. Isn't it till what? How long this goes on?
It's 20 more minutes are there. I have to attend to something.
Yeah, it's okay. You can go.
Okay.
I'll do till 9:30. It's not good, no?
20 more minutes actually.
Yeah, it's okay.
Tomorrow I will not be able to join because I am going for that Mavatagam program. But I think Champa will be there. Champa.
Tomorrow is the Poya day or?
Yes, tomorrow is Poya day. And maybe
Mavatagama is Aranwansi coming?
Yeah, he's coming in the afternoon. Morning, I was asked to do along with another lady from Kandy, Chandrika. So we were to go there because there's a SIL group, it seems, who have never listened to Buddothpado Deshana, big SIL group apparently. So it will be a different type of an experience where, very basic things will have to be talked at the beginning to raise the curiosity and to keep them attracted. And probably is coming around lunchtime.
Yes. Okay, Dr. Sakuntala.
Okay, right.
Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai answer.
So we have only few minutes more. We will just talk about this Dhamma is actually for experience. Come and experience is what Lord Buddha said. It's very important. It's nothing to just assume. Nothing for to change in the way you think. But experience and then change the way as an experience, it will be changing your whole way of looking at life. From childhood, we felt alive. We felt as something is happening in this system. So that calm, even if you are not told by a teacher or mother or father, still any being feels that there is something happening here. That is very, very unavoidable situation. So, like, what is it called? Itta sanya. That is perception of existence. That is there in every being. And because that is there, there's constant threat, constant urge to maintain this existence. It's because of the ignorance. Because this constant alive feel or existence perception is misunderstood. Because it's misunderstood as an alive feel. So we need to actually fully understand how the Itta Sanya is happening and fully realize there's no need to actually maintain that. And this experience is where we get this is the most important thing, because every being has this existence perception. No one can run away from that. And especially humans, because they have a big mind. They have the ability to understand this Dhamma as well as make this vibration worse. So the one vibration is actually a stimuli. If you take one stimuli, like if you take stimuli, an example, book, you can understand. If you actually see a book suddenly, there can't be a book there, right? But you can argue, okay, book is a name, yes, but there's something. But even that something is there because of the visual effect. That's the production of the eye. If the production of the eye is actually not true, then there would be a feel that you feel that is actually the speed of the sensory function. That's the light. So if you actually understand this, if you actually feel that if it is not a thing, you can actually feel beyond that. And it's the same with the sound. Sound. You can't actually hear a crow, can you? No, but there's a sound. And is there a sound? No, sound is the vibration of the ear. And then if you're feeling as alive there, that's actually the speed of the sensory organ, the ear vibration. So that's all actually, but we misunderstood as something happening here. So these two come together. When they vibrate together, that's how the book is formed. That's how the crow's sound is formed. Because they are coming together. If you say book, that's a sound. But how can you see a sound? You can't see a sound, but we feel as we are seeing a sound, right? Yeah, we can't see a sound. Eye is a camera, we can't see a sound. And at the same time, you're hearing a sound. How can you get a visual effect from that? You can't, but you do because of that mind effect. That is the vibratory nature of this system. When the two vibrations are coexisting, they form a kind of a new vibration. That's physics. And that new vibration gives you another level, another different level of existence, because you are thrown into a beautiful dream now, which is having a visual effect. Because this system also moves, so the visual effect is actually getting visual effect is getting along with the sound effect and the touch effect. So when they come together, you get the actual experience, which we discuss like in a 7D cinema, right? So this effect gives you a feeling that you're actually in that mind bubble. But the problem is this can change, and this can actually be different to different species. So understanding that this creation through the sensory organs is the thing we are doing, and understanding how there is a formulation of a self or the life field which comes with this self-view, which actually formulates a self-view. So the self-view will actually get stronger and stronger with time. Because in a baby, it is not that strong, but slowly it gets stronger. And you would actually wonder when we get older how strong the self-view is. This is due to the repetition of the same idea. But if you keep understanding that how this system works, how this mind bubble works, like a actual film bubble, this mind bubble, if you come out of that only, you will feel the difference. And to come out of that, you need to actually understand the whole scenario. And without understanding, you can't feel this Dhamma. So because even the light can't be true, even the sound can't be true, even the touch system can't be true, touch, temperature, is the main reason that why we feel that our bodies are very important. Because the body comprises of this soft touch, crude touch, the temperature, pain. It's all the sensory organ. It's because of this sense system in the skin and the inner areas in the body. So that's why we have pain inside the body or outside the body. So that is where you need to understand how this works. And when you feel that, actually you can come out of the dream. The dream doesn't, dream is never going to become true. And the self-view, if it is not damaged, then that can be an issue. Because that's why Lord Buddha started the path from Sammaditthi, that is correct view. What is the correct view? There's no self here. Not in the field, not in the consciousness, not in the perception, not in the any action, not in the light or sound or anything. So to keep understanding this is actually path. You fully realize that there is no self in the beginning, and then go on manifesting it again and again. Samma Sankappa, that is, there is thinking without a self, and there is working without the self, there is talking without the self, there is making activities without self, and samadhi, that is meditation states without self, and jnana, that is feeling this exclusive feeling of no self, is jnana. You can't say jnana in anywhere else because Lord Buddha used that word to describe the no self angle Dhamma. So it's very important to understand this whole scenario and keep listening to Dhamma. There is Sinhala language, there is Dhamma. In Buddothpado, YouTube, and there's multiple YouTubes at 7 o'clock and 5 a.m. from Sri Lankan time. Our English Zoom also goes on from morning to evening from Sri Lankan time. And discussion time is 3 to 5, which is a chance for you all to participate to discuss Dhamma. And that is the importance of listening. Discussion also very important. Renhanse is actually going from place to place in Sri Lanka at the moment. But if you are living in another country, you can come to certain international meditation centers. Renhanse has formed. There's one in Dombokod area near. It's close to Colombo, somewhat close to Colombo, and there are places near Kandy also, so you can come and learn this Dhamma as well. If you're keen, you can join to any Zoom and discuss them. This is all about understanding Dhamma and understanding the no-self angle. This has to be looked at in a certain angle for you to feel this Dhamma. How this vibration and the feel of the vibration is has given you so much trouble for the whole samsaric journey to believe that there is someone here. Not only believe, you feel it, and that's why we believe it. So you need to actually fully understand and feel beyond that. Then only you will fully realize actually because we are inside a mind bubble that we have this problem. So just one thought. We are actually trying to pierce one thought fully and feel the non-vibration so that to fully understand that there's nothing actually to crave. Because the craving is mainly for existence or non-existence. Both depend on believing that there is existence. Because if you believe on the existence only, you have to think about a non-existence. So we invite everyone to come and listen Dhamma and feel it. And we are here to discuss Dhamma in English language from 3 to 5 from Sri Lankan time, but other times there's in Sinhala language. There's multiple Zoom discussions. So you all are welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you, Aranwansa, for your noble guidance. Thank you, Dhamma friends. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Good morning, Teruan Saranai, dear friends of Dhamma. Welcome to the English Zoom talk. We would like to pay our respects to our Honorable Aryan Mahansa, and we thank you all for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. Yesterday, our Buddothpado Dhamma friend gave us an introduction and an overview about the philosophy of the Buddha and about how a thought is created. And she explained to us about how this thought gives us a false view that I exist. Today, we will learn about the dependent origination, also known as the Paticca Samuppada. The dependent origination teaches us about how a thought is formed and how this thought creates a world outside, which is an illusion. Without taking much of your valuable time, I would like to invite our Buddothpado Dhamma friend to give us a talk on the dependent origination. Thank you very much. Teruan Saranai.
Peruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, please accept my humble worship. Peruvan Saranai everyone. Today we are planning to continue our discussion on dependent and origination. Before that, if we ask why people suffer due to not knowing the reality of their existence. If we look at the sufferings, people suffer in their thoughts and lost in the cycle of samsara, that is the cycle of birth and death, not knowing the absolute truth. The Buddha said once, "One thing only do I teach, suffering and its end to reach." So only one thing Buddha has told the world, that is suffering and the way to end it. You keep on suffering because you have not received the true message of Dhamma. Through this Zoom, we are ready to reveal the truth to the world. The message received through our noble friend who experienced the end of suffering through his own experimental experience. It is the story of how you get rid of your old sorrows. The absolute truth to end the sufferings was hidden under the dance of time. Now, of course, the rays of wisdom are blowing in all directions. Now let me ask, what is Dhamma? The Dhamma is about understanding true nature of things. The Dhamma is understanding the 12 links of Paticcasamuppada. Dhamma Titiñāna is the knowledge of Paticcasamuppada. All Dhamma are impermanent, compounded, arising owing to a cause, perishable and ceasing. That is Dhamma. So, to understand what is Dhamma, you need to understand origination of Dhamma. Once you understand Paticcasamuppada, you will realize what is Dhamma about. So understanding Dhamma means it is an insight into the true nature of our existence. The understanding brings liberation, the release of the mind from all bonds and fetters and issues in the cessation of dukkha or suffering. It is very correct to say the Dhamma is understanding the 12 link of Paticcasamuppada. Paticcasamuppada, translated into English as dependent origination. In other words, depends on causes and condition, which is the Dhamma of cause and effect. So, if we want to understand Dhamma, we should have a deep understanding of Paticcasamuppada, dependent origination. Buddha revealed one treasure to the world. That one treasure is Paticcasamuppada. Understanding the Paticcasamuppada is important because one who sees Paticcasamuppada sees the Dhamma. One who sees the Dhamma sees Paticcasamuppada. Further, Tathagata stated that the person who does not know the dependent origination is not a real Shramana or Bhikkhu, or will not arrive at the super-mundane path in the same life. So, that statement of Lord Buddha provides indication that why we need to understand Paticcasamuppada. Let's look at Upatissa's question. I think you know Upatissa, who later became known as Arahattera Sariputta. Upatissa questioned Arahattera Attaji. Upatissa's question was, what is your teacher's doctrine? The answer was, Ye Dhamma Hetu Pabava Te Sang Hetun Tathagato Aha Te Sanchayo Nirodho Evangvadi Mahasamano. The meaning is, whatever from a cause proceeds, the Tathagata has explained the cause. Its cessation too, he has explained. This is the teaching of the Supreme Sage. Therefore, with no doubt, we can clearly understand Buddha has revealed to the world the Dhamma of cause and effect, Hetupala. The next point, I want to draw your attention on the depth of Paticcasamuppada. Actually, the doctrine of Paticcasamuppada is very deep. I'll draw your attention to a conversation between Lord Buddha and Ananda Thero shows how deep the doctrine of Paticcasamuppada is. One day, Ananda Thero arrived at the Tathagata and said, Bhante, the Blessed One, this dependent origination is very deep. It appears to be very deep. Bhante, it is a miracle. I see it as a Dhamma that is not deep. Then the Tathagata uttered, Mahevang Ananda Avacha, Mahevang Ananda Avacha. Ananda, do not say so. Ananda, do not say so. Ananda, this dependent origination is deep. Appears to be something deep. Being not having realized this Dhamma, go from confusion to confusion, unable to overcome woeful states and samsara. Here the confusion means people lost in samsara, that is the cycle of birth and death, due to not understanding Paticcasamuppada. Now I think we can understand that Tathagata himself has shown us how deep the doctrine of Paticcasamuppada is. Now, let's take a brief look into Anuloma and Patiloma Paticcasamuppada. After enlightenment, Buddha contemplated kind of deep thinking over the dependent arising as to how things arise. We call Anuloma Paticcasamuppada. Basically, Anuloma Paticcasamuppada shows how things arise, or we can say how yourself arise. We can see a kind of relationship here. It is like when this is, that comes to be. With the rising of this, that arises. This is the rising of the whole mass of suffering. So that is the kind of relationship we see in Anuloma Paticcasamuppada. Then after enlightenment, Buddha contemplated over the dependent arising as to how things ceases. That is Patiloma Paticcasamuppada. The relationship we can see there is kind of like when this is not, that does not come to be. With the cessation of this, that ceases. This is the cessation of the whole mass of suffering. So if we sum up, the kind of relationship we can see in Paticcasamuppada is when this is, that is. This arising, that arises. When this is not, that is not. This ceasing, that ceases. Because of A arises B. Because of B arises C. When there is no A, there is no B or C. Imasmin sati idang hoti. Imasmin asati idang nahoti. Now, let's first look at Paticcasamuppada in order of arising. Paticcasamuppada in order of arising means attachment to something leading to the generation of the corresponding bhava. In other words, Paticcasamuppada in order of arising means appearance of suffering and how suffering is conditioned. Appearance of suffering is, we know, that is the first noble truth, dukkha satya. Then how suffering is conditioned means the second noble truth, that is dukkha samudaya satya. Therefore, we can say Paticcasamuppada in order of arising means appearance of suffering, that is the first noble truth, dukkha satya, and how suffering is conditioned is the second noble truth, the dukkha samudaya satya. Now, same way, let's look at the meaning of Paticcasamuppada in order of ceasing. Paticcasamuppada in order of ceasing means cessation of suffering and how it ceases. Therefore, we can say the Paticcasamuppada in order of ceasing means cessation of suffering. That is dukkha nirodha satya, the third noble truth, and how it ceases. That is dukkha nirodha gamini patipada, the fourth noble truth. In overall, we can say Paticcasamuppada explains true nature of our existence and sufferings. So, as we discussed earlier, Buddha's path is the path of understanding. Rather, it is an insight into the true nature of our existence. Now I will read out Anuloma Paticcasamuppada. Avijja paccaya sankhara, sankhara paccaya vijnanam, vijnana paccaya namarupam, namarupa paccaya salayatanam, සලායතන පච්චයා පස්සෝ පස්ස පච්චයා වේදනා වේදනා පච්චයා තණ්හා තණ්හා පච්චයා උපාදානං උපාදාන පච්චයා භවෝ භව පච්චයා ජාති ජාති පච්චයා ජරා මරණං ශෝක පරිදේව දුක්ඛ දෝමනස් උපායාසා සම්භවಂತಿ ඒව මේ තස්ස කේවලස්ස දුක්ඛක්ඛන්දස්ස සමුදයෝ හෝති. Meaning, formation sankhara arises due to the cause called ignorance, avijja. Consciousness, vijnana, arises due to the mental formations, sankhara. Names and forms, namarupa, arises due to consciousness, vijnana. 6 bases, salayatana, arises due to names and forms, namarupa. Contact, phassa, arises due to 6 bases, salayatana. Feeling, vedana, arises due to contact, phassa. Craving, tanha, arises due to feeling, vedana. Clinging, upadana, arises due to craving, tanha. Becoming, bhava, arises due to clinging, upadana. Birth, jati, arises due to becoming, bhava. Decay, jara, death, marana, sorrow, soka, lamentation, parideva, pain, dukkha, grief, domanassa, despair, upayasa, arises due to birth. This is the rising of the entire aggregate of suffering. It is like this. As the smoke rises due to the fire, the fruit rises due to the tree. The thing Dhamma, which caused the rising of something which was not present earlier, is called dependent origination. Now I think it is the right time to discuss 12 terms of dependent origination. So we'll start one by one. Let's start with the first one, ignorant, that is avijja. What is avijja? Ignorant. What is ignorant? Tattva katama avijja. Dukkhe ajnana. Dukkha samudaya ajnana. Dukkha nirodhaya ajnana. Dukkha nirodha gaminiya patipadaya ajnana. Ayang uchchati avijja. This shows ignorance means not knowing suffering, not knowing the origin of suffering, not knowing the cessation of suffering, not knowing the way leading to the cessation of suffering. This is called ignorance. Actually, ignorance means not knowing or understanding true nature of our existence. Ignorance is like darkness due to its nature of covering the truth. It is like a colored glass due to its nature of distorting facts. The person who looks at the world through a blue glass sees everything as blue. Similarly, the person who looks at or thinks about his 5 aggregates, Panchaskandha, Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, and the world outside with an ignorant mind will see them not as they are, but in another form according to the film of ignorance. So, as per the Buddha's teaching, suffering cannot be separated from the 5 aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadanaskandha. The 5 aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadanaskandha, Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, and the suffering, dukkha, are the same. what is suffering? Buddha asked, and also Buddha answered. Buddha has well explained. It should be said that it is the 5 aggregates of clinging. Pancha Upadanaskandha is the suffering. So Buddha has told that to the world. Therefore, reason for the suffering is the 5 aggregates of clinging. That is Pancha Upadanaskandha. If we understand the 5 aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadanaskandha, we'll able to relieve from the suffering. The 5 aggregate means nothing else but your mental process. You see books, chairs, trees outside. Now think, for you to see them, there are series of mental activities taking place without your knowledge. So now I am going to explain that process. Right. The 5 aggregates of clinging are Rupa, form, Vedana, feeling, Sanya, perception, Sankara, mental activity, Vijnana, consciousness. When you say aggregate of feeling, that is Vedana Skandha. When you say aggregate of perception, that is Sanya Skandha. When you say aggregate of mental activity, or we call volitional formations, that is Sankara Skandha. When you say aggregate of consciousness, that is Vijnana Skandha. When you say aggregate of form, that is Rupa Skandha. So, this Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana is taken as Nama, that is names. Remember, all outside experience first felt in our system as a Nama part, or we can say name part. So let's look at one by one. First, we look at Vedana Skandha. What is aggregate of feeling? Vedana Skandha. This is the mental force to facilitate the identification of any contact at sensor level. Sensor cannot identify objects. So Vedana is a facilitator in the identification process. It's a facilitator only. So Vedana perform very important mental activity role in the whole process. Buddha compared this feeling or Vedana to a bubble. Based on the Vedana Skandha or feeling, the next part of the mental activity process, that is the Sanya Skandha, activate. Actually, Vedana and Sanya arises together. Sanya is a reflection of Vedana. Sanya Skandha we call perception in English. Based on the feeling, that is Vedana Skandha, Sanya Skandha or this perception form sense impression or cognitive ideas. Buddha compares this perception to a mirage. Now in this exercise, telepathy mechanism will facilitate matching of the vibration occurred at sensor level to past vibration, kind of a similar experience. So, Sanya Skandha, perception, also perform very important mental activity role in the whole process. Right. We discussed about Vedana Skandha and Sanya Skandha, so you will understand later much more. So now we'll start with the Sankara Skandha. The Sankara Skandha are all the other mental activities other than Vedana Skandha and Sanya Skandha. Sankhara skandha is the speed of mental activity which causes the illusion. So we can say Sankhara skandha is the mental activity which facilitates the whole process of generating the illusion, which is not real. But due to the speed of occurrence function of Sankhara skandha, the form or illusion is created. So if I ask why this form is not real, because it appears as real due to the frequencies of vibration. This is not done by anyone. Complete natural process. Buddha compared mental formation to a plantain trunk without a hardwood, that is a banana trunk. So we discuss about Sankhara skandha. Now we will look at Rupa skandha. So what is Rupa skandha then? We already know all outside experience first felt in our system as a nama part. We can say name part. And then the form or the illusion is created. Due to our ignorance, this created form is taken as real or taken as outside, which is called Rupa. Rupa is a mental form, and it is the belief that outside exists. Buddha compared Rupa skandha to a lump of form. So you need to understand Nama comes first. Rupa or form is secondary to that. That is why Nama Rupa and not Rupa Nama. So Nama Rupa are correlated. So they need each other to form the illusion. But remember, that is the place where two extremes of I-ness and outside is created. This is the place where you create duality. This duality brings energy or power to your system. Okay, so let's see what is Vijnana Skandha then. So what is aggregate of consciousness? Vijnana Skandha. Right, this is the last one under the 5 aggregate. Vijnana Skandha is the cognitive consciousness of the things. Arising of mental consciousness means the identification of table, chairs, trees, etc. Buddha compared Vijnana Skandha to an illusion. So, due to the ignorance, we take the illusion as real outside and seeing the mental consciousness or arising of Vijnana as inside or self, ego, I-ness present. The two extremes created. Your level of suffering will be higher if something happened to those objects. This means within the two opposite ends, plus and minus, power get created. Yo bante vijitvana majje manta nalipati refers to this process. If you carefully see, what is this burning? What is this current inside you? Actually, your ego or self is equal to this current. These two ends exist only in the mundane plane. The liberation from this refers to the Arya or super mundane plane. Right. We have discussed all the 5 elements of the 5 aggregates of clinging, right? So this is the mental process, natural process, which create the illusion for you. Then only you can recognize table, chairs, and trees. So this arising of Pancha Upadana Skandha is referred to in the Dhamma as dukkha. Sankitena Pancha Upadana Skandha dukkha. In short, Pancha Upadanaskandha itself is dukkha. Now let me link the same Pancha Upadanaskandha with the Anatma doctrine. As per the Anatma doctrine, these 5 klings aggregate, Pancha Upadanaskandha, cannot be taken as a self. Why? Because they are resulting from causes and conditions. And if those causes and conditions are not there, then there would not have a self existing. So Buddha has clearly mentioned these 5 aggregates are anicca, dukkha, anatma. So I'll read out Buddha's statement. Once Lord Buddha mentioned the 5 aggregates are impermanent, that is anicca. Whatever is impermanent, that is dukkha, unsatisfactory. That is without self, anatma. That is not mine, that I am not, that is not myself. So as Buddha mentioned, rupa, feeling, perception, mental formation, and consciousness are impermanent. So now I think we have come to the end. The time is actually limited. So I will actually, whatever the word I spoke here is really, I was able to speak because of the Aryan Mahanse. Because Aryan Mahanse explained me all this during the last 1.5 years. So, actually, Aryan Mahanse will take 1 more minute to see whether we can receive any comments to this from our Aryan Mahanse. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse.
Thiruvan Saranai.
Aryan Mahansa, I can continue if there is, do you want to add anything up to so far, Aryan Mahansa?
So that's the problem is there.
Yeah.
That one is how is mind is created. That is the dependent origination.
Yes.
But other things are there's other topics that
Yes.
5 aggregates
Yeah.
and there's 4 noble truths. Also, there's a other headline.
Yeah.
So the mind is creating is the dependent origination.
Yes.
But you're explaining that
Yeah.
other side. It is
Yeah.
not the today's head. There's a explaining because we want to first know how is this mind creating. There's a dependent origination. Only the mind creating is.
Yeah. Okay,
But
Aryan
that is a theory points. But we want practical side.
Okay, Aryan. I'll do that.
Yeah, how is mind creating? That is a dependent
Yeah.
origination.
Yes.
That's the explanation is Buddha's. It's okay. I think you can.
I will continue,
so
Aryan.
other thing is Buddha's words are the Buddha's words.
Yeah.
But everything is not the Buddha's words.
Yeah.
Sometimes I explain my experience. So it is we won't correct it because Buddha's words are everybody knows. That's the Tripitakas are there and the many books are there. So we can't tell them my experience. I can tell my experience is my experience, but I can't tell that is the Buddha said that.
Yeah.
So it's want to be corrected. It's okay. You can continue. It's okay.
Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. Actually, our Aryan Mahansa is sharing to the world his own experimental experience, but all that experience is well in line with the Tripitaka and Buddha's wording. So let me come to the topic back. So, right. So as Buddha mentioned, Buddha and as our Aryan Wahanse taught to us, Rupa, feeling, perception, mental formation, consciousness are impermanent. So if there is any cause and condition for arising of these aggregates, they too are impermanent. So that we have to understand. Now, let me link this same to Sakkaya Ditthi. So, what is Sakkaya Ditthi? Sakkaya Ditthi means the view that there is a self existing behind or within these five aggregates, that is Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. So, elimination of Sakkaya Ditthi is necessary to attain the stream entry Sotapatti. Now I will come to the practical side of this as instructed by Aryan Wahanse. So you will understand the frequency of vibration does all this. So speed of occurrence of the mental activity is the skandha. It appear, it disappear, so nobody doing it. So as per the message we received from our noble friend Aryan Wahanse, so ignorance means not knowing the pure truth. So because of the ignorance, we continue to believe that we exist and we experience the outside world as real. So it is always when we fail to see the true nature of things that our view becomes clouded. We fail to see mirages, illusions, and deception. The delusion of mind mistakes the unreal for real, result in confusion, conflict, disharmony, and perpetual sorrow. So when a man is caught up in this illusion, he perceives things incorrectly. He perceives permanence in the impermanent, pleasure in pain, self in what is not self. So he deluded by his own senses. Well, now if I ask you a question, do you know that what you experience or what you feel is due to a natural process? It is a scientific process which is not in control anyone. Your experience, what you feel is not in control of yourself. Actually, if you understand, you continue to suffer in your thoughts. If I ask you, can you control your thoughts? Actually, you are not able to control your thoughts. Therefore, you will realize that you continue to suffer for a thought which is not in control of yourselves. So, thought appear and disappear. Now, if I give you an example, if a firebrand is rotated rapidly while standing in the dark, it will appear as a ring of fire. Anyone can understand that there is no ring of fire in reality, though it appears so. Due to the speed of the firebrand, it appears as a ring or a circle. So that is what is happening in our thoughts as well. So pure truth will guide you to see the reality behind the mechanism of formation of your thoughts. So that was just now explained by Aryan Wahanse. That is the important message we need to communicate to the world. Because this pure truth, the Aryan Wahanse's experimental experience will guide you to see the reality behind the mechanism of formation of your thought. And understanding the reality of your life, your existence. When you analyze this more closely, you will realize you are trapped inside your senses. If you rightly look at it, you are trapped inside a cage called ego. One who understands the reality will improve its wisdom and will gradually reduce his self or ego. Therefore, it is very important to understand true nature of our existence. As long as you are ignorant about the pure truth, you will be born in each and every thought. Self is present, our ego is present, all the problems started. This means as long as we are ignorant about the pure truth, we'll always be in suffering. So, right understanding or insight remove illusions and help the man to cognize the real nature of their underlying all appearances. So when we discuss True Dhamma section, we will explain you the scientific process which was taught by our Aryan Vahanse behind the formation of your thoughts and your existence. So as we listen to our noble friend Aryan Vahanse, our ignorance will reduce once we understand the message of true Dhamma. That is called Satya Jnana. So true knowledge of the Buddhist doctrine must be realized by ourselves. So Dhamma Cakkappavattana Sutta, first sermon, clearly address Satya Jnana, Krutya Jnana and Krutak Jnana. So Satya Jnana part must be understood fully to eradicate the ignorance. So we'll tell you that on a different day. Most of your problems will be solved along with this knowledge. So with the right message from noble friend, your Sakkaya Ditti, this notion of self or ego will be removed. And one develop wisdom. That we call Yathabhuta Jnana, which is called insight of seeing reality. So wisdom means what? Wisdom is the one's experience that he has automatically free from thoughts and objects without any mental force. Please understand there is a difference between knowledge and wisdom. So wisdom you gain is something beyond thoughts. Wisdom will guide you towards attaining unshakable deliverance of mind, that is akuppa ceto vimukti, as explained by our Aryan Vahanse. So we'll discuss about Satya Jnana part later because there is another specific day to discuss as per our schedule. So now we'll come back to this Paticcasamuppada because I'm trying to explain the 12 elements in Paticcasamuppada one by one. So let me finish that first. So how to overcome ignorance? Because we have been discussing about ignorance. Now let's see how to overcome ignorance. Now, to overcome ignorance, 4 things is important. Number 1, association of noble person, that is Sappurisa Sevane. Number 2, listening to true Dhamma, Saddhamma Shravane. Number 3, wise attention, that is Yoniso Manasikara. Number 4, correct Dhamma practice, Dhammanu Dhamma Patipada. That will reduce your ignorance. Now, if I ask you why association of noble person is mentioned first in order by Lord Buddha, the reason is this element of true Dhamma or Satya Jnana must be received from someone with experimental experience. Because that Kalyana Mitrya or noble friend only can give the right message and also is the only person who can, guide you until you reach the right path and realizing Nibbana. So I hope you understand why it is important. So I think you have to associate our Aryan Vahanse and take continuous guidance to clarify this Satya Jnana part. If you are interested to get rid of your sufferings, so you definitely take that approach. So, okay, so if now we discuss about Vijja, so what is Avijja? So දුක්ඛේ ඥානං දුක්ඛ සමුදය ඥානං දුක්ඛ නිරෝධේ ඥානං දුක්ඛ නිරෝධගාමිනී පටිපදා ඥානං අයං උච්චති භික්ඛවේ විජ්ජා. So I hope you can understand. So we have to, once we learn what is suffering, so basically we'll able to see, I mean, all these problems arises due to mind. So once we understand how the mind is created, definitely we'll able to have vijja. Right, now let me come to the second principle in the doctrine of dependent origination. That is volitional formations, what do you call sankara. So avijja paccaya sankara. Avijja paccaya sankara. That meaning dependent on ignorance, arise producing sankara or volitional formation. So dependent on ignorance, arise producing sankara or volitional formation. So tatta katame avijja paccaya sankara, puññāvi sankaro, apuññāvi sankaro, ānenjāvi sankaro, kaya sankaro, vaci sankaro, chitta sankaro. So there are several kinds of sankara, that is volitional formations. The first one is puññāvi sankaro, that is meritorious volitional formation. Then apuññāvi sankaro, non-meritorious volitional formation. Ānenjāvi sankaro, imperturbable volitional formations. Then kaya sankara, that is the bodily volitional formation. So these are the mental formations arising from many bodily activities. So then vaci sankara, the verbal volitional formation. These are the mental formation arising from when using words. And then chitta sankara, the mental volitional formation. These are the mental volitional formation arising other than kaya or vaci sankara. So I hope you now understand the types of volitional formation. Now coming back to our dependent origination, avijja paccaya sankara, meaning due to our ignorance, we create thoughts. From that point on, we being to feel jealousy, revenge, attachment, aversion. All these are sankara. Sankara can be lobha, dvesha, moha, greed, hatred, delusion. So Buddha stated that radiant is the mind at the birth. It is soiled only by defilement. So our Aryan Vahanse also explained to us this concept very well. So once, when you are in birth, your mind is very radiant, but later it is soiled by defilements. So remember, these all sankara are impermanent. Sabbe sankara anicca. Just like the two fireballs on a stick, once rotate, that create the fire circle, which is an illusion. That is not real, only illusions. So as explained to us by Aryan Vahansa, at every moment, a stimulus, a thought comes to our mind. It immediately disappears. So everything that happens only at this moment. I think that is in line with the Buddha's wording also, autta sambhutang uttanam bhavishyati. So as explained by Aryan Vahanse, this means whatever experience you have at this moment never come from past. And the experience will never last either. It would completely be destroyed in the same moment. Nothing will remain. So you have to understand the nature of your mind. So I'll take one wording from Dhammapada. I think all of you are familiar with that. Mano pubbangama dhamma, mano setta, manomaya. What is the meaning of that? Mind proceeds thing. Mind dominates them. Mind creates them. So we have to understand the world is led by mind or thought. Okay, so it is quite clear that our existence is the mind or consciousness. Therefore, free from mind is the way to free from suffering. Right. Now let me talk about the third principle in Patisamuppada, that is the consciousness or viññāna. Sankara paccaya viññāna, meaning dependent on sankara arises consciousness. So what is sankara paccaya viññāna? Tatta kataman sankara paccaya viññāna, chakku viññāna, sota viññāna, grana viññāna, jivha viññāna, kaya viññāna, mano viññāna, idang uchchati sankara paccaya viññāna. So what is consciousness? The six consciousness of eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, body consciousness, and mind consciousness. Right? So this, if you look to the Vibhanga Pali, you will see eye conscious means chakku viññāna, ear consciousness sota viññāna, nose consciousness grana viññāna, tongue consciousness jivha viññāna, body consciousness kaya viññāna, mind consciousness mano viññāna. So those are the six types of consciousness caused by formations, sankara. So all these consciousness arising due to the condition. So they ceases when the conditions not present. So as explained by Aryan Mahanse, the mind consciousness, thought or viññāna is formed by the stimuli coming from the five senses. The feeling of being alive is your mind consciousness, a thought. So later you will understand that there is nothing as thought either. A thought arises and disappears immediately. There are five sensitivities which help the rise of consciousness. So they are ear sensitivity, that is the chakku prasada. Number two, eye sensitivity, chakku prasada. Then ear sensitivity, sota prasada. Nose sensitivity, grana prasada. Tongue sensitivity, jivha prasada. And body sensitivity, kaya prasada. For example, the sensitivity in the eye, chakku prasada, helps the consciousness to arise, which is called chakku viññāna. So the things that we cognize through consciousness are called object. Object means ārammana, aramunu. So as per our Aryan Mahanse, at a blink of an eye, billions of consciousness would have started and fallen away. So each unit of consciousness consists rising and cessation, uppada and bhanga. So that is so then what is the mind? So there is nothing called mind. Mind means chitta chaitasika. So arising of the mind consciousness means it is the state of mind. There is nothing called mind. Arising of the mind conscious means the mind. So we need to understand. So formation of consciousness arises only when conditions present, which is not done by anybody. It is a natural process, right? For example, there cannot be any I-ness in eye consciousness. For example, you are not able to control eye consciousness, chakku viññāna happening. So now you understand that Arising of consciousness occur when the conditions arise. It is a natural process. You can't control the arising of consciousness. Therefore, considering as I see or I hear is due to your ignorance of not understanding the cause and effect principle shown in Paticcasamuppada. Actually, as explained by Aryan Vahanse to us, your sensor will not identify the object. So, Chakku Vinyana is a state of feeling or a spark. So, continuous spark, which is a natural process, will cause formation of form of color or light. Kind of a image or photo. Light is created in the prasada. So, prasada means, the birth of prasada means the creation of the light and the rising of the Chakku Vinyana there itself. So, we call vision. But remember, your eye consciousness has awareness only. It does not know what the object is. So, mind consciousness, on the other hand, is a different stage in which these colors and shapes are identified as real objects. So, you will recognize chairs, then tables at the mind consciousness level. So, mind consciousness result will be based on data that were introduced us when we were very small. And Aryan Vahanse explained to us this identification process happens in a telepathy mechanism, right? So anyway, we will tell you about that on a separate day under Satyajnana part. Actually, it is really worth for you to listen that science which is, explained to the world by Aryan Vahanse. So it is very worth listening to it if you need to end the suffering and if you need to enjoy a happy life. Right, coming back to our topic. So let's take another example. For example, ear. So when a sound wave strikes the ear, awareness of hearing created in the sensor, in the ear consciousness. But it does not know what the sound is. So I hope you can understand the sensor, how the sensor works. Right. So we have been now discussing about the consciousness vinyana. So vinyanang anidassanang anantang sabbato pabang. This means that thought ceases to materialize at that moment for the one who realized the wisdom. One who realized the truth of mind, consciousness, there is no outside and there is no self or inside. You come out of the illusion. You know there is no way to experience the outside world. Chakku Vinyana cannot recognize object. So what you can feel is the illusion that is your mind consciousness. So that illusion will be different from person to person, even for a same object. For example, when I say ice cream, one would get an illusion of a chocolate ice cream. Another would get an illusion of a vanilla ice cream. So for the same object, illusion would be different. So what you experience is what you created in your mind, whether you like it or not. So, in the Rohitassa Sutta, the Buddha told this very beautiful quote. So, in this one fathom long body alone, with its perception and thoughts, do I proclaim the world, the origin of the world, the cessation of the world, and path leading to the cessation of the world. So that means what? What is world? World is your mind. So your world is created in the mind consciousness. So if you can free from mind, you free from the world, right? So, so in my explanation, I use like Aryan Mahansi actually told us that telepathy mechanism. So mind consciousness result will be based on data that were introduced to us when we were very small. But Aryan Mahansi clearly told us there is nothing called data or memory. So there is no thing. You will not find things in this world. So it is only all are vibration. So you have to understand that. Anyway, we'll explain all that once we discuss Satyajnana part. Right. So I think it is enough about the Vijnana. Now let's discuss the fourth principle of Paticcasamuppada, that is names and forms, that is Nama Rupa. Right. We'll start Nama Rupa section. So what is Nama? Nama means the feeling, perception, mental activity and consciousness. They are called Nama. So as we discussed on the previous section, thought means that is the illusion of the mind or Vijnana Mayava we called Chitta. You actually live in thoughts. Now you understand thoughts actually does not exist, Upada and Vanga. So that is there. So what is Vijnana Pacchaya Nama Rupa? So Tatta Katamang Vijnana Pacchaya Nama Rupang, Atti Namang Atti Rupang, Tatta Katamang Namang, Vedana Skando, Sanya Skando, Sankara Skando, Idang Uchati Nama. So the three aggregates, the aggregate of feeling, that is Vedana Skanda, aggregate of perception, Sanya Skanda, and aggregate of formation, Sankara Skanda, are the name part. We call Nama. Right. So when you say Vijnana Pacchaya Nama Rupang, meaning depend on consciousness arises names and forms. So Nama, as we discussed, three mental factors. So feeling or sensation means Vedana. All these are actually Chaitasika part. Feeling, perception, mental formation are Chaitasika part. So feeling or sensation means Vedana. Perception is Sanya. Then mental formation means Sankara. So these three mental factors we can identify as Nama. So words, now remember the words are certainly important, but as the Aryan Mahansi also try to highlight that, but more important is what you understand, what is going inside you, how these mental formation occur, and how you trapped into this mental formation. So we learn about Vijnana, which is an illusion. You need to understand that this illusion is made by coming together of Nama and Rupa. So Aryan Mahansi gave this example to us. For example, when we hear the word pineapple, that is Nama formation, right? Nama, pineapple. Then image of pineapple come to our mind. That is Rupa. So we'll elaborate that more. So Nama means what? Nama means thought, a belief of an insight, right? Insight. Then Rupa means what? Image or a form, but belief that the outside exists. So coming together is a thought. So this is the explanation of Aryan Mahansi on this. So it is important to note, even with the Buddha's teaching, suffering cannot be separated from the five aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadana Skandha. So five aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadana Skandha, and the suffering dukkha are the same, right? Therefore, we have to understand, I think we discussed about this Pancha Upadana Skandha, that is the mental process, which derives the illusion. So if we understand that, that means we understand how the thoughts are formed, how these illusions are created in our mind. Right. Now, I will come back to the important part. Let me ask you a question. Can you experience the outside world? Always what you experience is your mind consciousness. That mind consciousness or illusion is the one created by your system automatically, which is different from person to person, irrespective of the fact that everyone experiences the same world. So, who create this illusion? That is your system output. So, you need to experience that names and forms generated from your system, whether you like it or not. So this is very important point you need to understand. If you think that the created chocolate ice cream as your thinking, or it is as your thought, that is your mistake. That is your ignorance. If you analyze this closely, this nama rupa, names and forms created naturally. It is not done by anyone else. It is not done by you. It is out of control of yourself. So you cannot control nama rupa or names and forms happening. If you think it is yours, then that is your ignorance. That is the point, as well explained by our Aryan Vahanse. You have created an inside and outside. You have created the duality. You have created two ends. But truly, these two sides doesn't exist. There is nothing as Ajata inside or Bahidda outside. I hope you understand. One side is that we believe we are here, that is I-ness, and we believe that the outside world exists. The two sides creates duality. The duality will generate current or power in your system. So which will cause the created objects or illusion in your system as real. So due to this, you will be more attached towards them. I think we have to end the session. Time has come to end. So I will ask Aryan Vahanse to add any comment on this. Avasarai Aryan Vahanse. Please accept my humble worship, Aryan Vahanse.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Teruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. That's I think it's a theory part is going today.
Yes,
Not a
Aryan
practical
Vahanse.
side. It is not a practical side.
Yeah,
Practical side is a vibration here.
yeah,
Everything is a vibration. It's a creation is a vibration creation. It's not a like that. That's a what we are looking our syllabus. Our syllabus is not a practical. We can read the syllabus and we can talk the syllabus, but it is not a practical. Practical happen, you can feel it. What happened here? What is the illusion? Illusion is our soul. That's our life feel. That's an illusion. Everything is an illusion. That's a dependent origination. Everything. The sankhara is a vibration. Speedily, we are talking about the rapidity speed. So, what is this five aggregates? What is these five senses? These five senses are creating, that is the world, that is the illusion world, is the sensual world. not real. So we can talk the suffering. How is suffering coming? This illusion is the case. So really, Buddha won't end in the suffering. How is the end in this suffering? We are in the illusion now. So someone understood this. Someone understood what is illusion. He can be happy. So someone in the illusion, like a blind person. How is end in suffering? It's not happening. That is why this dependent origination is everywhere. There's illusion. What is this dependent origination? Dependent origination is our mind creation. Someone get this mind creation is reality, is real, is permanent, is existence is okay. That is the illusion. You are in the you are looking the mirage. It's not a real, it's a stimulation. It's a fantasy, not a real. So we won't talk the suffering and origin of suffering and cessation of suffering and way to the cessation of suffering. We want to talk that, but first we want understood the mind. That's ignorance. That's avidya. What is this real? It's a vibration. Non-vibration is the real. Vibration is the illusion. This your colors, your forms, your eye is illusion. Your ear, sound is not real. It's illusion. It's censoring, it's sensually. It's happening in the sense. Something happened in your ear, you're deaf. You haven't a sound. This sound is outside door. Where this sound? Sound is vibration. Sound is not a sound. Sound is a wave. It's a vibration only. What is these colors? These are vibrations. This is not real. It's your eye is creating, that's your colors. That's your forms. You are blind, where's your colors? Where's your lights? That's where it is gone. It's not real. So this is this is the case, human mind, every living mind. That is why in suffering. Because they are thinking, they have death. They are thinking, they have birth. But this birth and death also some miracle. It's a illusion. It's not real. It's a thought. But we can't understand. How is creating these thoughts? That is the dependent origination. How is creating these thoughts? How is happening this? Everything you are thinking, everything you are mind, everything your thoughts. How is creating this? That is, we are trying to explain this word, this vibration. What is this vibration? What is this sensations? What is this vibrations? What is our life? What is our feel? What is our soul? How is it happening? This non-soul Dhamma is explaining this word in the Buddha. Nothing else. No being, no living being, nothing existent is the real. Others is illusion. How we understood this? That is our duty. That's the Buddothpado Dhamma discourses. Try to doing this duty, this whole world, this present moment only the alive, but it is not the real. Past is gone, future is not coming. Only the you are you remembering something. That's present moment only the thought. You are thinking the future. This present moment only the thought. But this present moment thought also not the real. This illusion. You are living only the moment. That's the birth. That's the birth and the death. This present moment, something you have, existent feel, that's your thoughts, is a real. You are in miracle. You are in illusion, misconception, not real. So this is not easy to understand. So tomorrow we won't understand, tomorrow we won't discuss how is eye creation. This is the best, I think. How is ear creation? How his thoughts are coming. This rapid vibration again and again and it's happen in this. That's the vibration. That's a I also have consciousness. Mind consciousness, how is happening? That's a five senses are working. That's a eye consciousness and ear consciousness and the smell consciousness and taste consciousness and your body consciousness is together. One consciousness is coming, that is the mind consciousness. This together is happening is the formation. Sankara. This Sankara is Abhisankara. It's a vibrations. Colors also, sounds also, that's the thoughts also, chair, table, sun, moon, everything is Sankara. Not a real Sankara, meaning is illusion. This is today, I think, is the most popular. This world is topic. What is the real world? What is the real is here? Is a nothingness. That's a Buddha's explanation. Somebody has understood this. Calm and cool. No pain, no burning, no suffering. Because understand what? Everything is normally happening. You can see, you can hear, you can smell, you can taste, you can body sense feeling, and you can think. Normally is you can do your job and your business and you're studying, everything is normally going into your life. But you understood what is real. You are in calm and cool. What's the happen is okay, doesn't matter. You are in the cool. Is the understand one. That is the Buddha's path, this dependent original sense. Go in the inside meditation. Inside meditation is understand one. Not concentration meditation. Concentration meditation is okay. It's, you little bit you do that is because it's the calm coming that your mind is coming to not complicate. Your mind is coming to that's a cool down. Yeah. That's a meditation is good. It's okay. Concentration meditation is not bad. Concentration meditation, whole world people are doing. Because Hindus are doing, that's the Christians also doing, that's the other religions also doing. It is not the Buddha's explanation. Buddha's explanation is never heard before. Dhamma is inside meditation. It's not a concentration meditation. We can't play the games this true Dhamma. Because one true is here in this world, not two, on the one. Only the one. One truth is here. Is every Your thoughts are illusions, not real. This is not a game. This is a real, your life and cycle of birth. Ending is coming today. You understood this, what happened here is your cycle of birth ending. No any birth. This is the last. You won't do that. You won't end the suffering. You want, if you want endless happiness, you won't understood what is the truth here, what is the true Dhamma, what is the dependent origination, what is the Buddothpado Dhamma discourses. That's our day. That's our day. It's okay, that's our experience. Whole world we are explaining. How is coming this path? How is the happening? This is not an enlightenment. It's a Hindu one. This is super awakened to the moment. That is the Buddha's word. Please keep and be careful using the English word, because this is not a baby's playground. This is our life. It's not a game. There's a real reality is here. What is the real? What's the truth? We want to know. It's okay. We can experience. This is not a believing. This is not a believing. You can experience. It's okay. We explain. You can experience. After you can get it. Oh no, it's okay. Everybody, that is our explanation is very well. I think it's today is try to do that. It's okay. How she can do, she try to do that. Is we thanks for her. It's okay. Everybody, tomorrow we can discuss. It's okay. What is the reality? Teruvan Sarana, everybody.
Teruvan Sarana. Namaskar.
Teruvan Saranai Aryan Master. Teruvan Saranai everyone. Welcome to the new Buddothpado English Zoom sessions. These sessions will be held daily at 8:30 a.m. Sri Lankan time. Those who listen to Buddothpado sermons are truly fortunate because Buddothpado sermons presents a very rare Dhamma discourses never heard before. We want to share Buddothpado Dhamma discourses to the world so every human being can be free from suffering, live in peace and eternal bliss. Buddothpado Dhamma discourses reveals the true essence of Lord Buddha's doctrine, which was hidden under the dunes of time. And it guides us to the practical path to Nibbana, which is Vidarshana meditation. Did you ever wonder what is life? Why are we born? Why do we die? And why do we suffer? Sometimes you are happy, but sometimes you are sad. What is this oscillating life? This is a never-ending circle. We do everything to be happy, isn't it? But even when we are happy, we feel that there is something missing in life. Though we try to cover up suffering in various ways by offering pujas and doing various rituals, The death is inevitable, isn't it? So, is there a way out of this suffering? Yes. And Lord Buddha in Dhammacakkappavattana Sutra revealed to the world how to end this suffering. It was the never heard before Dhamma, the dependent origination Dhamma, or Paticca Samuppada Dharma. There we can see how the thoughts are created and how we suffer because of a thought and how to get rid of suffering. The clear path to Nibbana through Satya, Krutya, Krutajnana. This is the ultimate truth. This is the true Dhamma which Lord Buddha has revealed to the world. And this is what you can listen from Buddothpado sermons too. But to understand this true Dhamma, we need the guidance of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa. Buddothpado sermons will help you to find the correct path to Nibbana. This is a gradual process. While on the path, you will definitely feel the difference within you because your defilements start to diminish. Lord Buddha said, those who worship me with flowers and lamps are not real worshippers, but those who follow and practice my teaching are the real worshippers. So today, we want to share Buddothpado sermons to the world so every human being can find solace, peace, and tranquility and be free from all suffering. Path to freedom from thoughts, path to freedom from suffering, path to seeing the truth. This is the way to total freedom. Now, our Buddothpado Dhamma friend will start the sessions. Teruvan Saranai.
Well, may the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. First of all, we humbly pay our homage to the Perfect One, the fully awakened One, the Supreme Buddha. And I hope everyone is well and happy today. As we are in an individual journey of understanding the world and the self, we also feel like that we have to share the whatever we gain in this path to others as well, so that we share the knowledge and the actual individual experiences we gain in this path. So today we are actually starting for the first time a new series of Buddothpado Dhamma discussions. It's not a discussion as such today. So I'm kind of going to give you an overview of everything as possible. So in that, I would say I take a humble effort to explain things, but if I do a mistake, I apologize. Because the angle we look into these things can be slightly different from the way someone else might not. It might. So it's actually, that is actually why we are trying to do this, because the Dhamma, the Lord Buddha has taught us a lot of things, and the way we look at it, there can be so many different angles that we are looking at it, but we are just humbly explaining something that we learn. And in this path, we have been guided by Aran Hanse as well. So Aran Hanse has been teaching us for a long time, and I would say I'll start talking about, so the dependent origination is the topic we have chosen for the first time. And why we have chosen dependent origination is actually Lord Buddha has explained, if you know dependent origination, you know Dhamma, and if you know Dhamma, you know Buddha. So we are actually trying to look into that from another perspective. So when we talk about dependent origination, it's actually a set of words, I would say. I'm not going to actually go deep into these words. Okay, if you want to know the words, it would be like ignorance, mental formation, consciousness, name and form, six senses, contact, feeling, craving, clinging, becoming, birth, old age, and death. Did you understand anything? Okay, sometimes may, but it's kind of like series of words. But Lord Buddha's who explained how the mind works, actually understood dependent origination the day that he attained the Lord Buddhaship. So we will try to understand it, what it really means. So as we are living in the sensual world, so we are in Kamaloka, what is in English sensual world. So in sensual world, we are actually experiencing every day. We are experiencing something every day. So when we experience something as a child or as a baby, we experience something. Do you know what it is? Sometimes as a baby, if you can really go back into that from our like imagination, we can only imagine at that time, because we have come so far away from that. We can't actually go back to that immediately. We just have to imagine how we actually got these impurities into this small mind. So it's like a white sheet, or as Lord Buddha explained, it's like a clean sheet or cloth, clean cloth. So it's a clean cloth which is getting dirty. And he actually understood that how this clean cloth is getting dirty. And the clean cloth is an example to the small baby's mind, which is so clear. Have you seen a baby smiling? How beautiful that is? Do you think he has anger in that? Any ill, hatred, anything like a jealousy? There's nothing. If there's any bodily harm, the baby will cry, but that's it. So how did this clean cloth became very dirty? Slowly it get dirty. It's not like a sudden thing which happens. But is this happening according to a plan? Not really. It's really a process which happens automatically. It's not someone actually making it dirty. Is the baby making it dirty? Not really. That clear mind, the clean mind is getting the clashes. So that's the dependent origination in a different nutshell. Like if you try to explain how this mind got into this problem of having all these defilements and impurities, and at the same time, the Lord Buddha understood at the time of the attaining the nirvana, he understood there is a process. What is the process? There is a process of birth here. So I'm not talking about the birth of the body. I'm actually talking about the birth of this self, the feeling of existence. Did the feeling of existence, it can actually be, I'm talking actually about the sensual world, so don't take me wrong. In a different words, the feeling of existence must be dealt differently. So I'm not talking about that at the moment. I'm talking about the sensual world where we are the humans. We have like a human, like a body where we have 5 senses, and with the 5 senses, we have another sense which is the mind, and it became 6 senses. So that is where we are describing this, is because we can't describe it apart from our senses. We have to describe it according to what we know. So the dependent origination, what is it all about? It's about how this mind got dirty slowly. So as I said, ignorance. Well, we have the ignorance, so we'll keep it aside because we are having the ignorance at the moment. And then how do we talk about this forming of mind, or forming of feeling of existence, or forming of this one thought? So when one thought is arising, the first thought in the mind, the impurity is already begun. It's already begun, because imagine the baby starts to hear the world. He doesn't know what he's hearing. He sees the world. He doesn't know what he's seeing. But slowly, in this process, this is not happening. The baby is not doing anything. It's just a process. From the eye, we see something, and automatically, if we keep naming it, the system make it together, because that's what it is doing. So if you call Amma or Ma, mother, always you see a shape and a form, and then if you're given the sound, it will be like the system itself picks it up as like one thing. Then the I is born. We call it I is born. Lord Buddha explained it as that's the beginning of the birth. Why? Because 2 senses are now forming another mind, one thought. It is actually not there. Do you get it? Do you think there's another sense other than this 5 senses? No, but this ability of humans, it's not only humans, it's all animals. So the humans, I'm only talking about humans because it's easy to talk about humans because that's what we know. So the 5 senses, they are giving various inputs, and then this system itself has the ability to correlate them or making them together and that is the actual birth where the mind is originated. So the feeling of existence, the Lord Buddha understood, okay, so there is the child or the baby with time understood, okay, the picture which is there, or the shape or the form is actually is related to this sound, Amma, and it becomes together. Is it somewhere? Is it actually available? No, it's actually in the mind that it's forming this new form. It is actually a sankata, or it is a new creation. Do you really feel it, what I'm trying to say? Did you see that how the Amma or the mother is formed in the mind? It's a mind creation. It's a beautiful creation, actually. It's the wonderful creation of the beings that they are able to do this. But what is ignorance here? Ignorance is not knowing that it is happening, or not knowing that it's actually a creation. So mental formations. Okay, and there's another part to this. That this is the best part of it. When you come to mental formations, if you actually go into this formation of this illusory world, you will never be able to actually get this shape and form to the sound and make a new illusory Amma or mother in the mind, because at the same time, this happens so fast. It's actually very scientific at the moment. Scientists are trying very hard to prove these things. What is the actually they think they think a lot of things, but this mind, they haven't developed a computer or a software which is fast like our mind. There can be other beings which have minds better than this one, but I'm talking about the humans. So the humans are trying to make another software which is faster than our mind, which has never happened, because they're always slower than the mind, because the mind is trying to develop something which is faster than the own mind. So this fast happening of these mental formations is the real reason why we feel that there is something. Okay, this goes very deep. If I keep talking, I don't know. So if you think that you saw a form and a shape, even that shape and the form is actually created because of that fast formation. It's so fast that you feel that it's static. It's there are beautiful examples, like imagine there is okay, I can give you an example like this. There is firework above the Sydney Bridge. 31st of December, if you have seen it in the TV or in Sri Lanka, there's so many fireworks or even Toran. So you know that it's a firework, don't you? We know that. So are we do we have ignorance there? No, we know that it's a firework. But aren't they beautiful? Then when they are beautifully making the fully like imagine a word. Don't you see that there's a word? But we know that it is illusion, don't we? We know that there only is some lights which are happening very fast, which appear as one thing. Do you get the point? It appears as one thing. It's the same thing which happens in the eye, that this creation is so beautiful. I mean, I'm calling it beautiful because this is really interesting. Not that actually the creation is beautiful, but actually the way of creating this illusion is so fantastic that we forget that it's the illusion. So the eye, even the shape and form that we see is in itself is for the creation. So if someone asks, so have we seen actual shape and form? We don't know, because it's only, we can appreciate only what we can appreciate. We have to come to that's a full understanding. Humans can appreciate only what human senses are able to appreciate. But in future, if someone developed another new sense and attach it to the humans, they may be able to appreciate another level of creation. But at the moment, it's only 5 senses, and the mother or the amma, even the shape and the form, it's created in the eye. It's created in this system. So Lord Buddha says, the feeling of, actually Lord Buddha was trying to understand from very beginning, how am I feeling I'm existing? What is this? What is the meaning of this feeling of existence? And why we are afraid to die? Why we are feeling that we are actually going to old age? Why are we feeling that this feeling? And that's what he was experimenting on. He's the most the highest person with wisdom. So he was his the whole idea was trying to find out how on earth this happened. So ignorance and mental formation, which happens with this fast formation of mind, bring about the consciousness. That's just this process, because this is happening so fast. You feel something is there static. You feel the difference. As I told, we can appreciate only what we have in these our senses. So because it's happening so fast, we feel something. We can't really avoid this. That is how it is. So we feel the consciousness. Well, for instance, just imagine the world is slowing down. Our chitta, this formation of mind, slows down. We won't be able to actually do this mental formation like this. We will never know what we will be actually forming, because the slowing of this actually will hinder what we form, because it's just a formation. And do you understand even the word? It's a mental formation. It's beautifully worded here, mental formation. It's not out there, but because of our senses, the eye, the ear, and our bodily, the feelings, the touch, the taste, the smell, they all come together and a mental formation occurs. And that mental formation, is it there actually? Well, we never know, because that's a mental formation. We are actually forming it according to our senses. And that's where the consciousness occurs. This is a natural phenomena, and this is a natural process. No one is doing it. And it's a beautifully led by Lord Buddha. It's so beautifully led by Lord Buddha. And in this process, the problem is when these forms and the sound and everything, the feeling and the actual, the form and the shape we saw, everything get together, name and form, we already have formed the 6 senses. It's not only 5 senses now. Why? Because there's another sense. Is it somewhere actually located in the brain? No, it's a sense which is originated in this combination of 5 senses. It's a natural phenomenon that this combination happens, and that's where the contact happens. When this new sense is originated, when the 6 senses are formed, the contact happens. You can't avoid it, because it's happening, because you take that new sense or the mind formation so seriously, and the contact is unavoidable. And the feeling is unavoidable. If the contact happens, you have to have a feeling, because there is a feel that there is something. In sensual world, this would be actually a mother. So you feel it. Have you ever felt it? Have you ever thought about it? So it's actually not the actual form, shape and the form I'm talking about. I'm talking about the new feeling you got because of this mental formation. Did you feel it? And if you feel it, can you avoid craving? No, you can't. It's not someone craving about it. It's actually this process makes it like an attachment, because there's a new feeling here. So the craving occurs. Is someone craving? No, this is just a bond or an attachment or like a magnetic force. It is there, and you just get clingy. So it comes to the becoming. What is the becoming? There, the mother is actually there. You become. The mother is another becoming. So they actually exist. There's another thing happening behind that, because when the mother, you feel the mother is existing, this feeling of existence also is originated. My friends, it's very difficult to explain, but this feeling of existence is then and there originated with this becoming. That's called jati, or the birth. So, in a nutshell, I would like to say this, I'm actually talking about one thought that child was able to form. So someone might say, no, dependent origination is about the bigger picture, the human from birth to death. No, I'm talking about birth of one thought, how this mind actually originated. So slowly, this baby is learning. What do you mean by learning? Actually, learning means you are forming mental formations and making them together to form several entities. So what are they? Mother, father, brother, sister, grandfather, grandmother, what else? My house. So the baby is learning. What is it? What does it do to that system? Is there a baby learning it? No, the system is actually getting updated all the time from this each and every thought. And what is the underlying process ongoing is this Pono Bhavikas thing, this each and every bhava, or the becoming or birth back in the background, because you feel that there is existence of something, at the same time, this feeling of existence gives you the feeling of existence in yourself. Because apart from the shape and form, origination in that sense, there's a different like an energy forming because of this new mental formation. It feels like static, so it's a different energy now, so that human being, this little baby, this process ongoing in that body actually feels this existence, because there's a different energy now. What is the different energy? Okay, there's existence, a life feeling. It's different to the initial one. It's different to the clean cloth that you had. This is actually happening slowly with the mind developing into, so you might tell the baby is learning, the child is learning, now the child has become a young adult, the young adult is still learning. So what's happening? There's so much mind originating, the feeling of existence getting stronger and stronger. So the 5-year-old feeling of existence is not that bad, because there's no much data there, no much becoming has happened. But when you are like 35, you have so much feeling that you have gained, that you are existing, that feeling of existence is very strong. So the dependent origination actually is how Lord Buddha tried to explain to us how this mind is getting polluted, or the impurities continue to happen. It continue to happen until this body and this system stops. Actually, does that mean that the system will stop? Not really. But anyway, the dependent origination, if you really understand the dependent origination, Lord Buddha says you understand Dhamma. What do you mean by that? So if you understand that feeling of existence is actually a process, like it's a fundamental process, it's nothing to do with actually this person. or from that example, it's not the baby doing that, it's not the young adult doing it, it's not the adult doing it, it's not the elderly person doing it. It's actually happening. No one can actually stop it. Even if it's a baby in the jungle, no human being to tell that this is the mother. You don't need someone to tell that it's the mother. You will interpret in some way that the name part of it will happen in some way. That's how the animals get it. Do animals call by Amma, Tata, Malli, Ayya, and nothing like that? But don't they have a own way of communication? So they are naming in their own way. Do we know that? No, we don't, unless we go into that mindset. But from the human perspective, we are actually getting this creation. It's I think the basic creation, but it's the most complicated creation in the world. That's why no one has even been able to beat that creation yet. I don't know whether it will happen in the future, but no one has been able to beat that creation yet. It's such a natural phenomena happening. These mental formations, which is happening due to the fast formation of mind or its thought or chitta, in that words, this fast pace of things, we can't stop it. It will keep happening. Even for Lord Buddha, it will keep happening. But what did he get rid of? He got rid of the ignorance. He knows. Okay, mental formations do happen. Consciousness do arise. Is there a problem? No. Name and forms, they arise. Is that a problem? No. But what is the problem? Problem is the feeling, we take it as real. We take it as we feel it. And that's where the problem is, because the feeling of existence is a formation, another formation. It's another thing that is sankata. The feeling of existence is sankata. It's formed. It's a creation. If we don't know that, we feel that we are feeling. That's the most problematic thing in here. This the creation of mind. That's what it did. It's a natural thing, but that's what it did. So this cycle of samsara keep happening because there's no end. This feeling of existence is given a value. So there's someone to die. Actually, it's so good that Lord Buddha understood this and explained to other humans, come and understand how this existence or the birth happens. Birth happens in the eye. How? Because if it's in the sensual world, birth happens when the mother or the chair or the apple arises, because it's a formation of 6 senses together, and you feel that it's real. When you feel that it's real, that's where the becoming happens. That's where, friends, that I want to emphasize, that becoming happens when you feel that this formation is real. If you know that it's a illusion, no one actually gets into this trouble. But if you don't know that that's this Dhamma, you actually feel that the whatever that is formed, Amma, Tata, or mother, father, apple, chair, school, house, world, sun, whatever, named, having a form, when they come together and we feel it's real. And when we feel it real, the feeling of existence originates. That's where the birth happens. That's in sensual world. But even in the other worlds, even when there is a feeling, even by the light, still that happens, because the light is also originated in the organ, in the senses. So finally, nothing is actually there. It's originated. That's the cause and effect, the origination. So this, what is it? Dependent origination. It depends on all these mental formations. If this happens, this happens. You can't really avoid anything. You can't really stop it. If this happens, this happens. You can't really do anything about it, but you have to just know it. The ignorance is the basic part that we have to fight. And so the dependent origination is like a set of words that Lord Buddha told us so that we could understand as actually a process. Because in human mindset, we like to actually word it down, because we are full of words, full of protocols, full of maybe equations. We like things in order. So the perfect one, the Lord Buddha actually explained it in such a way that the humans can get it, because otherwise no one will understand that. So they are being organized into a pattern: ignorance, mental formation, consciousness, name and form. But friends, this, because of the fast formation of chitta, if someone is going to take, I'm going to get the craving out from here, I'm going to take the contact out of here, it's not going to happen. Why? It's so fast. You can ask this from a neuroscientist. If this is such a fast formation, no one can actually take it away from that. That's not what we are going to try and do. We are going to actually, because the humans are having another way of understanding these things, because they have like a different level of understanding, they can actually understand that there is a process. Even though it's such a fast process, still we can understand that it's a process, so that we actually the craving, the clinging, the becoming, the birth slowly reduce, because we keep understanding that it's a formation, it's a creation. If you have a sensory organ, there is always going to be a creation. You can't avoid that. Even if it's an animal with 2 sensory organs, that even that animal, even with one, they are going to create this own world. That's what Lord Buddha called the Salayatan Loko. The organs are going to create that world for that being, for that animal or the human or whatever the being. The world is originated. You can't really avoid it, because it's a creation of the nature. As I told you before, it's a beautiful creation, but the problem is we haven't understood this before, and we actually start living in that. imagine I'm going to a simulation. Simulation is where the people act in a like a thing. As example, I can simulate a patient having a heart attack and having a cardiac arrest, and we simulate how we are going to do the CPR, how one is going to do help with the like everything else, like in a atmosphere where this is happening. That's a simulation. But friends, what the problem with this Salat and Loco is this simulation is so nicely done, we can't even understand that it's a simulation. That's such a good mind that if you really understanding that it's a simulation, it's really difficult because it's such nicely done. That's why Lord Buddha told this Vijnani can play like a magician who is doing the beautiful magic in a junction where there's a lot of roads. Still, that magician is doing that beautifully, so that the who are actually saying it will not understand that it's a magic. It's unless we really understand that it's a magic, we will never be able to wake from that. If we are to wake from this simulation, we just have to understand that it's a simulation. It's a process. It's nothing to do with us. It's just that feeling of existence is actually a creation as well. The most problematic part of it is this fast formation of mind. Is such a fast thing, not even fraction of seconds, it's even smaller than that. Such a software where it functions so good that all seems static and existing. So I think I'm actually trying to give you like a overall view of this dependent origination. I'm not sure how successful I am, because it's kind of difficult, but I think I may have given some idea, because the feeling of existence is not actually real. But are we not feeling it? We are. That's not a problem, but we need to understand that Lord Buddha, after attaining this understanding this Dhamma, actually even succeeded in not feeling that. If you're not feeling that, there's no one to die. Does that mean the function is gone? No, because this is actually the new part which is originated because that there's a ignorance of not knowing that it's a formation, not knowing that it's a mental formation, not knowing that it's a formation of or creation of your senses, not knowing that the feeling is a creation, not knowing that actually craving is also a creation of feeling. So if one is happening, the other one is already happening. It's always dependent on the previous one. So if the ignorance is there, you can't really avoid being born each time with a thought. And each time you are trying to maintain the feeling of existence, because this Pono Bhavika is like you actually get a liking for this feeling as well. That's the Bhavatanha. Like you feel that the feeling of existence is real, and you actually even like starting liking that. How come is that? How bad is that? Something is a creation and you start liking that. Where are we going to end? Nowhere. It will be a cycle of liking, cycle of never-ending cycle of liking, because it's something that the thing we like is actually a creation of the mind. Does that mean that outside is empty? No, not really, because how do I know what is there outside? Because these senses are not able to go beyond the senses. Even if we put a new sense, like imagine the science get into that level that they attach a new sense, still it is limited to that sense, new sense as well. So it will be 7 senses, but what's the use? We are again getting bounded by this number of senses we have, and the world it is originating, creating. So the creation is, we need to understand that it's the creation. This is difficult. Sometimes for some, this will be like too much. Yes, don't listen to that if you feel that is too much. But there may be someone who actually would like to try and understand, what is this? Who I am? This is a question that is being asked multiple times again and again in the world. Who am I? But then answers are so widely different, people get really confused. Until you gain the nirvana, I think the confusion is there, because until you become the arahant, the ignorance is there. In some form, the ignorance is always there. And there's 3 worlds that we go through, sensual world, the rupa and the arupa. So ignorance is there in whatever the level. So in this talk, I have been talking about the sensual world mainly, because we are trying to understand, why did this clean cloth become so dirty? How did it become dirty? How did this beautiful small baby, without any defilements, without any impurities, became a young adult or a child full of hatred, full of jealousy? How did that happen? If a human being in somewhere in this world is wondering about what is happening, then it's time for you to do a little bit of research about it. Why don't you? Lord Buddha has explained such beautifully how these mental formations are occurring. And what's the importance of knowing that? Well, if you want to beat death, well, you have to stop this feeling of existence happening, the birth. How do you stop the birth? You have to stop the becoming. How do you stop the becoming? You have to stop being clingy. How do you stop the being clingy? How you have to stop craving. So how do you stop craving if the feeling happens? So the every time you feel that something is happening to you, you can't really get rid of that, because you feel that it's happening to you. It's happening to me. You are feeling it. So if you feel you are feeling it, no way you can get rid of that problem, because you're going to become of that. if you feel that there is something out there, you feel you are existent too. You can't get rid of that feeling unless we go through this truth again and again and again, understand that's actually a mental creation. So I think I have tried enough today to try and explain this dependent origination. I know it's a bit too much sometimes and too much words, but I tried hard to explain it in simple terms. This fast formation of mental creations is the main factor that avoids us to understand this happening, and it will continue to happen even though we understand that if the ignorance is gone, the mental formations will keep happening. It's not going to stop. But the problem that we are stopping here is the craving and the becoming. We stop that because then the jati stops and the feeling of existence is gone. The human beings is not going to be a slave of your six senses. It's then becomes beyond six senses. So friends, it's all about the talk today. May Nobel Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Therwan Saranai. Therwan Saranai, everybody. That's explain. Yeah, Therwan Saranai. Thanks for that. That explaining. Not easy. Yeah. This real dependent origination today, the whole world have question. What is the real dependent origination? What's the practical is happening? Everybody know how every Buddhas understood this. This one is the understand. Dependent origination. Someone understood this real dependent origination. So first time in this world, someone understood, that's the Samma Sambuddha. So someone understood this Dhamma, he became a Buddha Shravaka. That's a Buddha's son, like that. Sutra is there. Someone understood this real dependent origination, Dhamma. So inside is happening the chain automatically. It's want to be real, it's a truth. Otherwise, it won't be the someone understood, won't be the experience. It's a practical experience, not a believing, not a thinking. It's going to be happening. It's the special. So, what is this Buddothpado Dhamma discourses? Today what happening? 2500 years ago, the Buddha's time, thus Tathagata Thero, so Buddha, Tathagata Samma Sambuddha, we are talking. So, what happened after becoming today? You can realize whole world Buddhist people doing the concentration meditation. But it's not Buddha's, never heard before them. What is Buddha explain the 5 teachers after became a Buddha? It's not a concentration meditation. There's a before came a Buddha. There's a Siddhartha Tapasa time. It's doing that. Buddha did that. But not became a Buddha. That the Siddhartha Tapasa and 5 teachers together, they are finding the truth. They are doing that concentration meditation, but not became a Buddha. That is why Siddhartha Tapasa left that teachers, 5 teachers, and going alone. This concentration meditation is not a Buddha's path. Why Buddha left that 5 teachers, and why finding the truth left the concentration meditation? That one is not the Buddha's explanation. After became a Buddha, what is Buddha's word? Buddha telling the 5 teachers is the first time after became a Buddha. I'm telling you, never heard before. This Dhamma is the real. That's the never heard before Dhamma we are talking. That one is the dependent origination. That one is understanding one. What is the understanding? Is the human mind. Human mind is a miracle. It's a simulation. It's not a real. It is true. No being, no living being, nothing existent. That is the Buddha's teaching. Humans are in illusion. Every living being is in illusion. So, this difficult one is this real Buddha's explanation. Understand. It's very difficult, we know. This Buddothpado Dhamma discourses, we are doing Sinhala language because we are Sri Lankans. Our mother language is Sinhala. We can speak Sinhala very well. But we won't given you to this real message. This whole world using other languages, English. International language is English one. So we are discuss after everybody. Our here in Dhamma discourses like this, doctor. Many guys now today understand what is the real dependent origination. And they have experience, otherwise they know this one is the real. That is why we are unity. We are together doing this. This Dhamma is not. Dhamma is a nature. Dhamma is happening automatically. System is our mind creation. This one, someone understood what is the real. No one is here. No soul, non-soul. No living being. Otherwise, our mind is automatically creating this sensuality. This mind is creating these six senses. This world is creating like a miracle. It's not real. It's illusion. We are in simulation type of world. We have death. We are thinking we have death. We are thinking we are born. But these are thoughts. Every time these six senses creating that, thoughts are coming, thoughts are creating. Every time is happening this. These senses are creating, is automatically is happening. No one is doing. Nobody is doing. You are also not doing. You are also the thoughts only. So you can realize. Future is, you are remembering something fast. This present moment is only the thought. You are think something future. This present moment only the thought. Only the thought. This present moment thought is otherwise not real. That is the nothingness. This one not easy to understand. How is coming today? Your thoughts, chair, table, mother, father, sun, moon. How is coming this? You are in childhood. That's a baby. Before kindergarten, baby. Don't know anything. That's the radiant mind. How is this craving? Defilements are coming. These are only the mind creation, not anywhere. This is the case of human mind, every living mind. So we are trying to explain this whole world, what is the truth is here. It's okay today explaining this very well, I think. Thanks for our doctor. It's okay. That's today, tomorrow we can join another discussion. This real dependent origination Dhamma. We won't find it. You can realize, you can find that what is the real one. What is the, you can experience. It's okay. Practically you have experience. It's okay. That's the dependent origination real. It's okay not to believe in, not to trust. Okay, everybody. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Teruvan Saranai, Zoom discussions as who's that? Madam is okay. Teruvan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
නිර්වාණ සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
හරි හරි.
Lord Buddha teaching reality of life is we are living on birth, that is formation. In Pali, Chittena Niyati Lok Chittena Parikasati. Refer to Sabhasa Sutra in Majjhima Nikaya. To overcome our defilements, we have to practice Dasana Pahatabba. We have to see reality of our thought, reality of thought, all this nature of our mind is thought are arising and pass away. That is the cause and effect. It is the reality Lord Buddha preached us. We have to pay attention to listen real Dhamma for that we have to associate noble friendship. Likewise, we have to contemplate Dhamma what you listen. We have to listen and contemplate pure Dhamma, wished by Lord Buddha to understand the roots of suffering and address that at their source. While you are practicing Dhamma, if you have to clarify regarding Dhamma, I kindly invite you, Buddothpado Vahanse, now to share the pinnacle of Buddha teaching Nirvana, the ultimate liberation from the cycle of birth and death. Kindly please make sure you mute your mic and turn off your video camera. Let's take this great opportunity to clear and unclear errors of Dhamma. Just a few moments, we are once they join with us till we are silent. Therwan Saranai. Therwan Saranai Arana, sir. Namaskar. Let's take this great opportunity to clear and unclear us of Dhamma. Okay, somebody unmute your mic and join with Arana Hanse. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. Aryan Vahansa, I have a question with regard to the practical side of things of the Dhamma. I have been observing my defilements and their nature and how they are born in the moment, and whether I immerse myself in those defilements. One thing that I've noticed, I would like to ask you that because I am a woman, I have noticed, I think I can explain this in this Zoom. There is no issue because we have doctors who join us as well. They can correct me if I am wrong. I have noticed that the hormones and its functions and how they function in the cycle also has an impact on the way the thoughts are created and the way the feelings are created. And I was wondering if there is a connection to the notion that you always explain, that there is no self and it is just a process. So I want to see if that is actually a valid connection.
Yes, question is what is the connection? Is hormones and is a feel. I think may I correct your question? Not clear to me.
Okay, the
Ask me again.
question,
Yeah.
yes, the question is whether there is a connection between a woman's menstrual cycle and the hormones and the feelings and thoughts that arise in those moments, and how there is no self involved in that process. I want to know if this is actually an accurate explanation of it, because that is how I sort of understood the way it happens for myself.
It's a process. Yeah, it's hormones and feelings. That's connecting. That's your question is the process is non-soul is here.
Yes.
So how is this creation? That's the question. So how is
I want
this?
to know if it's correct, that
Yeah,
explanation,
it
that
is
it's a
correct.
process.
Yeah. You're correct. Yeah. It is correct. Yeah.
Yes, because I have noticed that there are some weeks of the month where I feel that I feel more defilements coming up for various reasons, and I also feel that in those days I sort of immerse myself in those defilements, and there are some periods in the month, like weeks in the month, where I see the thoughts come and go, but I don't attach myself to it. So I just wanted to know if there is a connection between that and whether that process actually happens.
My case.
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
That's a question is not clear to me. Yeah, where are you sitting in Sri Lanka or Sri Lankan one or your foreign one? You are in America?
I'm
Yes.
from Melbourne, but these days I'm in Sri Lanka for a holiday.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Your question is again, you asked me what's the final question, is not the first part.
Yeah, so what I want to know is if this is a correct explanation when I say that because this is how I've understood it, because of the hormonal process, some days of the month I feel as if I have these defilements and I see them very clearly, and I end up attaching myself to it without control. And there are some times in the month I feel that I see these thoughts and feelings come and go, but I don't attach myself to it. And this is an observation that I have done for a few months, and I want to see if there's a relation of like the hormonal function to that as well, because it's a process without a soul and a self.